Greetings from the Shigaraki family. Before the video begins, I am grateful to the original author for granting us permission to incorporate their work into our video. I am extremely grateful. The description contains the work of the original author. We will now proceed to the video. One hero for them and nine for all by Zerum 7. Izuku's luck has never been that great. Being born quirkless and a lack of positive reinforcement in his life being just two things he had to deal with. And then his mother, Inko Midoriya, suddenly began working a lot more. Like, a lot more. So much so that she'd only be seen at home once a week if Izuku was lucky, which he wasn't. He was alone on most days. He wanted to call and text Inko to ask how she was doing, but he didn't want to be a burden. He curls up in a ball on the floor of his bedroom. He had been called that a lot. A burden. After his classmates caught wind of his mother's situation, they made sure to remind him every day that she was absent a lot more because he was quirkless. Strangely, Bakugo was the exception to this. After Inko suddenly began working more, he started avoiding Izuku like the plague. He stopped talking and bullying him altogether, and after the UA entrance exams had come and gone, he never saw him again. Great. Izuku hits the side of his head on the floor. My only friend is avoiding me, fantastic. He stares up at the ceiling. Am I really a burden? Boo! Izuku screamed, leaping up into the air and to the other side of the room. Hi. Izuku shakily pointed at the see-through figure. A ghost. Well, yeah, but what are you doing in my house? Izuku grabbed the object closest to him. A sock on the floor. Get out. Kid. Get out. Izuku threw the sock and bolted to his desk, grabbing a pencil holder. Get out, or I'll call the police. Another ghost snorts, appearing next to the first one, appearing thoroughly unimpressed. Yeah, go ahead. We'll disappear, and you'll look stupid or crazy or both, and then we'll come back and try again. Izuku stared at the pair. Well? The second ghost asked. Izuku slowly puts down his pencil holder. Great, he cleared his throat. Hello. My name is Entayutai. And the one next to me is Daigoro Banjo. Banjo is I. Banjo points at himself, grinning, and we. And you have a quirk you shouldn't have. A third ghost appeared. And unlike the other two, he looked more like a flame than a human. And you were going to give it back. Dude, Daigoro huffed. You aren't gonna show the kid your appearance? No, we invaded his body, N states. No, we didn't. We just appeared here, he corrected. And we are gonna quickly leave and go back to where we're supposed to be. What? Izuku asked. True, but you don't have to be a dick about it, Daigoro said. And you kinda just gave away the secret of One for All. What? No, I didn't, he shouted. What I said could mean anything, and you just name-dropped our quirk, and that we can be passed on. What? Nah, I don't recall doing that. You, on the other hand, just did. Daigoro jabbed smugly. I didn't say anything about passing on. Good job, blabbermouth. I'm gonna punch you. Whoa, man. Daigoro threw his hands up condescendingly. No need to. Shift gears. The ghost groaned. 2231. Guys. N butted in and pointed to Izuku, who was standing there, mouth agape. Kid? Daigoro waved in his face. He didn't move. Hello. Yo, he snapped his fingers. Nothing. Your joke about my quirk was so bad it broke him, Kudo sniped. You were so mean to him for no reason it broke him, Daigoro retorts. We're gonna have to wait for him to wake up, and said. Izuku snaps back to reality seconds later. Okay, so, he puts a fist in his hand. What is One for All? Daigoro inhales. Izuku had a trillion questions but asked none of them, resulting in his body vibrating. A scrawny, undisciplined little runt like you couldn't beat someone like All for One if he were still alive. So you're gonna find All Might and give the quirk back to him so he can pass it to someone himself, Second states firmly. Sure. Izuku said awkwardly. How'd I even find him? Second rolled his flaming eyes. I suppose we can inform you when he's out of UA and not doing hero work. Okay. Izuku laid in his bed apprehensively. So, what now? Now I can get back to ignoring you. Second fades away. Izuku frowned. Kudo. Nana said coldly. Why did you talk to him like that? Izuku was asleep now. What does it matter? He's not keeping the quirk anyway. Kudo shrugged. And I talked to him the way I did because someone was eventually gonna slap him in the face with the truth eventually. It's unbelievable. The third user of OFA appears. He's untrained. He's whiny. He's smart academically but a dumbass at everything else. He wants to be a hero, but he hasn't trained once in his life for it. It's aggravating. Kudo spat. I bet he was just sitting on his skinny ass waiting for someone to hand him an opportunity to become a hero rather than standing up and getting it himself. So, he's aggravating and pathetic. I can't wait until I'm out of here. Captain America. The first Avenger. The first said, ominously sitting away from everyone. Huh? Nana spoke. What did you say? No one heard him, however. Why the hell are you sitting way over there? Kudo asked. Get over here. Yoichi stood up like an angry teenager. Fine, Dad, I guess I won't be a mysterious brooding hater like you. Kudo made a fist. Anyway, Captain America, the first Avenger. Yeah. Nana looked around. And he was a scrawny little runt before getting handed the serum. Then, he went on to lead a charge against the possible end of the universe. Well, half of it. What are you talking about? En inquired. Is there a point to this, or are you gonna keep up that crazed rambling? Yoichi almost made a fist. Okay. Look at it like this. You give someone with power, more power. What do you get? Endeavor and Bakugo. Nana, Daigoro, and En answered. Yes, yes. And if you give someone with heart power, what happens? Silence. Okay. Yoichi said, clapping. I will go down the list. He cleared his throat. You give someone with heart, power. You get me, the creator of One for All and the reason my brother, the most foul and powerful villain to ever exist, is dead. You may also get all might. The person who killed All for One. Yoichi looked at Kudo smugly. Ain't it funny how that works? You give the quirk to someone who already has one of their own, and their lifespan gets cut shorter than me. You give it to someone without a quirk. He eyed Nana. And our biggest enemy dies after centuries of failure. So, you know, based on pattern recognition and all that, I actually think he should keep the quirk. He doesn't know what he's doing. Kudo said. We can help him. That's what heroes do. We aren't mercenaries that go around killing everyone bad people around. We save them, and that boy is gonna save the universe if we give him a chance. Kudo crossed his arms. You had me until the last part. Izuku was walking down the street, scrolling through food shorts on his phone. Whatcha doing? Nana asked within his head. Oh, you're a new one. Nana, right? Yup. So whatcha doing? Looking for All Might. I what? Why? To give his quirk back, like that angry fire guy said. No, we talked, and the first, Yoichi, thinks you should keep it, Nana said chipperly. Look, you don't have to make up some lie to make me feel better. I'll never hear from you again, and that's okay. You're going back with All Might, and he's gonna give One for All to someone who can use it. Like Bakugo or Endeavor's son. Izuku continued looking for the hero, ignoring Nana's gentle attempts at getting him to stop. She was shoved away from communication by Bruce. Hey, boy. Give this quirk to someone who already has one, and their lifespan gets. Izuku suddenly breaks into a sprint, surprising One for All's predecessors. He reached out a hand and pulled a girl wearing a red t-shirt and yellow skirt away just before a car hit her. Nearby onlookers did what they did best and looked in awe. The car comes to a screeching halt, and the driver gets out. Whoa, are you two okay? I don't know what happened. My car just stopped working, and you, Izuku points to him. Watch where you're driving. And you, he points to the girl. Watch where you're going. You're too old to not feel like looking left and right before crossing the street. What? The girl said, confused. I didn't. All right. See you later. Izuku stepped in front of her. Hey, is something wrong? The girl looked up at him. She was pretty short, and it looked as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. Come to my house with me. Nana laughed. Izuku does everything in his power to not turn red. Why? She waved him down, and Izuku crouches. She whispers, because I think something is following me. Nana immediately stopped laughing. Right. Izuku stood up instantly, hero mode engaged. Lead the way. On the way, Izuku learned that her name was Kanoko Komori and that she was apparently gonna be a UA student. It wasn't too hard to tell that she was extremely scared of something, but Izuku couldn't tell what. He looked around, trying to find a stalker, but either they were really good at hiding, or there was no one following her. That's when Komori almost stepped into an open sewer hole. Izuku grabbed her by the scuff of her red shirt, just barely saving her. Izuku looked down the hole but couldn't see the bottom. And then she almost bumped into a suspiciously sharp road sign. Had she hit it, she most definitely wouldn't split her forehead open. Then, a large semi-truck crashes into a shop and explodes. Another car. Another truck. And when they finally got to Komori's house, the tree in her front yard fell over and would have crushed her directly had Izuku not scooped her up. And ran inside. He had only 3 words to say. What the hell? See? Komori hopped out of his arms. I don't know what it is, but danger follows me wherever I go. I think someone used their quirk on me or something. Oh, or maybe some invisible danger magnet is attached to me, or... Hey. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder. Calm down. Calm down. She shouted. One trip to my house probably got a dozen people hurt, or worse. Izuku's heart breaks when she begins crying. I don't know what's happening to me. Am I cursed? Or is this a quirk? How could someone hate me so much that they'd do this to me? Komori. Izuku blinked. I'm trying to tell you that panicking will do nothing here. I want to help. And for you to help, you need to be calm. Can you do that for me? Komori wiped her face and nodded with a determined expression. Okay. Now, where is your living room? Oh, I'll take you to it. Komori took a single step forward, and a baseball flew through the door and nearly sniped Komori, but Izuku's hero reflexes came in clutch and caught it. Sorry. A young boy shouted from outside. Izuku threw the ball out. Komori, I have an idea. Anything to stop whatever's happening. He picked her up. Izuku, being untrained, struggles a little bit, but his desire to help someone bolstered his strength. Point me to the living room. Komori does so, and Izuku went. Nothing happens, making the duo suspicious. Izuku walked in circles around the living room while carrying her, and still, nothing happened. Komori, I need you to walk around and take a few steps for me. She obliged, and Izuku stuck close and watched all areas. Seconds later, a baseball flew through the window. My bad. The same young boy from earlier shouted. Izuku threw the ball outside. He picked her up again, walked around, and nothing happened. Izuku has Komori walk onto the walls for support, and a third baseball flew in, which narrowly missed Komori. How the hell do I keep hitting that house? I've been aiming away from it, the young boy shouted in utter rage. Izuku disposes of the ball. Okay. 3 things. Izuku sat down and kept Komori's legs in the air, making sure not to look where he shouldn't. Either you walking, touching any surface with your feet, or moving your legs in any manner is drawing danger to you. Seriously? Well, nothing is happening right now, so... Dude, she yelled. It's been like this for a week, and my parents and I have been trying to figure out why. And you just solved the case in a few minutes. Where are your parents? Looking for a specialist. And... they just left you. There's this trend of independence in our family. We help each other, but we mostly learn. And do things on our own, like cooking and such. They trusted me not to be an idiot, but here we are. You were uninformed. And by the looks of it, whatever this danger magnet is took you by surprise. Try to avoid walking and you'll be fine. Komori snorts. Yeah, lemme just not walk anywhere. That'll be fine. It's not like I'm a UA student or anything. Not showing up for the first few days will fly just fine. Izuku frowned. I guess I could have worded that better. He smiled again, trying to keep her encouraged. Okay, I have a few questions about your situation. Ask. You said you've been a danger magnet for a week? Yup. It actually helped me during UA's entrance exams a little bit. Did you do or touch anything before that? Komori thinks back, and then she seems to remember a distinct event prior to her troubles. I go mushroom hunting in this nice forest nearby. I'm a bit of an expert, given that I've been doing it since childhood. but me and my infinite mushroom wisdom just couldn't figure out one kind of mushroom I found a little over a week ago. What did it look like? Izuku inquired. Well, it was glowing red. Izuku snorts. Yeah, that may be the reason you're a danger magnet. He stood up, and Komori carefully maneuvered up his back and sat on his shoulders. Since Izuku was in hero mode, his brain didn't blue screen from having her thighs around his head. You got any jars or paper bags? Komori smirked. You kidding? I have a trillion of those. I even have a place to keep my mushrooms in the basement provided by my parents. They retrieve a jar from Komori's room, and then they go adventuring into the forest. On the way there, they got looks and a few comments referencing an adorable couple somewhere. And they were confused. Who was this couple? Because it definitely wasn't them, and it wouldn't be them, ever, never ever. As soon as they arrived, Izuku looked for the glowing red mushroom. He had to keep reminding Komori why they were here every time she wanted to grab a different mushroom, which happened a lot. She was a fungus fanatic, and a certain someone called this out. She's a lot like you know. Nana states with an audible grin. Hero fanatic, fungus fanatic, two peas in a pod. Izuku sounded suspicious. Why are you smiling? What, I can't smile. No, it's just that I have a feeling something is on your mind. I'm just happy for you. This is the first real friend you made. But, Bakugo isn't your fucking friend, Kudo spat. No, shut up. Bruce said. If I hear some stupid thing from you about Bakugo, I'm pulling you in here slapping the hell out of you. For once in your damn life, think hard about the relationships you've had. A little introspection could go a long way. Izuku stayed silent. There it is. Komori excitedly spoke, accidentally squeezing Izuku's neck with her legs and choking him. Upon receiving a tap, she calms down. Oh, my bad. It's fine. Izuku responds awkwardly. Daigoro laughed to himself. Daigoro, shut up, Nana chided, but I didn't even say anything. I know what you're thinking. I also know what you used your quirk for outside of hero work. Wait, what were your quirks? Izuku asked. Daigoro, shut up, Nana repeats. Izuku stood before the mushroom. Don't touch it, Komori warns. I did that, and look where I am now. Sitting on your shoulders. And that's a bad thing? Izuku asked without thinking. Not necessarily. Komori palmed his hair. You're fluffy. Anyway, Izuku contains the glowing red mushroom in his jar. The anomaly has been contained. How does it even do that anyway? Komori asked. Can fungi have quirks now? Probably. But until I find a way to reverse whatever it did to you, I can't mess with it too much or hand it to the government. They returned to Komori's home, only to find her parents standing at the door. Kanoko. Ms. Komori said. I can explain, go ahead. Please, do. Mr. Komori said calmly. I really want to know why you're outside, on some boy's shoulders, and why said boy has a weird red mushroom with him. Is it an offering? She's on my shoulders because her walking around is what's causing danger to be drawn to her. Izuku explained matter-of-factly. And this mushroom is the source of it all. He held it up, and Mr. Komori took it. Your daughter touched it and has been attracting danger ever since. Mr. Komori looked surprised. Any reason why this thing glows? No idea. Huh, Ms. Komori said. I suppose you're all right. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya. Mr. and Ms. Komori, I'd like to stay with your daughter and look more into this. Give me a chance, and I can help all three of you. Izuku said politely. I'd bow, but, you know. Seeing as he was helping and that he seemed like an earnest young man, they allowed him in. They also watched every corner carefully in case danger came, and it didn't. Damn. Mr. Komori sat on the couch. Izuku was to his right, and his wife was on his right. Kanoko was on her back with her feet elevated by Izuku's legs. It really was her walking that caused it. And whatever this mushroom is. He placed the jar on the black coffee table in front of them. That makes no sense, Izuku comments. If she touched it with her hands, why is her feet the problem? And whatever she's infected with isn't contagious since nothing happened with you yet, Ms. Komori adds. Izuku pauses. Komori, the daughter, what's your quirk? Mushroom, she answered. She explained how it worked. My parents have the same quirk. They showed it off. And in which areas do you use it? My back, arms, and sometimes my face. Do you ever use it from your feet? No, she answered. Why would I? She facepalmed. Oh my god. What? Ms. Komori asked. What is it? Her quirk is probably the reason only her feet draw danger. And what makes you say that? Try it, Komori, Izuku says. Turning her feet away from Izuku and her parents, Komori activates her quirk from her feet, causing mushrooms to grow on the walls. She stopped a few moments later. Now try walking around. He and Mr. Komori kept close as she walked in circles around the coffee table. She kept this up for a few minutes, but nothing happens. It's gone, Kanoko said. It's really gone. I'm free, at last. She and her parents jumped for joy. You don't get something from nothing, Izuku states, grabbing their attention. You probably have some chemical in your body that allows you to make spores. This chemical is probably what stopped the danger-attracting virus. I think I get it, Ms. Komori starts. So the virus was everywhere, and using your quirk in certain areas attacked and killed it. But because your quirk isn't an antibiotic, it didn't completely clean out the virus after the first usage. Mr. Komori spoke. I don't know how viruses work, but shouldn't it have eventually returned everywhere since there was still a little of it left in Kanoko's feet after using her quirk? Why did it stay stationary? Well, she, as far as we know, is the only one who contracted it. We don't know how it'll behave in someone else since most people won't luck out like she did, Izuku said. Ms. Komori spoke. So either it is a virus, and it just couldn't spread or behave like one because of Kanoko's quirk, or it's something else entirely. Yup, Izuku said. I'd bet on the former, but we'll never know. Because no one else will ever touch this or see it again, right? Indeed. Mr. Komori picked up the jar with the mushroom in it carefully. I am gonna bury this thing in our basement. It'll never see the light of day again. As he left, Izuku went toward the door out of the house. You should still be careful, but I think you're all good now. Goodbye. Wait. Komori rushed at him. Izuku flinched as she suddenly stopped. I didn't thank you. Thank you. I don't need. She hopped up to kiss him on the cheek. After doing so, they both felt a weird but pleasant shock. What the hell was that? Hikage asked. Ooh, he speaks. Daigoro states cheerfully. And yeah, what was that? What's the matter? Izuku asked. I just felt a weird pull on my whole non-existent body, and then it went away in an instant. All of us did, too. Every other vestige said. So, you got a phone number? Komori asked, grinning. That, I do. They exchanged contact information and parted ways. Izuku felt great after helping her. This feeling was the entire reason he wanted to be a hero in the first place. Money and fame are temporary, but an impact made on someone's life is forever. Izuku entered his residence, and unsurprisingly, Inko wasn't home. About that pull you all felt earlier, do you think it was some secret quirk in me or one for all that did it? Secret quirk? Yoichi almost scoffed at the idea. After being here so long we definitely would have noticed. There's no way. And what quirk could do this anyway? I dunno. An empathy quirk or something. Yeah, no that's stupid. Let's worry about that later. Get some sleep, and we'll talk about training tomorrow, Yoichi said. Training? For what? To use one for all? Oh, I forgot. I have to give All Might his quirk back. Yoichi groaned. And I have to figure it out how I even got it in the first place. Kudo and Bruce groaned. Thanks for reminding me, Yoichi. Okay, brat. Here's the deal. Kudo starts. Yoichi thinks you're worthy of one for all because you've got heart and you're quirkless. If someone else received a quirk this powerful while having one themselves, their lifespan gets cut dramatically short. Just ask Hikage. The quirk was weaker when he got it, and he died due to old age at 40. You're gonna keep one for all, and you're gonna use it to be a hero. End of story. Unless you want some poor schmuck to die just a few years after graduating. Izuku groaned. Playing on my desire to help people, Yeah. Ass. Scrawny puke. Unbearable know-it-all. Unbearable little tyke. Fine, Izuku folds. I'll keep the quirk. Great. We would have stayed even if you said no, since we can choose who to stay in if two hosts are alive. Just don't bother me in my dreams. Like we'd want to see what goes on in some teenager's head, Bruce said. Izuku went to bed. Not what she seems. Izuku has had horrible days in his life. Most of them, unsurprisingly, were school-related. And Bakugo-related, even though he was his childhood friend. Wow. That one ghost he still doesn't know the name of was right. Sitting down and thinking really does help occasionally. Speaking of ghosts, he was currently being put through the ringer by the angry flaming one. Basic exercise wouldn't get him anywhere, so he guided him toward Dagoba Beach. All Might apparently had the idea to train the person whom he'd crowned successor of his own accord here by cleaning up all of the trash. But since Izuku somehow acquired One for All, that never came to be. This sucks. Izuku thought, lifting a broken washing machine with his bare hands, doing lunges as he traversed to the closest dump, which was still a few minutes away. His green tracksuit was covered in grime. This is the worst day of my life. Even the bullying and the name-calling didn't have this beat. Quit whining. Kudo said. So, my angry friend, Izuku dumped the washing machine, meaning he was allowed to walk back to the beach a normal way. Are you ever gonna give me your name? No, why not? You haven't earned it, and at the pace you're going, you never will. Izuku huffed. You haven't earned my name, and you know it. Kudo mockingly huffed back at him. And I suppose you can recount the number of times I referred to you by it. Fair. I was actually not gonna talk to you at all, but unlike the rest of your body, your brain is pretty well rounded. I wanted to hear your theories on how we got here. All Might, unfortunately, doesn't know I exist. He didn't give me this quirk, and I know for a fact I didn't take it for many obvious reasons, Izuku states. He arrived back at the beach and picked up 2 large, broken grills. In each hand, he carried them over his shoulders to the dump. Kudo made him do lunges instead of just walking once again. You didn't because One for All can't be stolen. It has to be given willingly by the user, and we have to be willing to transfer. Neither of those occurred, and yet we're here. The only possibility I can think of is that someone with an unusual quirk transferred you all to me. But who? And why me? And how did they accomplish this and keep us all in the dark at the same time? There was silence. And then Hikage spoke moments later. He only said 3 words, all of which brought Izuku to a hard stop. It was Inko. What? Izuku almost asked aloud. But he managed to keep his growing anger at the accusation contained as he continued his lunges to the dump. It was Inko. He repeats. He heard you, Hikage. He wants an explanation, Bruce states. You know, even for someone like me, that's a pretty surprising accusation to hear. I'm more surprised I didn't hear it from either of you, given how little, in retrospect, the list of suspects is. Hikage says. I'll explain. To start, the culprit should have been obvious. All for One is dead, and even if he were alive, he was never able to take our quirk. No one at your school likes you, and Bakugo doesn't speak with you anymore. You and your mother don't have relations with Bakugo's parents, so it's not them. On top of that, they don't have suitable quirks or motivation needed to take All Might's quirk and transfer it to you. And if it were anyone besides Inko, they would have simply taken the #1 hero's power for themselves. As Izuku dumped the grills and walked back to the beach for more garbage, he bombarded Hikage. Let's play 20 questions. Sure. If All for One, a century-old supervillain, couldn't take One for All, how could my mom? An overpowering will. She's the mother of a child who's been bullied and ridiculed for most of his life. Her guilt and anger at the world and at herself snowballed until she finally had enough, stepping in and going to great lengths to make you the hero you always wanted to be. Of course, since you idolize All Might, she went and got his quirk for you. As ridiculous as it sounded, Izuku couldn't help but find some credibility in his answer. That's not how my mom's quirk works. She can attract small objects toward herself. She can't just steal quirks. So if it was her, how did she do that? Quirks are never that simple in this day and age. Attraction of small objects could not only refer to a million things, but that could also not even be a proper name for it. It's a telekinetic-like power, but that's just it. It's like telekinesis, but the quirk itself could be doing something entirely different to attract things. In addition, quirks like Inko's could work based on perception. The quirk gene is small, so it can likely be attracted and thus stolen. There's also the existence of quirks with the primary function of affecting other quirks, as evidenced by All for One and Eraserhead. Again, fair. How would Inko even would go about stealing All Might's quirk? Refer to my first answer. An overpowering desire to make things right caused her to train, which caused her to discover facets of her quirk she didn't know of before. Plus, it's inherently a ranged ability. And quirks with range can always be increased in a number of ways. So, she stole it from a distance. A long range all for one. Yikes. Final question. Let's assume she did all of this. She wouldn't have been caught or even suspected, since she could hypothetically steal quirks from a distance. And if she were caught, I would have known by now. So why hasn't she returned home yet? Now that I don't know. Hikage answered. Given your past loneliness, it's unlikely that she would willingly put you through that isolation. He just made a huge connection, which everyone noticed. The other vestiges were unnerved by his stunned silence, as it was extremely out of character. What? Izuku asked. Hikage. What's wrong? Daigoro asked, concerned. Nothing. He said. That wasn't nothing. Stunned silence means you know something, so what is it? Izuku asked. Nothing. He repeats. It wasn't nothing, Izuku said more firmly. You and I both know you're lying. Just tell me. No, Izuku huffed aloud. You know what? Keep your secrets. I can piece things together myself. He cuts off their connection. You know, I always thought you were weird, but this takes the cake. What the hell was that? Hikage? I don't remember the last time you froze up like that, Daigoro said. Hikage made sure Izuku wasn't listening before telling everyone what he realized. Their eyes widened. What the fuck? Kudo asked. What the fuck? I mean, what? Cool it. Bruce said. Hikage, you're crazy. We already knew this, but what you just said, that seals it. Gonna play devil's advocate here and say that it does make sense. And states, shocked by the words that just came out of his mouth. Izuku never knows where Inko is, so we don't know either. She says she's working for extreme amounts of time, but not only do we not know where, but she never clearly said what she does. We'll have to wait before making a move. Yoichi adds. Hikage is crazy, but his craziness makes sense here. We just need something concrete before approaching Izuku. After hours of carrying one piece of garbage to the dump at a time, Kudo finally allowed Izuku to take a break. He ran home and took a shower, changing out of his tracksuit and into casual wear before heading to the park. His home was hollow and cold, and he felt uncomfortable being there sometimes due to Inko's absence. But the park was nice, whether it was late at night or in the morning. In this case, it was the former. You should get some sleep. Nana said. I can sleep whenever I want. My mom doesn't care. I care. Nana says. And you aren't my mom. Izuku said bitterly. Besides, I'm not an idiot. Give me a minute, and I'll get up and leave. Nana sighed, leaving Izuku alone. He thinks to himself, reassessing what the vestiges, especially Hikage, said about Inko. Why would my mom hide from me? She wouldn't do that. She would never. He thinks some more. Assuming Hikage was right, then her actions were out of character to the extreme. It just wasn't possible that she would do all of that by herself. Did someone strong-arm her into keeping away from me? He groaned, both annoyed and tired. No, that doesn't make sense. Who would do that and why? My dad. He was so focused on trying to make sense of this that he didn't even notice that he fell asleep until he found himself in a field of dead grass. Izuku looks around. I figured the vestiges would be here with me. A strong gust came in, and the grass suddenly flattens, making a shape Izuku couldn't properly make out due to him standing in it. After hearing a laugh, he looks around. And he sees Inko, standing and facing away from him, but it wasn't current-day Inko. It was the healthier, younger version of her when Izuku himself was younger. He couldn't visually or audibly make out what was going on, but it appeared she was talking to someone. Before he could reach out, he woke up with a scream. Whoa, dude. You good? The girl who woke him up asked, quickly drawing her hand away. Yeah. Izuku cracked his neck. I didn't mean to fall asleep here. I don't think it's normal sitting on a bench alone at night, my guy. Unless you're homeless. If that's the sitch, my fault. He was taken aback by her way of speaking. He stood up. I'm not homeless. My place isn't far from here. My name's Izuku Midoriya, by the way. Cammy Utsushimi. He offered a handshake, but she refused it. All that formal biz ain't my style, and just call me Cammy, BT dubs. Right. He said flatly. Well, I'm gonna get going. Thanks for waking me up, and make sure you get home safe. Wait. She grabbed his shoulder. I ain't out here for no reason. A group of little men stole my phone. Can you help me get it back? Little men? Izuku asked, deadpan. Perhaps it's some ragtag villain group with quirks that make them shorter, Daigoro suggests. Or she's a lure for a group of guys that jump and rob people for a living. I've encountered and killed many of those types. Kudo states. Be careful, brat. Izuku frowned. He would get him to use his name eventually. All right, sure. Thanks, dog. She, to Izuku's surprise, hugged him. Thankfully, Cammy saw the way they went prior to waking Izuku, so they went in that direction. Dog? Yoichi said, confused, and I thought my era was bad. It was. Bruce said. There was a sociopathic supervillain running around. I think you two have met before. I wasn't being literal, you idiot. On an unrelated note. Little men. Why does that sound familiar? Familiar in what way? Izuku asked. I recall my asinine, abysmal brother mentioning something about little men at some point. I don't remember, and it probably wasn't important, but it's interesting that Utsushimi mentioned the same thing. Yoichi states. Make sure you tell Komori what you're doing, just in case, Kudo said. Right. Izuku took out his phone, taking a quick photo of her before texting Komori. Photo. Izuku. Helping this girl get her phone back from some little men or whatever. Izuku. Her name is Cammy Utsushimi Izuku. Just letting you know in case I get kidnapped or SMTH. Komori. Why are you out so late, Izuku? I accidentally fell asleep on the park bench. Komori. Komori. Be careful, fluffy Izuku. I will. Yo, Cammy said as Izuku put his phone away. By the by, thanks again for helping me. I appreciate it for real. It's nothing. So, what did the little men that stole your phone look like? Kinda like gnomes. Like, exactly like gnomes. A group of gnomes stole your phone? They bit my ankles, dude. That junk hurts. That, and their sharp little fingers. Yeah, I'm gonna opt out of whatever is happening here, Bruce said boredly. And do what? Sit in the void? Nana chided. Yes. Well, if it comes down to a fight, we should be able to do just fine against them together. Bitchin'. Say, what is your quirk? Super strength, Izuku answered without missing a beat. Though it's the kind I have to activate. One punch will cause a lot of devastation and hurt my arm badly. For real? If you get a hold of that, you'd be a great hero. I wanted to be one before, but I missed the entrance exams to UA, and I didn't think to apply anywhere else. Darn. She said. I would have loved to have you at Shiketsu with me. I passed their exams, and I'll be an official student soon. Shiketsu? I heard they were pretty strict and had a militaristic way of teaching. I was never a fan of them. UA was more my speed because All Might went there. Ah, Shiketsu is strict. Cammy pouted. That's, like, totally lame. Oh, well. Might as well go all the way since I'm already in. Cammy's no bag fumbler. Izuku stops Cammy with him. Huh? SSH, he listened out, and Cammy did the same. It sounded as if a raccoon was rummaging through garbage. What the what? Cammy looked around and spots a familiar short figure digging through trash. Hey, you. She charged at the creature, Izuku following behind. She grabbed it by the neck, shaking it violently. You're one of the gnomes that took my phone. Give it back now, you dillweed. She stopped shaking the trash bandit. The gnome crossed his tiny little arms. Or what? I'll let you decide. I can either punt you to Jupiter, or I can have my cute friend here throw you to the sun. A little courtesy, even though, he paused. Wait, cute? Duh. She said flatly. You're smoking, Broseph. Did I ever tell you green is my favorite color? Really? The gnome suddenly bit Cammy's hand. He was released, and he scurried away. But Izuku and Cammy, now angry, chase after him. It bounced off the walls between alleys. Geez, that gnome thing is quick. Izuku comments. He and Cammy were actually losing ground. Now would probably be a good time to use that super strength, Cammy states. Red alert. Red alert. I don't know how to use this quirk. Nana speaks. Okay. Just focus, and you'll. Or don't. N said. Because you aren't ready. Your limbs will blow off if you try. Then what do I do? Izuku screamed internally as the gnome was gaining more distance. N speaks. Hey, 2. Your quirk is perfect for this. Give. No, N sighed. 3. No, you 2 are as useful as always. Nana interjects. My quirk won't help here. I think yours will be best, Daigoro. You got it, Daigoro said. Black Whip is coming in hot. 9. Black Whip. Dark energy shot out of Izuku's ring finger and toward the gnome, wrapping it up and stopping him. Izuku and Cammy finally catch up. Cammy stared at Izuku, making him flinch. There's something about the lack of super strength you just showed that makes me think your quirk isn't super strength. She poked him in the face. Were you capping earlier, slime? Izuku could feel Yoichi recoil violently. What? No, I don't know what that was or what this is. He gestures to Black Whip. I guess out of desperation, whatever this is awakened. Cammy backed up. I guess that makes sense. Wacky quirks and all that. Now then, Izuku freed the gnome's mouth. Give Cammy her phone back, or I'll break your legs. Never. The gnome said. We gnomes are all powerful, and once we decipher your human technology, we'll take over this dumb. Another strand of Black Whip appeared from Izuku's hand and grabbed the gnome's left leg. You get one more chance. Give Cammy her phone. Izuku glared. Now. The gnome froze up. I don't have it, really? Izuku and Cammy asked ominously, Black Whip beginning to pull the gnome's leg out of place. Honest, I don't have it. Our queen took a liking to it and kept it on her after we commandeered it. Stole. Cammy corrected. You stole it. You stole my phone, and your stupid wench of a queen is using it. How did you even get my password? First of all, language, human. Secondly, you kept your code in that ugly phone case. Ugly? Cammy, cool it. Izuku said. So, what's your queen's name? Maple. Maple, nice name, nice name. Thank you, human. She'll appreciate the compliment. You're welcome. Anyways, where is your, hideout? I figured it'd be something else, but yeah, that. Where is it? Izuku broke his leg, and he muffled his screams with Black Whip. The gnome points north. See? Was that so hard? Cammy and Izuku head north, supposedly where the gnome's base and Cammy's phone were. Along the way, Izuku noticed Cammy was staring at something. What's up? Nothing. True is, she was staring at Black Whip. She wouldn't admit it, but certain ideas involving the quirk were running wild in her head. To their surprise, the gnome actually told the truth about the hideout. It was within a glade with usually bright trees. Each of them had large glowing bright cyan spots. It almost hurt to look. I don't think I've ever seen greenery like this, Cammy said in awe. Well, not greenery, since there's a whole lot of blue around these parts. Blue airy? No, that's stupid. While she spoke, Izuku felt a little off. He looked at a particularly weird tree. It was suspiciously normal looking, and there was a weird and almost invisible hole in it. He paid that tree no mind as he and Cammy approached Queen Maple, who was an old and quite human woman. Maple stood up from her rocky throne, popping her back. A duo of sorts happened upon my domain? This travesty won't. Blah blah blah, shut up. Cammy said rudely. Give my phone back so I can my homie's digits before I personally break yours. Homie? Never, Maple roared. As queen of the gnomes and future ruler of the world, this treasure is all mine. Cammy and Izuku gave each other a look. Maple was way out of touch if she referred to a phone as treasure. Izuku threw the gnome trapped in Black Whip at Maple, hitting her in the face. Ow! She against her throne, harshly grabbing the gnome. Shmebulus's Q locked the 39th. How could you get captured by those two? Before she could continue on with her crazed rants, Izuku picked her up into the air with Black Whip, rummaging through her pockets until he found Cammy's phone. Cammy bounced as Black Whip handed it to her. My baby, Cammy screeched, hugging her phone and twirling around as Izuku threw Maple back onto her throne. Listen, Izuku said to the gnomes. I don't know you, but I'm willing to bet you stole some other stuff as well. Return everything to their rightful owners, or I'll break your legs. Just like I did to Schmegulus. Maple gulped. It's actually... Izuku glared at her. Maple and her gnomes went running, scattering across the glade. Black whips were sinded into his hand. All in a day's work. Izuku said proudly, now I can finally go home, and... Cammy pounced on him in a flash, pushing him to the ground and kissing him just Kanoko did, except a lot rougher. And just like with Kanoko, Izuku and Cammy felt a pleasant jolt through their systems, like a phone turning on after reaching 100% battery. A few seconds later, she sat up but was still boldly sitting on him. Reward number 1 for saving my phone. Number 2. She hands it to him. My companionship. Yeah, we'll go with that. I don't mean to burst your bubble, but I have companionship with someone else. Kinda. Did this, someone else, confirm your companionship? She kissed me after I went on an adventure with her, kinda like what you just did. This gives Cammy an idea. Her and Kanoko could relate to an extent, and if she felt the same jolt she did, doing this would make even more sense. The Bible says love thy neighbor, I think. And I think I wanna love my neighbors. And? Izuku asked. You know what a polycule is? Right after asking them, a deafening sound rung throughout the entire forest. Cammy and Izuku clutched their heads in pain, and it faded away seconds later. 9? Nana said. Whatever that sound was, it tried altering your mind. One for all, being as goated as it is, warded off the effects. Yoichi said pridefully. Goated? You aren't a goat, Yoichi. You're dead, but not brain dead. En chided, causing Yoichi to sigh heavily. Okay. Are you alright, Cammy? She shook off the pain and smiled. I totes ate that, Midoriya. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief. Now then, back to polycules. A certain woman from 1HPSC watched Izuku and Cammy walk out of the gnome's glade from her desk and through a laptop. And just like that, normalcy is secured. That memory erasure tech was the best thing I ever discovered. Little did she know, Izuku's memories were just fine. She sighed. I can't keep doing this. This balancing act is getting old. I know what to do, but the how is what's bugging me. She puts away her laptop and brings out a large and very old parchment from a secret compartment of her desk, spreading it out in front of her. How do I kill you and rid the world of your weirdness? In the center of the parchment was a depiction of a triangle dressed in a top hat and bow tie. He was surrounded by 10 scratched out symbols. Jingle all the way. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Izuku, Komori, and Cammy were at the quiet residence of Kanoko. More specifically, in her room. Izuku sat on the floor next to Cammy, and Komori sat upon her bed. What? Komori said, stunned. You shouldn't have worded it like that, Cammy. Huh? She raised an eyebrow. I worded it just fine? No, you didn't. You just said, hey, let's share this random guy, and left it at that. Now I didn't say that. I said, hey, Muscles here helped us both, and we both obviously like him, so let's, place nice. And such. I'd never do this with some random guy. Still, I don't think suddenly dropping this on her was the right move. What, would you rather string her along for weeks on end? I've seen plenty of shows get ruined by grotesque triangles, and I'd rather avoid that, thanks. Triangles? Izuku asked. Love triangles. You know what they are. You say a lot of unusual things, Cammy. Grotesque triangles could mean many things when coming out of your mouth. Hey, Komori, despite her interest, had to cut through their bickering. Okay, look. I happen to be romantically fond of Midoriya. But we haven't made it official. On top of that, I've only known him for a few days. And outside of literally saving my life, I can't be certain that it would work out in the end. Point is, I'm not attached to him enough to be offended by the polycule offer, Utsushimi. Just call me Cammy. My bad, she said. Anyways, I've always been curious, so I'll accept your sharing offer just to see how it goes. You're curious, huh? I like that. Now that that's out of the way, Izuku took out a large red, new-looking journal. On its hard cover was a large dirty golden circle surrounded by 8 mini circles. I'd like to see that mushroom again, Komori. That thing? Why? because I want to document it in this journal I made. At first, I thought that Mushroom having a quirk-like ability was just some weird one-off incident. But after those gnomes and that strange glowing glade, I think there's something bigger at play here. Izuku placed it down and unveiled a black marker, numbering the journal as the first of its kind. I want to keep up and document every anomaly I come across, seeing as no one else seems to notice them. Gnomes? Cammy asked, confused. Izuku answered casually. Yeah. The ones that stole your phone, anyway. What gnomes? Izuku raised an eyebrow, as did Komori. The ones that stole your phone, Cammy. I threw one at their queen before taking your phone back from her. Queen? What are you talking about? Komori, Izuku, and the vestiges were speechless. Cammy looked worried. Bro. Did I forget something? Why do you think you're here, Cammy? Izuku asked. Well, you helped me get my phone back yesterday, and you're cute. Thank you. And what, or who, do you think I helped you get your phone back from? Cammy thinks, but she freezes. Why can't I remember? It's like it's right there, but it isn't. Okay. Relax. Izuku said. I'll figure this out and get your memories back somehow. So, whatever that sound in the glade was wiped Cammy's memory of gnomes specifically. Do you think that was a defensive measure created by them? Daigoro inquired. No, Izuku said. Something like that in its testing stages sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Plus, they could have used a safer, more concentrated, and more consistent means of erasing memories instead since it was only two of us. Like a memory gun or something. So someone else put that there, Kudo states, and since it erases memories, it makes sense that the gnomes never removed it or even seemed to know about it. And whoever put it there doesn't want anyone knowing gnomes exist for whatever reason, Bruce said. My bets are on the government being at fault. No, it's fine. Cammy said. I trust you. If you say we retrieved my phone by beating up some thieving gnomes, then I believe you. Memory be damned. I'm still gonna go back to that glade and look into the thing that wiped your memory since it didn't affect me somehow. Izuku said, but before that, the mushroom. Asterisk. DANGERSHROOM. A medium-sized glowing red mushroom. Upon making physical contact with it, a mysterious virus-like compound will enter the body, which will, through unknown means, either draw or create danger for the person who touches it. Examples of danger are as follows. Collisions with heavy vehicles such as cars and semi-trucks. Collisions with sharp objects, falling into holes. Potential collisions with objects in motion, such as baseballs. It isn't clear how danger shrooms do this or if their effects are contagious due to the circumstances in which a friend and I discovered it. I theorize that these fungi have small-scale reality-bending properties. With that aside, there is a way to cure this effect should it be caught, but this method isn't reliable. If the infected has a quirk that allows the generation of certain substances, such as spores, then it is possible that the danger-attracting compound in one's body can be cleared through quirk usage. But this isn't guaranteed. And as of writing this, there isn't a surefire way to be cured should you touch the danger shroom. The best course of action to take against this fungus is to simply avoid it at all costs. Asterisk. That was Izuku's first ever entry in Journal 1. He even drew the danger shroom on the page. Hey, that's pretty good, Nana said. Good is a strong word. Kudo states flatly. It treads the razor-thin line between burning my eyes and not. But hey, it's passable. So you hate my existence and refused to help me out by giving me your quirk, but you're sitting in my head and critiquing my art skills? Yes. Do he and the other rude guy have mute buttons? Izuku asked. Unfortunately not. Daigoro said. I was hoping number 2 would find it if I annoyed him with puns about his quirk enough, but he failed. Darn. Izuku writes his next entry. Asterisk. Gnomes. Small humanoid creatures with a tendency to steal from humans. From my experience, they aren't a threat at all. A quirk with any amount of combative potential will be able to best even a group of them even if one is alone. But should you find a gnome base, don't approach it alone. Bring a group of friends with weaponry or even the police along if needed. Completely unremarkable creatures. Asterisk. After that was done, he returned to Komori and Cammy, preparing to return to the glade to find clues that would point him to restoring Cammy's memory. He walked in on Kanoko sitting on her lap. Hey, Izu, Cammy said. Yeah? If you return with another cute girl you gave tingles to, I'll treat you how I'm treating Komori here. Cammy lightly scratches Kanoko's hair. Got it, Izuku responds, leaving the house and heading in the direction of the glade. We should talk about those tingles the way, Hikage said. He speaks, Yoichi and Daigoro said. What's there to talk about? Nana asked. They haven't affected us yet. 9 is no weaker, and we aren't any stronger. Yeah, but who knows what's going on with the girls? And if it isn't some dormant quirk, then perhaps whatever has pulled on us twice is connected to. Izuku interrupts. If you say it's Inko again. There is no hard evidence that isn't her. Nor that it is. I'll keep bringing this up until you listen. Fantastic. On his way there, he saw something peculiar. A girl in an alley crouching and staring at something on the ground before instantly disappearing into thin air. Hero mode activates, and Izuku rushed to where she was, looking around for the girl and finding no signs she was ever there. What the hell was that? A villain? Nana guessed. Or it's another one of those weird anomalies. Daigoro adds. Kudo hums. I have nothing snarky to add to this. Thank God. Izuku said under his breath. Just kidding. She was looking down, so you tried looking down as well. I thought that was obvious. Izuku around the ground until he finds a strange gray pattern. It was hard to see, but it looked like the solar system. Daigoro snorts. Yeah, draw on the ground in some alley instead of on a canvas or something. That'll get people's attention. Did she touch it? Izuku asked as he touched it, and he instantly disappeared as well. He blinked, looking around and finding nothing but darkness and stars. Stars? Every vestige and Izuku asked in unison. Okay, so I win. It was an anomaly. Now, where are we? Daigoro said. Izuku turned pale as he looked downward once again. A rock foreign to Earth was everywhere. No. Everyone said, horrified. Izuku looks back. An Earth-like planet was behind him. I'm on the moon. The moon. En said in a stunned tone. The moon. Even Kudo was floored. The fucking moon. The fucking moon. No, I'm done. Goodbye, everyone. I am not doing this anymore. Izuku heard him walk away, his footsteps fading by the second. Good riddance. Nana muttered. The footsteps, at a much faster pace, returned. I have decided to remain, Kudo said plainly. Nana groaned. I noticed that I'm breathing just fine, Izuku said. He shoots a long strand of Blackwhip into the air, it fades into the distance. This is real. We're on the moon. And whatever brought me here is also allowing us to breathe, Izuku said. Can you speak? Nana asked. Wow. Woo. Words? Yes. Izuku answered. Well, if there's an entrance, there's an exit. Maybe if you find that same pattern, you'll be able to return to Earth. Hikage says. Stay diligent and be on high alert. Don't you have a quirk that can do that for you? En asked his fellow vestige. Yeah, he answered flatly. Izuku raised an eyebrow. So. His head suddenly begins hurting. The pain fluctuates between complete agony and mild discomfort before fading entirely. Danger sense. You're welcome. Thanks. What just happened earlier? Are you sure you want to know? Hikage asked. Yes? Well, danger sense is a self-explanatory quirk. It senses danger in your vicinity. So am I in danger right now? No, actually, I'm not quite sure why it activated just now. But it'll activate again if there's a threat nearby. But don't rely on it too much. Your built-in senses are more important to your safety than my quirk. Stay alert. Got it. Izuku walks around the moon. Something he never thought he would do in his entire life. His eyes were locked onto the ground, and the other vestiges were helping him look as well. Acting as extra eyes by sticking their bodies out of his and looking. They were so focused on the ground that they didn't even notice what was in front of them. Izuku bumped into someone. The vestiges retreated into Izuku's body as both he and the other person fell on their asses. Huh? They said in unison, looking up at each other. It was the same girl he saw in the alley. Izuku just now notices her large horns. Is he gonna keep meeting girls like this? Bruce asked. I hope so. Yoichi answered. You? They said at the same time, standing up quickly. The lack of gravity almost took them into the air. Okay, breathe. They both took a breath, calming themselves. What's your name, fellow moon dweller? Izuku joked. I is Pony. Pony Tsunotori, Pony said in broken Japanese. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Do you speak English primarily? She nods rapidly. I may listen rusty, but this should be better. Izuku learned English in his younger years because All Might could speak it fluently. Thank God, Pony said clearly. If we get back to Japan, I'll help spruce up your English. Only if you let me help you with your Japanese. Deal. They bumped elbows and the high-fived. Together, hand in hand, they explored the moon. An unbelievable sentence. You know, quirks are cool and all, but I wish humanity never got stagnated by them. I'd take space exploration over superpowers any day, Yoichi said. Without quirks, there'd be no All for One, which is good. But without quirks, a lot less lives would have been saved, and less previously unsolvable cases would never have been solved, Kudo says. Everything is a double-edged sword. Quirks, weapons, and space exploration. Bruce said. Who knows? With how big the universe is, had quirks never appeared and we kept advancing, we probably would have bumped into eldritch space creatures at some point. Aliens would probably be more bug-like than god-like, N said. It's funny. Izuku says. In the end, humans got the short end of both sticks. Every problem that comes with quirks existing and every problem had they never appeared, such as the gnomes and danger shrooms, wherever those came from. Hey, Pony says. I don't think I got your name. Izuku Midoriya, he said. Oh, and what's your quirk? Knowing what I'm working with in unknown territory would be nice. Horn cannon. I don't think I need to say any more. So, your horns are projectiles. I assume they can regenerate, but using what? Maybe that one hair thing everyone has. Keratin isn't just a hair thing, Pony said, pouting. But my horns do regenerate using keratin, which is why everything I have has some in it. My shampoo, my food, etc. Huh. If you use keratin as much as I think you do, then it's unsurprising that you have better hair than me. Don't beat yourself up, Pony said before grinning. I have better hair than everyone, but... They suddenly pick up on a piano being played. That must mean someone else is here. Izuku and Pony rush toward the noise and hear someone singing. Don't know where. Izuku and Pony slow down as they see the being. Don't know when. They were terrified at the clearly inhuman entity. Oh, I know we'll meet again. Izuku and Pony approached with caution. Some sunny huh? The creature stopped and looked directly at them. Wow, visitors, it said, appearing before them. Pony nearly fell on her back, but Izuku kept her up. It's been quite a while since I've had people come up here, he said, sounding a little too friendly. Who are you? Izuku asked, guarding Pony. Your resident centuries-old muse and geometric, Bill Cipher, he tips his hat. Muse? Pony asked. Once every 100 years, I pick one genius to inspire. My best work by far was Einstein. He was a great guy. May God rest his soul. We touched a pattern on the ground and ended up here with you. It's obvious you made those, so can you return us to Earth? Pattern. Bill thinks, and his glowing triangle body changes images to reflect his thoughts. Then he reverts to normal. Oh, those. I thought I had gotten rid of them all, my bad. Izuku doesn't ask for more context, so you can get us back? Bill pauses for an awkward amount of time. Izuku stared at Bill while Pony quietly got behind him. Of course. He snapped his fingers, and a medium-sized drawing of Earth appeared on the ground. Happy travels. Izuku raises an eyebrow. This felt too easy. Bill Cipher was the first intelligent anomaly Izuku encountered that actually seemed threatening, or at least he could be one if he wanted to. He suspected that he was lying to them the entire time. In any case, Izuku picked up a few moon rocks just in case it was a weakness of Bill's and touched the mark on the ground with Pony. And like that, they were gone. Bill was alone. Bill was still. And above all else, he was angry. He turned into a three-segmented, three-dimensional and viciously mutated pyramid before screaming in rage. Those stupid kids didn't even ask any questions. And that green one? Izuku Midoriya appeared in his singular eye. Why does he feel familiar? He shrugs. That doesn't matter. Once I finally trick some idiot into getting me off this stupid moon, I'm wiping Japan off the map first and foremost. All I need is the right person to find a seal on the ground, touch it, and bend the knee to my charms. Something whispers to him. Huh? Whar's it? It whispered again. Huh? He's Inko's son. That makes sense. Wait, Inko is that one idiot, right? The one who somehow. It whispers. Yeah, I know. After all of the effort it took to throw your freak twin into the theraprism, the thought of one mortal ruining everything is. Bill stops. Well, things will end up fine. Once I'm free, that is. Pony and Izuku returned where they were, and they carefully walked out of the alley. Izuku still had the moon rocks he grabbed, meaning it wasn't a dream or an illusion. We really were on another planet. Izuku gave one of the moon rocks to Pony. Wow. You know, before all of that happened, I was just on a leisurely walk, and now I think I'm traumatized. Well, you want to continue your walk with me? I was actually heading to this glade I found with a friend. Why do you pause on the last part? Pony asked straight up. Izuku thinks before answering, deciding to just be honest. I'm polyamorous. I'm still not really sure what to call my two friends yet. And telling people I have multiple friends makes me sound pretentious. And I'm only telling you this because we went to the moon and back together, so I trust you won't tell anyone. Pony smiled. Poly, huh? That makes this easier. She kissed him on the cheek. At which point, they were hit by a pleasant jolt. For Izuku, this was his third time. I was gonna try shooting my shot with someone when my first year at UA started, but I honestly don't think I'll come across a better introduction to someone than what I had with you. She is kinda right in that regard. And said, I can't imagine just moving on from someone and never seeing them again after having a personal adventure on another planet with them. If that's what you want, why don't we head to that glade I mentioned earlier together? Sounds like a cool first date to me. It ended up falling flat. The glade was gone, burnt to a cinder. The trees resembled burnt twigs more than anything. What the hell? Izuku and Pony said thankfully. There were people in brightly colored vests here and attempting to restore the greenery. Those gnomes probably burned it down. Daigoro said. Either them or whoever planted that memory erasure device. Well, this didn't pan out too well. I'm sorry, Pony. Sorry, don't be. Helping others in general is what makes a hero. And you protected me from that triangle guy and helped me get home. So you're my hero, Izuku Midoriya. They smiled at each other. Now let's be someone else's heroes, okay? Let's. They had fun helping in the restoration of forest life. Chapter end notes. Pony Tsunotori has been added to the party. Bottomless grid chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chikuchi Togaike was always a Debbie Downer, as her parents said. She was a spirit of negativity that never had high expectations of others, not even herself. This gave her former middle school classmates and teachers a bad impression of her. Her parents had a habit of asking her really uncomfortable questions that Chikuchi never had the mental will to simply ignore. For example, they'd ask if she made any school friends. Or if she had a boyfriend yet. Her quirk wasn't anything impressive either. It was dubbed Flash Grenade by her 4-year-old self and her quirk doctor. She could generate a somewhat strong flash of light that appeared for about a second. She rarely used it and probably never would due to its mediocrity. She deeply hated the average, mind-numbing life she led and everyone in it. She knew she was lucky to have a quirk in the first place, but it was still torture. She just wanted to be left alone and to be rid of everything and everyone who annoyed her, but she had to wait until she graduated from A and acquired a nice amount of money to leave everything behind. She liked money. The more money she had, the happier she became. Her parents had plenty, but they were so aggravating to talk with that she never asked for any. Because then she'd have to talk to them more. Once she had enough, she would learn English and move to Hawaii. She heard it was a nice place, but there was also Italy and their incredible food. She had a vision, and she wouldn't let it escape her. All she needed to do was get through UA, make tons of money, start a business, and do whatever she pleased with her riches. Ow. She felt something akin to a bug bite. She was on a walk to gain a new perspective, unknowingly traversing the same place the sludge villain attacked and temporarily captured Bakugo, and didn't see any bugs around. What was that? Did some dumbass shoot me with a fucking BB gun or something? She wasn't in the mood for this. She moved on with her day, and if she was bit, shot, whatever again, she'd beat ass. She had no plans to return to the house anytime soon. Her parents and the condescending way they spoke annoyed her to no end. She walked around for hours, occasionally stopping for a break and even picking up some snacks. Chikuchi just now notices the time. It was pretty dark out. Geez. How long was I walking? Whatever. I suppose I should get home now. If nothing else, I'll at least enjoy all this exquisite junk food. She begins the trip home. You should eat healthier, young lady, Chikuchi said, mocking her dad and imitating him perfectly before reverting to her normal voice. And you should leave me alone. Why were you out so late without calling or texting us? She imitated her mom perfectly as well before talking normally. Oh yeah. Here's a question. Why are you such an annoying fucking? And then something slammed into her legs. Chikuchi looked down. A child with white hair, a horn, and wearing rags was clinging to her. What the? She knelt. Hey, are you okay, Eri? Chikuchi looked up. A bird-masked man with short brown hair approached. As soon as he noticed Chikuchi, his tone changed. Why are you running around out here at night? It isn't safe. The man stepped closer, and Chikuchi, a little on edge, picked Eri up. I'm glad my daughter bumped into a nice young lady like you instead of a creep. Now, hand her over, please. She sighed. Your daughter scared the hell out of me. Despite how creepy he felt, Chikuchi did believe he was actually the father of this child and thus began to hand her over. But Chikuchi noticed the terror on Eri's face, as well as her. Clinging to her shirt. Long ago, Chikuchi wanted to be a hero. But that dream died when her quirk ended up being useless. She wanted so badly to hand the girl over and move on with her life. But that dormant hero side, reigniting like a flame, wouldn't allow her. Whether it was bravery or stupidity, she didn't know. Her body moved on its own, running away as fast as she could from the man. I got you, Chikuchi said. You're safe now, Will. A sharp pain hits her chest. Her arms failed her, and she dropped Eri to the ground. She felt cold. So cold. Her vision darkened as she hit the concrete, her eyes directed into the night. Sky. Eri was screaming, and she stood over Chikuchi, mouthing something along the lines of, I'm sorry, repeatedly. The bird-masked man appeared, standing her Chikuchi with a bored and disappointed expression. If you're gonna be stupid in your next life, invest in becoming a little faster as well, child. He picked up Eri, who, like a drone, obediently allowed him to do so. Chikuchi died as she lived most of her life, cold and alone, unknowingly having been brutally impaled on a concrete spike. What the hell? Chikuchi looked around. What was that? A dream? She was back where she had been before. No, it was too vivid to be a dream. It felt so real, and so terrifying. She thinks back to Eri and the Birdman. Whoever he was, he killed her. There was no doubt about that. But how? Did he shoot her? That didn't matter. Whatever he did, she didn't want to happen again. She initially thinks about just taking another path home, but if whatever just happened was a premonition of sorts, she couldn't leave that child alone with that man and sleep properly. It would haunt her forever. And if it had really happened, and if she truly had been killed and mysteriously brought back, then perhaps this was a chance to do things properly. Eri bumps into her, and the bird-masked man appears, saying the same thing he said before. Chikuchi's eyes glowed white. Flash grenade. Ow. A strong blast of light hits the man's eyes, blinding him temporarily and causing immense eye pain. You putrid little. Chikuchi picked up Eri and ran as fast as she could, but she made the mistake of running in a straight path again, figuring her quirk would be in effect long enough for her to get away. She looked back. The ground was cracking beneath her, and a deadly wave of spikes approached fast. Chikuchi was far from an athlete, and she had no plans on ever being such. Her running form was awful, and her generally unhealthy diet of fast food and snacks didn't do her any favors. She dies again. This time, Eri was pierced through the chest just like Chikuchi was. That confirmed it. Somehow, every time I die, I get sent back in time to a few moments prior. She was terrified, and she felt the pain of each death linger briefly before fading. But she felt an uncharacteristic sense of hero-like grit form in her being. She wanted to save Eri, and she wouldn't give up no matter the pain she went through. It was an unusual but welcome feeling. Third time's the charm. Eri bumps into her. Birdman speaks. Chikuchi used her quirk and books it. This time, she took a more complex path away from the villain, cutting through alleys until she ended up on a different street. Chikuchi was tired, but her adrenaline carries her away. She planned to hide next to a dumpster with Eri, but before she could do it, she tripped, cutting her leg on a rusty metal rod embedded in a wall and accidentally falling on Eri. Sorry. She quickly gets up, but her leg is suddenly blown clean off. Chikuchi bit on her sleeve, suppressing her screams of agony as the bird-masked man crept closer. Chikuchi backed away, dragging herself and her bloody, bisected leg across the ground and keeping eye contact with the man, viciously glaring at him and keeping Eri behind her. Sorry is exactly what you are. He said. I wish I could kill all of you diseased rats like I will to you. But the Yakuza can't be renowned if there is no one to bout it. His hand drew closer to her face. Goodbye. Her body exploded, blood and viscera covering Eri completely. Chikuchi shuddered. Being exploded wasn't pleasant despite how instantaneous it is. Oh okay. A few things. The bird guy's Yakuza, his quirk is contact-based and will kill me instantly, and he thinks I'm diseased? Is he referring to my quirk? But his goals weren't important, his quirk was. The more she learned, the better her odds of survival were. Think, Chikuchi. I was impaled twice and exploded, what is his quirk? Her first guess was a form of contact-based matter manipulation, but she needed to be sure, was it truly contact-based or not? Eri arrives. Birdman spits bullshit. Flash grenade, escape. This time, Chikuchi made noise by throwing a rock into one shop before booking across the street and hiding with Eri in a small convenience store. A decoy. The clerk was confused, but Chikuchi ignored him as she and Eri watched the bird guy enter the store she used as a decoy. Sorry. Chikuchi quickly said, leaving the store through the back exit and running further. As she ran and ran, Chikuchi looked to the little girl in her arms. I need information. Who is that guy, and what does he want? What's his name? The girl gulped. His name is Kei Chisaki. Or Overhaul. Thank you. Hikuchi said. You're brave. You must have been stuck with him a long while, but don't worry, you. As she left an alley and arrived on a new street, she and Eri were suddenly trapped in concrete. Kai whistles as he slowly walks in front of the pair. Silently, he took Eri. She whimpered quietly in his arms. Chikuchi struggled to gain freedom and couldn't. Can you believe how gullible some people are? He taunted. I told the clerk in that store you actually went in that you had kidnapped Eri, and he spilled everything. He chuckled under his mask, but I'll admit, you're pretty clever for a diseased little monkey. And your quirk, if trained, could be useful in battle. Chikuchi saw an opportunity and took it since she was gonna die in the end anyway. Dazed? What do you mean? And what the hell is this quirk? Well, since you're gonna die in the end anyway, I may as well indulge your curiosity. He explains everything. The Hasaikai, his quirk, what his end goal was, and the part Eri would play. Chikuchi was furious. Okay. Just one more question. Chikuchi said with her head down, feigning surrender. Oh, she suddenly looked up and spat in his face. Go to hell. Kai wiped his face. Interesting last words, monkey. He made contact with the concrete encasing her, making Eri watch as he crushed her to death. These deaths were starting to wear on Chikuchi, but she remained strong. If I bust up his hands, his quirk factor will be damaged, and his quirk will hopefully become unusable. She pats herself down, checking herself for anything she could use. All she had on her was a pen. I can probably stab him with this, but Chikuchi briefly faced the possibility of having to kill someone. It sickened her, but after being killed by Kai so many times, some part of her genuinely wanted him to die. This is gonna suck, but I need to know if there are any police stations nearby I can get to. And so began a spree of horrible deaths, most of them consisting of her being impaled. She went as far as she could in every direction, trying desperately to find the police. After being killed 19 times, she succeeds. But there was another problem. She tried getting there a few more times after that 19th death but always died before she could reach it. But during these attempts, she would always just blind Kai and run as fast as she could with Eri. But she had a pen, and stabbing him with it could buy her some more time. On her 30th try, she blinds Kai with her quirk and stabs him in the eye before grabbing Eri and booking it. Come on. Come on, I don't think I can take much more of this. This has to work. This has, too. She arrives, bursting into the police station and alerting the group of cops there. You have to help me. This child is a hostage of a guy named Overhaul. He's a villain wearing a bird mask, white gloves, a green jacket with purple fur, and... Hey, slow down. One of the cops knelt in front of her. You're safe now, okay? Eat those snacks in your bag, and once you've cooled off and we bring in a specialist, then you can tell us your situation, okay? Chikuchi nods. A few of the cops go outside to guard the station as Chikuchi and Eri were taken to a comfortable office. Finally, Chikuchi tears up, hugging Eri. She hugs her back. That stupid bird bastard is gone. She and Eri ate the snacks she bought together. During the questioning period, which was done by a detective named Naomasa, Eri clung to her the entire time. And then a flurry of giant spikes destroyed the entire station, killing everyone inside. Before Chikuchi died, she saw Eri being skewered alive. Kai appeared, down an eye and up on. Anger. He destroyed Eri before reconstructing her, bringing her back to life. Anger overtakes her. Chikuchi silently picked up Eri with one arm. Kai, believing he'd get her back, smiled under his mask. Flash grenade. And then he was blinded. Turns out, Chikuchi's quirk got a little stronger over her past deaths due to high usage. But she doesn't think about that. She puts Eri down. She took her pen and stabbed Overhaul in his eye. His gloves shredded off of his hands, and he attempted to touch her, but she saw through this with ease. She remodded her pen and stabbed Kai's other eye. She spun behind him, avoiding his hands and winding her arm back. Channeling all of her suppressed rage, she stabbed Kai in the back of his neck, instantly paralyzing him. Not so tough without your hands, are you, ugly? Chikuchi said bitterly. She spat on his paralyzed body. There was no way for him to kill her this time, but just to be safe, she found the rusty metal rod she cut her leg on in a previous life and stabbed both of Kai's palms twice. She threw it to the side. Fuck you. I'd like to kill you, but what happens to you is up to the police. They'll definitely know who you are, Mr. Yakuza. She wiped her hands and walked away, gesturing for Eri to follow her. Seeing as she didn't have a choice, she does so. But not before kicking Overhaul in the head. Chikuchi walks into her home. Her mom and dad rushed her, scaring Eri, who hid behind Chikuchi's leg. Noticing the weird look on her face and the child, they obviously had questions. What happened to you? Ms. Togaik asked. I paralyzed a villain who kidnapped this one. Chikuchi flatly pointed to Eri, who nervously waved. She's staying here for now. But Chikuchi glared at her father, who shrunk and quickly nodded. His daughter vehemently hated this, but if it allowed her to keep Eri, she would disregard it. She puts her bag of goods in the fridge and went to her room, turning on the lights and going into her closet, pulling out a futon and large blanket for Eri. She turned off the lights and got into bed. Good night. Eri tucks herself in. She was afraid to make Chikuchi more annoyed and angry than she already clearly was, so she doesn't voice her worries about the possibility of more Kai's mooks coming to take her. Around an hour of falling in and out of sleep due to death-related nightmares later, neither could fall back to sleep. Chikuchi blinked. Are you awake? Yeah, I can't sleep, Eri said meekly. Chikuchi sits up, opening up her blanket. Come on. Come here and sleep with me. Eri obliges. Strangely, both of them found it much easier to sleep when they had someone else. Chikuchi hugs her, and Eri hugs her back. They fell asleep almost instantly. Chikuchi grabbed toothbrush and then looked around for another one for Eri. Thankfully, there were a few spares still in their packages. In the bathroom, Chikuchi annihilated the germs in her mouth. Eri pauses, looking at Chikuchi for a few seconds before brushing her teeth as well, copying her technique. Afterward, both washed their faces and took turns bathing. In front of a mirror, Chikuchi sat and did Eri's hair. A few minutes later, the little girl had a bun. Like it? Chikuchi asked. Eri nods. Today, they were going out to the supermarket. Chikuchi wanted to pick up Eri's favorites. They traversed there in disguises, both wearing sunglasses and bucket hats that hid their identities well. So, Chikuchi held up Eri, showing her a smorgasbord of fruits and vegetables. Anything here you like here? Eri looks around before pointing at the apples. A lot of apples were bought. There was cereal, treats, and other things. Most of which were mainly for Eri. Chikuchi didn't feel like getting herself anything today. On their way out, someone almost bumps into them. "Oh, my bad," Izuku said. Chikuchi doesn't respond, going on as if it hadn't happened. "Wait." She stops and turns. "What?" Izuku looks at her, tilting his head. But not to look at Eri, but at something else. "Can you come here for a second?" Chikuchi's entire outlook on life itself changed thanks to how many times she died. In her eyes, she could just kill herself and avoid this guy next time if he ends up being a criminal or something. "Yeah," she said, getting a little closer. "There's something on your neck. Hold still." "What?" Izuku swiftly tore something off of her neck. "Ow." "What?" And then she saw it. It looked like a small silver-ish metallic ladybug. On its back were two small glowing triangles pointed and fused into each other, making an hourglass of sorts. "What the heck is that?" she asked. "I dunno." Izuku puts it in a jar, and the strange bug ran around wildly, unable to escape. "It probably bit you, though. So, did anything out of the ordinary happen to you recently?" To Izuku's confusion, she just stared at him before dragging him somewhere. "Okay, this is happening," En said. "I honestly can't be bothered anymore." "What do you think that weird bug does?" Nana asked. Yoichi ponders. "Something time-related, I guess? It looks pretty futuristic, and that's saying something, coming from me." "I suppose time travel had to be figured out eventually," Izuku says. They went to Chikuchi's house. She dropped Eri and her groceries off. Eri did not like her leaving one bit, but she chose to just deal with it to avoid making Chikuchi angry. She would hole herself up in her room until she got back. "By the way, who was that?" "Eri, my little sister," Chikuchi answered. She dragged him to a park, sat him down, and spoke. "I died 31 times saving Eri from a villain named Overhaul." "Huh?" Izuku was almost speechless at her forwardness. "I don't care if you don't believe me, point is." No, I believe you. I was teleported to the moon with one of my—" Izuku paused. "God damn it." "One of your what?" "Don't worry about it. One of your what?" she asked more firmly. And if you lie, I'll punch you, even though we don't know each other." Izuku felt that this was sarcasm since danger sense wasn't going off. "My partners. My girlfriends. I'm still kinda confused about that. The point is, I'm dating 3 girls currently, and they're dating each other." Chikuchi hummed. "Somehow, I find that believable. What do you say to me, becoming number 4? She believed her time would be better spent with him than at home. And if she ended up hating them, she would just leave. Her quirk made sneaking away from someone quite easy. "What? Say yes." Yes. Good." She kissed him and was caught off guard by the shock that came after. "Now take me to the others." Izuku Midoriya. Chikuchi Togaike. Everyone convenes at Izuku's place. Pony was playing on her Nintendo Switch while Cammy was on her phone with Konoko. After becoming acquainted, the girls spoke as Izuku wrote entries in his journal, analyzing the bug. So, Cammy got very comfortable in Chikuchi's personal space, neither of them minded. "How'd you land our Izu, new girl?" "Time stuff." Chikuchi answered. "It's kind morbid. Some gnomes stole my phone. Izu and I got it back after beating them up." Cammy answered, smiling. "It was pretty fun." Pony raised her hand. "Izuku got me off the moon, and he protected me from a talking, morally ambiguous triangle." "Fascinating. I touched a mushroom that gave me a virus or whatever that drew danger to me," Konoko said. "Izuku helped me cure it, and now I kiss him occasionally. Funny coincidence. I plan on doing that as well if this goes well," Chikuchi says. "Speaking of, have any of you kissed him on the lips yet? Because I didn't." She was met with a chorus of no's. Then, Cammy went over to Izuku, picked up his face, and did it. For quite a long while. Izuku blinked, obviously surprised, but he went back to his journal. "There. Now why did you do that, Cammy?" Kanoko huffed. I was the first, so naturally, I. And then Cammy does the same to Kanoko for the same amount of time. So, she broke away. Was that enough Izuku for you? Kanoko answered by starting it up again, eventually laying on her back and allowing Cammy on top of her. Chikuchi sits against a wall, and Pony sits next to her. Are you alright? If my overall mood was graded, it'd be a D+. So, it's passable. Do you wanna talk about it? Pony asked. Instead of answering, Chikuchi spoke to Izuku. So is there gonna be a cap on girls? Or are you gonna catch 'em all? Izuku turned to her but made sure he could still see the time-traveling bug in the jar. My dad once said that the multiverse is contained within a Pokemon card, in the backpack of his friend named Dennis. Chikuchi raised an eyebrow, trying to ignore the sounds of Cammy and Kanoko still kissing in the background. And I'm not gonna go out of my way to reach this number, but 8 is the stopping point, Izuku said before turning back around. Chikuchi gave Pony a "what the hell was that first part?" expression. From what I know, his mom works a lot, and because of his school situation, he ended up being sort of lonely. This resonates with Chikuchi. Her loneliness, in a way, was entirely self-inflicted. Most people annoyed her, so she kept away. But Izuku? He never wanted that. If he did, she and the others wouldn't be here. Her middle school life was over, but high school could be another chance to make a better impression on others. As for her parents, she couldn't imagine a life where they were almost never around. Perhaps I should try being a little more positive when UA starts. In any case, she glomped onto Izuku and watched him scribble away in his journal. Izuku. Yeah? You're my boyfriend. That's correct. He pats her head and writes perfectly with one hand. And you're my girlfriend. That's the word he'd use from now on, and I'm glad we ended up together. Chikuchi returns home. Her parents were out working. She checks on Eri, and as soon as she enters her room, Eri tackles her with a hug. Sorry for being out so long, Eri, she said. Since her parents were out and they had keys, Chikuchi locked every door for safety purposes. She liked how things turned out. She always expected and only looked at the downsides in her life. Her quirk, parents, social status, etc. I'll look for more ups from now on. Chapter end notes. Journal entries. Solar pattern. A pattern etched into the ground that resembles the solar system. It's hard to notice even if you're in its vicinity. Do not touch it. If it's touched, you will be sent to the moon. You'll be able to breathe and speak, but good luck finding food and water on a lifeless rock. If a solar pattern is seen, just ignore it or cover it up without touching it. Bill Cipher. A bundle of questions with no answers. I encountered this one after being transported to the moon by a solar pattern, entry number 3. Do not trust him. Do not speak with him. Bill Cipher is a highly intelligent life form with the capacity to lie and has a distinct lack of organs. I deduce that he is a being of pure energy with no known weaknesses. Because of this, it is highly advised that, at all costs, you stay from him. I don't have an accurate read on his power, but if he truly is the creator of the solar patterns, an instantaneous transportation to the moon, then his power may be unfathomable. Time Morpher Beetle. A futuristic ladybug that, upon biting a human, sticks to them. As long as it remains, whenever their host dies for any reason, they'll be brought back in time to the period prior to their death. I have no way of proving or backing up these claims, as my girlfriend was the one who unfortunately experienced this instead of me. An interesting and possibly useful anomaly. Oh, come all ye faithful. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. UA has started, as did Shiketsu and all other hero schools in Japan. All of Izuku's girls went to their first days of their respective hero schools, but not before leaving him with a nice makeout session to remember. I just realized something, Daigoro said as Izuku brushed up on his journal entries. Yeah? Izuku asked. Do you have any plans on going to high school in general at some point? Until my mom steps in and makes me, no, fair, Daigoro says. And besides, I have a C-increte goal in mind now. A few, actually. And high school won't help me with those. And besides, if I get desperate, I can always turn to one of you guys. You've all been here for over a century. Double fair. And then he heard footsteps behind him. He was assigned by Chikuchi to watch her sister, Eri, for the day. Her parents had work and he had all the free time in the world. Eri hesitantly approached him, and when he turned to face her, she backed away. Even after having a good word sent in from Chikuchi, she was still kind of scared of him. "Something you need, Eri?" It's nothing," she squeaked. Izuku tried lightening her mood with a joke. It's nothing. Are you actually not gonna tell me? I was wondering if I could see what you're writing." "Are you sure?" he asked warily. "I'm not writing kids' stuff, you know. Everything in here is real." She nods. Izuku didn't have the heart to deny her. As she flipped through a few pages, Kudo speaks. "You should conceal some of the information in that thing with coded language or invisible ink or something. The latter would make updating information easier." Izuku ponders the idea. "You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It'd be a nice way for Eri and I to bond, at least." "Bill Cipher." Eri says. "Yup. For whatever reason, he's stuck on the moon. Pony and I were teleported up there by the solar patterns. It can be deduced that he has something to do with those existing." Eri looks back at his entry and at his depiction. Izuku was kind of unnerved by the way she just stared at it. "He looks funny," she said flatly. Her lack of a joyous expression made her statement less credible. Izuku smirked. "I guess he is funny looking, being a triangle with a hat and all." She kept looking at his entry. "Unfathomable power. You wanna go to the store with me? I'm picking myself up a few things for my journal, but I'll get you some stuff, too. It'd be better than sitting in the house all day lounging around." Eri quietly nods, handing his journal back to him. Her curiosity in regards to Bill and his power was etched into her mind now. The entire time, from the preparation to their trek to the store all the way to when they got there and were picking out stuff, her mind was on that mysterious being. Her experience with Overhaul led her mind to dark places, and her lack of proper help led her to a few conclusions. "I want Overhaul and the Shiketsu to disappear." She saw her big sister severely hurt and paralyze him, but he was still alive, rotting in Tartarus, but still alive. Same with the Shiketsu, except they were still operating. She didn't want them to exist anymore. Bill Cipher has the power to make the bad guys disappear. As Izuku picked up his invisible ink, Eri tugged on his arm. "Mr. Izuku. Can I go to the bathroom?" None the wiser, Izuku smiles. "Sure." Chikuchi found UA's general education course painfully boring. She knew she was being taught well, but its mundane nature bugged her. Her new classmates. Annoying. She tried to hold a brighter disposition, but they weren't making it easy. Most of them, especially some purple-haired and tired guy named Hitoshi something were bitter that they didn't get into the hero course. She didn't make friends with any of them, but that was fine. After all, she had Kanoko and Pony, who were in the hero course in Class 1B. And she got to eat with them during lunch, which was nice. "My class sucks," Chikuchi said bluntly. "They're all salty that they aren't in the hero course. They're already calling classes 1A and 1B, quote, annoying golden children, or something." Kanoko snickered. "They'll probably get mad at you for associating with us." "Like I care. Like she cares." Pony and Chikuchi spoke at the same time, stunning them mentally before Pony gestured to her. "Like I care." Chikuchi said proper. "I have 3 hot hero girlfriends and a smart boyfriend. Besides, this is UA. I'm not gonna get ostracized or whatever for having friends." "Hi." The 3 girls all jumped when a slightly older one suddenly appeared at their table. "Hey," Chikuchi said, trying to remain calm. Now that she was in the romantic situation she was in, she was a little more mentally open about her standards, per se. And the stranger sitting with them was beautiful, to say the least. Whoever this was, she was all smiles and probably wouldn't stop smiling for the duration she was here. "Fua Mawata. I'm in my 2nd year here at UA," she said, exuding an aura of tranquility. "Here to make peace with us newbies, huh? I can respect that." Chikuchi offers a hand. Chikuchi Togaike. "Put there." A round of handshakes later, and Fua speaks. "I am here to make peace with my juniors. But also for you, Togaike." "And why is that?" She tilts her head. "My quirk. It's a bit complex, but the gist of it is that it allows me to see and directly attack the negative energy in someone else's body in a number of ways. As for how that relates to you, she points to Chikuchi. You, my adorable friend, are overflowing with negative energy. More than most people I've ever seen. And given that most everyone with that amount of negative energy has thoughts of ending their own lives, this leads me to be concerned for you. Chikuchi sweats. Given my life prior to the Eri incident and the Eri incident itself, I can't say I'm surprised. I believe you, Mawata, but I feel fine. She cuts her off. If I had $1 for every time I heard that. Anyways, just leaving all of that negative energy in your body is bad for you. At some point in the future, you'll decline physically and mentally. I've seen it happen before, and it's bad, trust me. So here. Fuwa hands her a card with an address on it. Visit me after school. Your friends can come too if they'd like. I want to expunge all of that negative energy right out of you. Hey, Kanoko said. You said Chikuchi's got lots of negativity, right? What about us? Fuwa looked happier. I can't see any, and that makes you two look much prettier. You guys must have good people in your lives. They smiled, thinking of Izuku Midoriya. When Fuwa left, Chikuchi seethed. Did she just call me ugly? No, that's stupid. She just said they look prettier due to their non-existent negative energy. By extension, I would look prettier if my negative energy was removed. She fully intended to visit her later. Eri went into the girls' bathroom, and Izuku, as expected, waited outside. Because there was no one else in here, she was free to search for a solar pattern to get to the moon and Bill. Cipher. But there was none in here. She scoffed, washed and dried her hands, and then returned to Izuku. She never even needed the bathroom at all. Thank you. Don't thank me. Using the bathroom is a universal human right. On their way home, a particular vestige of Izuku's voices his concern. You aren't at all concerned about Eri's behavior? Hikage asks. I am. He answers. Eri is traumatized, and her shut-in, reserved nature is her way of coping. That in itself isn't good, but I have a feeling that's not what you're referring to. She was far too attentive when she saw Cipher's journal entry. We don't fully comprehend the danger he poses, but her understanding is worse than ours. Make sure she doesn't do anything drastic. You got it. Chikuchi, Kanoko, and Pony's first day at UA wasn't too bad. The latter two didn't hate their classmates, at least. Pony even went ahead and suggested a few girls they could get into the polycule, but Chikuchi was against this. Not because they were ugly or something, but because of Mawata. There was a chance some 1B girls could like Izuku, but approaching them now when they didn't know each other at all wasn't worth the effort. Later, perhaps. The girls called their parents and tell them they'd be coming home late visiting each other, and then went to the address Mawata gave them. It was a quaint yet modern place, her house. They entered and were met with Fuwa sitting on the couch and reading in an all-white casual outfit. Is this your house? Chikuchi asked. Yup. Why? Did you just give us your home address? You don't know us or what we'll do with it. Fuwa closed her book and stood calmly. To Chikuchi's confusion, she sauntered over. You're a special case, Togaike. She froze up as Fuwa cupped her face. And I want to take care of you. Kanoko and Pony snicker at Chikuchi's flustered face and at Fuwa's approach to helping her. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I'm yours. I mean that's not. Fuwa giggles. I know what you mean, now come here. Her body glows, and she brings Chikuchi to the couch to cuddle her. She was beneath her senior's body. Immediately, Chikuchi felt strangely better than she did 3 seconds ago. What's happening? Normally, people have a small amount of negative energy, enough for me to simply slap them on the back with positive energy and expel all of it. Sometimes, it takes multiple gentle hits. But for you, it'd probably take a few hundred. It'd be unpleasant for you and me, so I'm doing this instead. Geez. Chikuchi muttered. And against villains, my positive energy is like poison. Everything I imbue with my positive energy hits them much harder. At the end of my fights, they usually end up apologizing and turning themselves in. That's an impressive quirk, Pony said. Thank you, Fuwa said. See, there are different kinds of negative energy, which my quirk reacts differently to. Malice, which my positive energy is quite deadly against. And your kind of negative energy, Togaike. Everyone who isn't a bad person has the most of. And how does your positive energy work? Kanoko asked. Is your quirk a stockpile type or something? Fuwa snuggled deeper into Chikuchi before answering. That it is. Every time I'm happy. Every little good emotion I feel is automatically stockpiled and turned into positive energy for me to use whenever I please. She gets closer to Chikuchi's face. Making people happy makes me happy. And as long as I breathe, I'll make sure to make everyone I can as happy as possible. My ideal world is one where joy is the norm everywhere. By the second, Chikuchi felt as if weights were being removed from her body and mind by Fuwa's quirk. Her positive energy was like every little sensation she enjoyed combined into one. It was heaven. Without really thinking, Chikuchi kisses her. This was partially an accident, as their faces were already close. But a part of her fell in love with Fuwa Mawata and her energy. To her surprise, Fuwa doesn't react poorly. She reciprocates, squeezing her tight. Her positive energy flares, showing her happiness. The rate at which Chikuchi's negative energy was expunged increased dramatically the more time that passed. A few minutes later, it was all gone. Chikuchi and Fuwa didn't notice until they couldn't breathe and thus couldn't kiss anymore. I feel amazing right now, Chikuchi said, grinning. This is pretty unusual. What is? Chikuchi realizes her screw-up and sweats. Whatever you have to say, I won't be mad. I promise. Getting angry is a waste of time. Well, it's usually someone else that does this. My boyfriend had adventures with myself and our girlfriends, the first of which was Koko over there. And another one, Cammy, is sort of the reason we're in a polycule at all. Polycule? Fuwa grinned. Cool, cool. Everyone but Fuwa asked. Yup. After I got my quirk, my parents told me I should love a lot of people. I don't think they meant in a romantic sense, but hey, having lifelong friends and lovers gives me the best of both worlds. She pecked Chikuchi on the lips. Count me in. A hot second year is mingling with us now, huh? Pony asked, throwing an arm around Koko. Izuku's cap is 8 girls, by the way, Koko says. That's plenty, Fuwa said happily. If your lack of negative energy is any indicator, this Izuku guy must make you pretty happy. Well, he saved my life, so, yeah, I like him a little bit, Koko said. Class 1A were on their way to the USJ. It was a mostly quiet trip due to a certain blonde's lack of angry shouting. Hey. Kyoka Jiro, who was sitting next to Bakugo, side-eyed him boredly. What? Bakugo growled. Why do you keep angrily staring at Midoriya? TCH. Bakugo closed his eyes. Why? Because that isn't the damn nerd, ears. I'm pretty sure he isn't. Okay. She relents. Keep up your mean mugging, then. That'll show him. Izuku Midoriya had on a sleeveless black karate gi with dark green highlights. Currently, he was talking with resident frog girl Suyu Asui. Except he wasn't talking. At all. He was instead listening to Asui ramble on about his quirk, which was extremely alarming to him. Deku didn't have a quirk. Deku was a weakling he could step on and squash whenever he wanted to. Except that wasn't true. During the battle trial, he single-handedly dismantled him and that stiff elite, Tenya what's it. And with ease, too. He couldn't even touch him. Who this imposter was, his power was unreal. It wasn't Deku. He knew it. But who in the world would impersonate him of all people? As this putrid faker and whoever impersonated Inko way back when connected. He remembers an encounter he had passed. Sleep paralysis had Katsuki Bakugo ensnared, much to his annoyance. Last time I sleep on my back, he heard a footstep, huh? Out of a dark corner of his room came none other than Inko Midoriya, the useless nerd's mother. Bakugo felt an unholy chill as soon as he saw her. Last he checked, Inko was short and out of shape, but this one was younger, taller, and slimmer. It was as if this Inko was torn from the past and brought into the future. What was most disturbing was her lack of face. Bakugo couldn't see it due to it being covered, replaced with the darkest black he had ever seen. A piece of the deepest abyss. Katsuki Bakugo. She sounded nothing like Inko, either. This creature's voice had an indescribable sound that hurt Bakugo's ears. Leave Izuku Midoriya alone. This is your first and only warning. And then he woke up. Present day, how am I supposed to leave the nerd alone if he keeps following me around like a parasite? Izuku Midoriya suddenly looks at Bakugo. The two of them stare at each other, the atmosphere suddenly becoming a lot heavier. GG's. You two are intense, Kaminari said. Can you two cool it, please? You're kinda freaking me out, seriously. Shut the hell up, Sparky, I'll kill you. Izuku Midoriya smiled. Chapter end notes. Fua Mawata. Befriended. Suggest some names for her quirk, since I haven't come up with one. The idea of it revolves around attacking and destroying negative energy, which spawns from negative emotions, with her own stockpiled positive energy, positive emotions. Her quirk is deadly against pure evil malice, but less so against non-evil sadness, depression, etc. Double Deku chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Katsuki Bakugo hated today. The crusty, candy-ass villains attacking was bad. The possibility of dying was also bad. But worst of all, that damn imposter saved everyone from being teleported away by the villain's warper, Kurogiri. Afterward, he went down to meet the villains to challenge them all single-handedly. Midori's got this, Mina cheered, confident in her classmate. He's the best, he kicks ass and takes names. Being the best first year is nothing in the face of real villains, 13 said. It was stupid of your classmate to do that. I just hope he knows what he's doing. Izuku Midoriya stood beside Eraserhead. The tired pro-hero didn't approve of him being here, but removing him under these circumstances would be impossible. Try to keep up, problem child. Then, Izuku Midoriya pats him on the shoulder. Maintaining eye contact with the villains, Eraserhead head speaks. What is it? His head explodes. Not literally, of course. But an instant of pain hits him before he suddenly falls unconscious. Izuku caught him with one hand. Huh? Shigaraki didn't expect this. Why the hell did you do that, brat? Do you think you can take all of us by yourself? Or maybe he's a sacrifice. A villainous chortled, eliciting laughs from her comrades. Izuku Midoriya threw Aizawa to his class and pointed at the villainous. A small sphere of dark red energy appeared on his finger. He fires, blowing the laughing villainous head into gory bits, stunning the villains into silence. The air vibrates intensely, and the ground around Izuku Midoriya cracks. And then, a red pillar of blood-red energy shoots into the sky. Izuku Midoriya roars, shaking the entirety of the USJ and then some. Izuku jolts. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up stiff. Okay, either that's a really powerful anomaly, or it's a powerful anomaly. Yoichi shouted over Daigoro. We have to go, now. Go how? The bus. And where? And I'm not fast enough to get to wherever that is anyway. And even if I did get there and faced the anomaly, I still can't use any of one for all super strength. Izuku looks out the window of Chikuchi's house and spots a pillar of energy piercing through the clouds before it fades. We have the location. Nana said. I don't normally do this, but Izuku, we're going to wherever that is. But nothing, Kudo says. You're gonna stop it, 9, and that's final. Whatever, Izuku says. But I'm gonna need more quirks since I can't use any raw firepower. Smokescreen incoming. N said. Float as well. That's it? Izuku asked. My quirk is a trump card. And besides, it's too powerful for someone as inexperienced as you are, Kudo said. Bruce speaks bluntly. I'm not giving you my quirk. Ah, well. I can work with this. Probably. Looks like Black Whip is gonna remain as my go-to ability. Izuku dashed out of the house quietly so as not to wake up Eri and Chikuchi's parents. A few moments after he left, Eri awakens. She was on the clock, and she knew it. She disguises herself and leaves the house hastily. Izuku uses Float and Black Whip to rush toward where the red light came from, with the guidance of Yoichi and Hikage. Daigoro makes note of something and then speaks. So something just occurred to me. What? Nana asked. How in the world is 9 using our quirks perfectly? Perfectly? Out of every quirk here, I thought he'd have the most trouble with either your Float or my Black Whip, but look at him. He's using both in tandem as if it were nothing. Huh, Nana ponders this. Wait, how is he doing that? All I told him was my quirk's name. I never even mentioned anything about me being able to fly when I was alive. Perhaps it has to do with how we got here in the first place, Bruce says. If Inko Midoriya is the reason we're here, then it wouldn't be too ridiculous to assume she would want her son to be able to use every quirk here without trouble. But if it is her, how would she even know about us? If she knew of us, that means she knew of One for All's existence and origin, which brings in a slew of new questions pertaining to where the hell she is and what she's doing, Daigoro says. Nana speaks. I have an idea. Shoot, Bruce says. Regarding him using our quirks perfectly, that could be chalked up to him being a prodigy or just intuition, and not Inko. But no level of prodigious nature is gonna help him when channeling One for All super strength after Toshi put decades of time into increasing it. Bruce smirks. Oh, I think I see what you're getting at. Izuku only has a few days of physical training to his name. Not enough to use any level of super strength. It'd take months, probably a year, for him to use less than 10%. So this is what we'll do. We get him to use super strength against whatever anomaly we're approaching. If nothing happens to his body, then we'll know for certain that Inko played a part in our transference. And if his arm explodes, then we get a massive setback, his trust in us gets shot, and we ultimately learn nothing. Daigoro says. You're gambling with Izuku's health, Nana. It's dangerous, and worse, it's what Kudo and Bruce would suggest. I believe the kids call that blasphemy, Daigoro. Maybe the kids who lived in your time did, old ass. Asterisk, it was a sight to behold. It was a scary sight, but a marvelous one nonetheless. Izuku Midoriya dismantled the intruding villains with ease. Dismantled being more than just metaphorical. Izuku Midoriya rushed through the villains, tearing off limbs and heads, and for an unlucky few, he removed both. Oh, wow. Kirishima scratched his spiky hair. I don't know where this falls on the manliness scale. I personally think knocking your teacher and protector unconscious so you can stroke your ego via mass murder is a Bakugo move. So, in your terms, Kirishima, it's unmanly. Momo Yaoyorozu said critically. What the fuck did you say? A certain explosive blonde asked harshly. 13 teached. There was nothing she could do here, and since Aizawa was out cold, Izuku Midoriya's quirk couldn't be shut off. And since using her quirk on anyone was dangerous, all she and anyone else could do was wait. After killing every villain in the center plaza, Izuku Midoriya stretched and goaded the leaders into attacking. He was bored, and he made it painfully obvious. Shigaraki growled. This is what I get for investing in such trash units. And then there's Kurogiri. Getting knocked by a flock of brats is just pathetic. Nomu. The hulking creature beside him twitched. It stepped forward, ready to process and execute Shigaraki's command. Decimate for daddy, he said, pointing to Izuku Midoriya, with a grin. The Nomu charged, swinging both arms forward in an effort to smash him to pieces. But Izuku Midoriya grabbed its large fists. He smirked, ready for a good battle, but everything slowed to a halt when the ceiling of the USJ was smashed in. Coming in hot and landing the hard ground superhero style was another Izuku Midoriya, but he was wearing a different outfit. A white t-shirt that had dress pants written on it, black cargo shorts, and red sneakers. Black whip poured off of his hands and wriggled in the air. Pink smoke came up from his knees, back, and the back of his hands and elbows. Jiro looked between the two Izukus. What the hell? Who is that? That's the real shitty nerd, ears. It's like I said ever since UA started. The one you dumbasses mingled with for days was a fake. Bakugo growled. As much as I'd love to gloat and shove your words back in your face, the shitty nerd I knew didn't have a quirk. Where the hell did that quirk come from? Deku is quirkless, yet both of those green-haired losers have powers. Are they both fakes? A haunting chill overtook the class as the two Izukus stared at each other. Seriously? Mineta asked with surprise in his voice. Then who or where is the real one? Who's been learning and fighting with us this entire time? You're both complicating this. Asui says. There are 3 options. Both of them are fake, which is arguably the scariest option. One of them is real, and Bakugo was misinformed, or they're both real somehow. Both are real? How? Uraraka asked. Somehow, ribbit. Asterisk. So, Izuku waved away the smoke from smokescreen. You want to tell me why you look like me? The faker tore off the Nomu's head, throwing the dead creature aside and smiling at his new challenger silently. Boy. Bruce said. Yeah, what is it, ghost whose name I still don't know? Try calling upon your super strength during this fight. I want to confirm something. You want to gamble my limbs on a hunch? If your limbs explode, second and I will not only tell you our names, but also give you access to our quirks without fuss. And if they don't, then you get to punch harder. Fine. I suppose you won't talk then. Izuku stretches his arms and legs. That's fine. I have some idea of what you are anyway. He looked like him, but he didn't fight like him. Perps that could work in the real Izuku's favor. Red energy pours off of the fake, and the power of one for all courses throughout Izuku's entire body. In a flash of their respective colors, they disappeared and clashed fists. A shockwave blew away some of the water in the flood zone and some of the hands off of Shigaraki. Izuku dodged a right and threw a left, a right, and a kick, but all were avoided by the fake, who retaliated with 2 left jabs, which Izuku blocks. Great news. After a brief exchange of missed and parried punches and kicks, Izuku lands the first hit, sending the fake away. I can use super strength. But it's only 2%. Not enough to deal any substantial damage, Kudo said. Stay alert. Danger sense goes off, and Izuku dodges a blood-red laser beam, which cuts the flood zone in half. The fake Izuku lunged at the real deal, grabbing his arms as his eyes glowed with energy. Izuku leaned back and kicked him in the chest, misdirecting his laser vision and taking the fight in the air. Blows were exchanged, shockwaves were made, and windows were blown to bits. No one could see what was going on as Izuku and fake Izuku were too fast. I guess this confirms it, Bruce said as Izuku socked his doppelganger in the jaw. Damn it. How is this possible? This isn't just Inko. It's someone else. Someone is backing her. That's not all. Nana says as fake Izuku kicked Izuku in the head. I can't explain it, but either this quirk is changing or Izuku's body is. Either way, the percentage of one for all's power he can use without backlash is increasing with every hit he lands. It's astonishing. And frightening. Yoichi said. And impossible, which proves Bruce's suspicions. There are 2 people at play here. Inko Midoriya, Hikage says. Most likely, the one who transferred us to her son, and someone else, someone with the power to make Izuku capable of using this quirk so easily. That leaves 2 questions left to solve. Kudo says. Where is Inko? And why hasn't she returned to her son yet? Who is her benefactor? And why do all of this? That's 4 questions. Yoichi says. I will slap the shit out of you. Izuku is kicked into the water of the flood zone. He holds his breath and awkwardly looks at the villains hiding out here. He shrugged at the shark-looking one before shooting out of the water and striking fake Izuku up and out the USJ entirely. His power increased to 20%, and it was still climbing. He's never felt better in his life. He and fake Izuku clashed legs, destroying the roof of the USJ. Fake Izuku grabbed Izuku and threw him into the UA building. He laughed as he was sent rocketing through various rooms until he stabilized himself, flipping in the air and using Black Whip the attached to the wall. He was gonna fly back outside, but then he noticed where he was. Class 1B's room. In the middle of a lesson. Oh. Everyone was staring at him. Kanoko, Pony, and Vlad King included. My bad y'all. There are villains in this big glass dome building, by the way. 13 and Eraserhead are there, Izuku said. A certain ghost girl tunes out what he said and looks closely at him. Whether it be due to her quirk or her hobbies, she could tell something was off about him, among other things. She wanted to investigate. Izuku smirks. You might want to take care of. And then he was kicked through more walls by fake Izuku, who didn't bother the class. What the hell? What the hell? Fake Izuku hits Izuku with a left and a right hook, kneed him in the jaw, threw him up into the ceiling, grabbed one of his legs, and slammed him through UA's May floors. Izuku rolled out of the way of a stomp and threw himself out of the school. Fake Izuku follows, and as they descend to the ground, he blasts Izuku with his laser vision. But Izuku spreads his hands and makes a shield with Black Whip, blocking the attack. He grabbed fake Izuku's arms and legs with Black Whip in the same instant. He pivots and throws him into the ground. Fake Izuku flips, getting back onto his feet and runs. Izuku chased after him, and they were neck and neck. They blasted down the street, avoiding cars and attacking each other. Fake Izuku punched him into a building. Izuku emerges, spinning like a top and coming down with an axe kick, shattering the concrete. They flew into the air, exchanging more powerful hits while flying around haphazardly. Eri hears an impact and looks into the sky. She was outside and searching for solar patterns, but to no avail. In the sky, she could barely make out two figures fighting. She decides to keep away from whatever that is. Fake Izuku was kicked away by Izuku, and the former began charging an energy blast. Izuku decides to keep away from the ground so that no one gets hurt. A bright red light shines over the city as the blast becomes bigger and stronger. Unfortunately for Izuku, Fake Izuku could move whole charging energy attacks. He appeared just above him and fired the blast at point-blank range. To avoid others being hurt, he takes the full brunt of the blast, launching him in the middle of the road, causing a multitude of cars to be flipped over. After a few moments of Izuku not returning to face him, Fake Izuku descends. He saw his counterpart lying there, unable to move. He won. Supposedly. Izuku tried to get up, but he couldn't. That attack and the following crash to the ground messed up his body and nearly broke his neck. And worst of all, his precious shirt was vaporized. "Come on. Get up!" Izuku screamed at himself, but to no avail. After some moments of fruitless struggle, he had an idea. Black Whip was a versatile quirk, so perhaps it'd be able to help in this dire situation. Fake Izuku was gonna walk away, but he stopped. He turns, and his opponent is back on his feet. He looked pretty scary. Dark lines were under his skin and were present all over his body. His mouth was covered with dark energy, that same energy forming into an X across his face. He had sharp claws made from Black Whip. Large strands of the quirk protruded from his back, akin to spider legs. This was a new on-the-fly technique, one where Daigoro took partial control of his portion of One for All, assisting Izuku in moving via pulling on his muscles and tendons and such with Black Whip. Daigoro liked the name 5th's armor. Izuku liked Izuku Overlay better. They decided to keep both names. The other vestiges were jealous. Fake Izuku grins, taking on a fighting stance. Izuku charges, striking the fake with 50% of One for All. Daigoro's mastery of his quirk made him move almost better than before. Fake Izuku threw a punch, but Daigoro stopped his arm by wrapping it up, leaving him wide open for Izuku to kick him in the side. Fake Izuku spits out a little blood and throws a flurry of blows, half of them blocked by Izuku, and the other half were taken care of by Daigoro and the Black Whips on Izuku's back. "Haha. This is awesome," Daigoro cheered. Black Whip grabbed Fake Izuku's neck, thrashing him around before tossing him up, opening an opportunity for Izuku to spike him down with a hammer fist. Izuku and Daigoro worked in perfect tandem. The latter would create openings, and the former would capitalize on them fully. Daigoro watched and defended his blind spots so Izuku could focus on attacking. At this rate, Fake Izuku would lose, and he knew it, but he had one more trick up his sleeve. His mouth stretched across his face, startling Izuku. Danger sense went off, and a wave of pitch-black energy flew everywhere. Daigoro pulled him away by attaching to a street light, and Izuku hung beneath it, appearing unnerved as Fake Izuku morphed in a horrifically graphic manner. A giant dark lizard with obsidian eyes took Fake Izuku's place. What in the world? He suddenly floats into the air, along with hundreds of other people, zero gravity. So a giant lizard that can fire energy blasts, transform, and control gravity. Splendid. Daigoro spat sarcastically. By this point, Izuku could use 70% of O for All, but that didn't help him here. Danger sense went off, but the attack came too fast. The lizard screamed, unleashing a blast of sound that temporarily deafened Izuku, and due to the lack of gravity and the force of the blast itself, he was sent flying. He was sent far, far away. He was sent so far that he ended up crashing into Shiketsu High School. More specifically, into Cammy's ongoing class. That was when his hearing returned. Izuku stood up with the help of Daigoro. "Yup, I definitely hate today." He flew away. But unbeknownst to him, Cammy was awestruck by his appearance. Battle damaged Izuku, to put it simply, turned her on. She stared off into space, her heart pounding in her chest. Did I for realsies land that hot and super-powered piece of meat? Izuku faces the lizard, and they were evenly matched. The gravity manipulation gave him quite a bit of trouble, but Daigoro and Danger Sense helped quite a bit in evening things out. The lizard's powerful tail almost hits him, but Izuku flips over it, kicking the lizard in the back. Izuku, fueled by adrenaline and a burning desire to win, keeps striking the lizard into the ground at blinding speed. When he reaches 100%, Izuku roared, channeling everything into one last punch, kicking up massive tornado-like winds. Izuku waits. The lizard wasn't moving. Still, he waits, and it continued sitting still. Izuku gets off of its back, hobbling away. I'm definitely gonna be feeling this tomorrow. Then, a gust of breath nearly knocked him off his feet. He turned, and the lizard was up. Izuku, despite everything, prepared to fight again. But, it's shrinking. Izuku looked on in confusion as it shrunk to the size of his palm. Then it scurried to him, traveling up his leg and onto his shoulder, licking his cheek. Huh. I guess beating it means taming it, Yoichi says, kinda like Pokemon. I have no idea what that is. But you mentioned Pokemon cards a while ago? The dentist thing? Yeah. But I have no idea what Pokemon itself is. Also, I'm gonna pass out in like 3 seconds, so. He hits the ground, 5th's armor, Izuku overlay dissipating. The now tamed lizard vanishes. A day or so later, and things were surprisingly normal. Since everyone assumed it was some guy with a shockingly powerful mutant quirk, the HPSC doesn't erase anyone's memories. Not that anyone knew they could do that in the first place. If they needed to, they would. But Madam President figured Izuku would be more useful in the future if he maintained his newfound popularity. A symbol of peace they could actually control and use against Japan's weirdness, unlike All Might. Eri, to her annoyance, failed to find a solar pattern, and because of the fight, she had to rush back home preemptively so she didn't arouse suspicion from Chikuchi's parents. They didn't seem to suspect anything. But that wasn't important. Hero schools across the country gave their students a day off so the pros could help with repairs and bolster their respective schools' security. After all, Ua and Shiketsu were easily smashed into by Izuku and the villain he was fighting, so changes had to be made. Speaking of Izuku, he was hospitalized currently, and while Pony, Fua, and Chikuchi stayed to watch him, Cammy, Kanoko, and surprisingly, Reiko Yanagi from UA's Class 1B was traveling somewhere via boat, which Reiko was rowing. You wanna remind me why we're doing this again? Reiko asked quietly. Because you couldn't resist my riz, the second best thing about me. Second, Kanoko said. What's first? Cammy huffed. My huge tits, duh. Kanoko blinked. I'm not gonna comment on that. Reiko wasn't either. So why are we here? Okay. Down to what I stand on. Business. Chapter End Notes 1 for all ultimate moves. Yoichi. Kudo. Bruce. Hikage. Daigoro. 5th's armor, Izuku overlay N. Nana. You better watch out chapter notes, see the end of the chapter for notes. But before that, Cammy points to Reiko. Can I just say that this creaky old boat is the pits? This shit's dope, no cap. Thanks. It took Reiko a bit to process that. It was my cousin's before he passed and gave it to my dad. It, like all the other weird things in Japan, has a special ability. It teleports periodically depending on the direction it's pointed in and whether or not it's in water. Teleports? You have my condolences, BT dubs. You know about the weird things in Japan? Kanoko asked. Of course I do. It's... Kanoko pauses. No one else seems to comment on the weird occurrences. For instance, Cammy here had her phone stolen by gnomes before our boyfriend got it back, and these gnomes haven't been reported anywhere on the news. It's weird. Well, that's because the HPSC has memory erasure devices planted all over Japan. Whenever someone witnesses weirdness, their memories are wiped, and anything they put out on the internet is erased as well. Kanoko looked very surprised by this information. And you just know this, how? Because it doesn't work on me. Well, it did at one point. But my mom and pop helped get my memories back. And to prevent them from being erased again, I had this installed. She knocked on her head, giving off the distinct sound of metal. You have a metal plate in your head? Cammy exclaimed. That's so hardcore. Reiko smiled. I like studying strange phenomena and superstitions like ghosts and such. If UA didn't work out, I probably would have started a ghost hunting show. The point is, the more unusual something is, the more I usually like it, which brings me to the topic of the green guy who crashed into our classroom, Komori. Oh, Izu? That was our boyfriend, by the way. Komori gestures to herself and Cammy. Polycule. Reiko doesn't react to this. He's haunted, or at least I think he is, probably. And what does haunted mean? What do you think it means? Reiko asked. He's being watched and or followed by something, and I want to know what it is. So you two, being his girls or something, are gonna help me get closer. Cammy smiled. Like, speaking of closeness, Kanoko? Huh? She outstretched her arms. Hug. Kanoko hugs her, and Cammy brings her closer, making the shorter one straddle her. As you can very well see, we're very close, but the absolute unit that is our boyfriend. Rizuku Himdoriya brought us two bodacious babes together. After seeing his ripped, battle-worn body in real time during the fiasco a bit ago, my heart was like, fluttering and all that. Like, that piece of strong as fuck man meat is really my boyfriend, Cammy said. So, I decided to get him a gift, but I didn't want it to be something spawned from the 5 Great Sages of Lame Mountain, so I did a little research here and there and found out about this cute little place called Nabo Island. There have a small population with a tightly knit community, so they totes have some high-quality gifting stuff. Oh, Reiko said. Wait, then why am I here? For starters, you're super cute and stuff and totally polycule material. Plus, if you want to look more into Japan's weirdness, then our hottie is your guy. But you, according to Kanoko here, are the only one with a boat, so. Why is your boyfriend, my guy, in regards to Japan's weirdness? He has a journal with every freaky thing he's seen and experienced so far and a few of the anomalies stored as well. There's the danger shroom, the gnomes, the time-traveling ladybug. I'm in. Reiko said. Kanoko removes her head from Cammy's bust and looks back. Really? Just like that? Yeah, she says. If it goes well, I get a boyfriend and an opportunity to discover more anomalies. If not, I still get the former. It's a win for me either way. If it goes well, Cammy squeezes Kanoko's ass. You get this as well, and a few other girls with nice asses. Cammy. Anyway, Cammy kept squeezing. I think we're nearing Nabo Island, girls, let's get this bread. But instead of being greeted by a kind and, well, Norma populace, they were instead faced with a wary-looking group of islanders wearing strange all-black shoes. Oh, great. An encounter with weirdness without Izuku. This'll go well, Kanoko said sarcastically. Their boat hits the sand, and before the girls could step foot on Nabo Island, a female islander with red eyes and long brown hair held them at bay with a long and sharp metal stick. Spears? Reiko thought. In this age? Why are you here? Cammy blinked. I heard this place was the pits, so we came to visit, but I'm here to get my boyfriend a gift. It'd be like 10 times more special if I got it from another island. Another islander rolled his eyes. You couldn't go anywhere else for that? Or just buy something from a store? Nope. Cammy responds. The islander groaned. Whatever. Leave your shoes in your boat and put these on. She tossed them the same weird shoes she was wearing, which Reiko caught and passed out with her quirk. Why? Kanoko asked as everyone put on the shoes. Because if you step foot on this island without those on, you'll die. That made everyone tense up. How? Look, I highly recommend you just go somewhere else. This place is dangerous, and the only reason we're here is to keep the danger from going somewhere else. Cammy scratched her head. I mean, I'm already here, and it'd be a real pain to hit the jets. If all we need to do is keep those shoes on, we should be straight and stuff. The islanders were put off by her way of speaking, but they chose to ignore it. Fine. But once you're on the island, you can't take those shoes off for any reason, got it? We won't be able to help you if you're a dumbass. Got it. Cammy said. And hey, we're hero students, so we may be able to help you in junk. Yeah, I doubt it. The girls were equipped with their shoes and stepped onto the island. We'll take you to town. Get your gift and leave as soon as possible. The less time you have to spend here, the better. They began making their way to town. Curious as to what's troubling them, Kanoko speaks. What is that danger, anyway? And why do we need to wear these shoes? If you had stepped on the ground in the shoes you were wearing before, it would have alerted the Elder Turtle. It's highly aggressive, and if it detects you, it'll attack by sending a spike to your location that'll turn you into an emerald statue should it cut you, an islander explained. That's a very specific ability it has, Reiko says. When it first arrived, it almost killed all of our ancestors. But through sheer luck, they managed to uncover a way to not incur its wrath. He points to his shoes. These shoes nullify any vibrations usually sent through the ground by walking. Picking up on human vibrations specifically is how the Elder Turtle hunts us. No vibrations mean the turtle goes into stasis. Stasis? Kanoko says. Why doesn't it just leave? Because of our most recent visitors. A family that are rather full of themselves. The Intellis, I believe they were called. They didn't listen and were petrified by the Elder Turtle's emerald powers. As they traveled, the girls noticed suspiciously human-like pure emerald statues on their path. Some of them were older, as evidenced by them being covered on vines, while others looked newer. It was impossible to tell who they were before. The only noticeable features were their figures. Some of the statues were clearly female due to their curvy figures, while others were muscular and more mannish. What happens to those who are petrified? Do they die? We don't know, the female islander who spoke to them first said. Either they're comatose, fully aware of everything that's happening but unable to move, or they died the instant the Elder Turtle attacked. No one knows, and it's impossible to find out. Why don't you call heroes who can put the hands on that turtle or something? Reiko asked. Like it or not, sometime down the line, some chaotic event is gonna happen that'll free the Elder Turtle and cause it to rampage. An islander laughs. Of course you'd ask that, you haven't seen it, but even if it could be fought, one cut from it, and you get turned into an emerald statue instantly, regardless of whether or not you feel it or get injured. They arrive in town. Everyone donned the protection shoes. Even toddlers, babies in strollers, and the elderly. Not a single person, aside from clothing, of course, wore anything different. We're gonna leave you to your own devices now. As long as you just keep those shoes on and not act like an idiot, you'll be safe to get your gift and leave. The islanders left them, and the citizens didn't seem to pay them any mind. I can't imagine sleeping here knowing I could possibly die in an instant, Kanoko says. Cammy lats her shoulder. Don't worry, boo. As long as I'm here, you won't be turned into an icky green rock. If it wasn't obvious prior, we'll be sticking together. We're in unknown territory. They couldn't even be sure that Izuku would be able to beat the Elder Turtle due to its danger lying in its ability to win battles the instant its power touches its opponent. As badly as they wanted to apprehend the turtle and save the island, it wouldn't be wise to try it. The girls went around town together, trying to find a good gift for Izuku, though nothing really clicked with them. Nabo Island had a great selection, but nothing in Cammy's eyes was worthy of Izuku. Cammy looked and obviously felt a little down. It was out of character, and Kanoko hated seeing her sad. She tries to think. What would Izuku like? Girls, I have an idea, yeah. Well, Izu's studying anomalies, so why don't we just document the Elder Turtle and stuff? That's stupid. Cammy states. I'm in. Is this a good idea? That turtle is dangerous, Reiko said. Only if we don't have these shoes on, Kanoko said, grinning. We'll write down what we know, draw it, and then leave the island. We'll pick up a gift basket along the way, just to add a little pizzazz. Pizzazz. Reiko sighed. Right. I can draw pretty well, all things considered. Then me and Cammy will write and record stuff, and someday, we'll be strong enough to vanquish that evil tortoise. Turtle. Reiko corrected before suddenly being hit by a deathly chill. She looked around, and no one was watching them, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Strange. It's like whatever was haunting Izuku is now a lot closer to the three of us. I can feel it watching. She'd ignore it for now. The three of them asked for directions to the Elder Turtle. Unsurprisingly, everyone knew where it was and pointed them in its direction. They picked up a few things that'd help with documentation, and once they arrived, they stood before the massive slumbering beast. The Elder Turtle bore an odd resemblance to the lizard Izuku tamed, but it was quite a bit bigger. Its shell was a deep green and spiky with an emerald texture. Its belly and the rest of its body were pitch black with emerald scales dotted across it. I figured something that unalived so many people a billion trillion years ago would be more guarded, Cammy said. Well, should we get attacked, only we will get petrified. The civilians have those shoes on, so the turtle won't detect them. Only our lives are at risk. Reiko says. That's probably why it's unguarded. Kanoko shrugs. So win stupid prizes? Way of living? I can get behind that. And so began their documentation. While Reiko drew the turtle's sleeping form, Cammy and Kanoko recorded a good amount of footage of it and wrote down as much as they could about it. From general facts to some notable physical traits. They didn't touch it, though. The turtle was, likely, blind, not unfeeling. And, as it had the ability to differentiate humans and non-humans, as evidenced by what the islanders said and how the turtle didn't attack any birds that touched the ground, they were gonna avoid making contact anyway. What a curious creature. Reiko said, finishing up on her drawing. I wonder why it targets humans only. For food, perhaps. It could just be an ass, Yanagi. Cammy suggests. We're intelligent. It's intelligent, and killing swarms of dumb animals probably got totes boring after the 1st century. Reiko finished. Are we really just gonna leave it here? The islanders know what they're doing. Kanoko answers. It's like finding a nuclear bomb, you know. Are you gonna touch it and risk setting it off? Reiko speaks. I don't think that's how nukes work, Komori. And with the existence of quirks like mine, it'd be logical too. Not the point, Kanoko says. Someday, we'll come back and find a way to get rid of this thing. But the 3 of us, alone, pulling it off, that's not happening. They had gathered all the data they needed and left. Reiko felt more anxious the more distance there was between them and the turtle. This feels too easy. And what was that feeling earlier? The ground shakes, and a deep rumbling comes from behind the girls. They turned and saw that the turtle was beginning to wake up, exposing its bejeweled eyes. What the hey? We didn't even do anything, Kanoko screamed. What do we do? It begins walking in their direction, the entire island shaking with every step. Reiko sweats profusely. Why did it get up? It was supposed to be in stasis. Did it pick up on someone's vibrations? No, that wasn't it. If it did, the turtle probably would have just woken up, attacked from a distance, and then went back to sleep. We need to find out where it's going and evacuate everyone on its path, Reiko shouts. The girls ran. Thankfully, due to the turtle's slow walking pace, they were able to make it back to town. Everyone! Kanoko roars. Stop what you're doing and get out of here, the elder turtle's on the move. Very little panic ensued. Everyone looked prepared but anxious, packing things like rations and moving out in a fast but orderly fashion. But one old man islander looked deeply angry, going as far as to grab Kanoko's wrist. It's always you damn outsiders that get us killed. Your old ass better cool it and let go of her. Cammy shoved the old man away. You wanna bitch at us even though we didn't do anything? Leave so you can live and do it later. The old man leaves. Cammy wipes down Kanoko's wrist with her hand. That was hot. Kanoko bluntly says. Not as hot as the water we're in. Cammy muttered, watching as the turtle grew closer. Listen, we have to fight it. Fight? The elder turtle? That giant thing? Are you out of your mind? Reiko shouted at her. We don't stand a chance? Cammy grabbed hers and Kanoko's hands. Listen, that turtle isn't attacking anyone here. Which means it's likely moving off of the island. If that's the case, it'll only hurt more people once it finds more land. Thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands or even millions before it's put down. And on top of that, no one knows that it finds prey by sensing human vibrations. And even if they did, by the time they made shoes that functioned like these, a countless number of people and heroes would either die or be turned into emerald statues. We have to fight it, it's the only way. Reiko growled, frustrated. Fine. Since the islanders know what they're doing, I'll stay and help. No, Cammy says. You need to go home and tell our Izuku in case the worst happens. If anyone can take this thing down, it's him. Reiko wanted to stay, but her doing so wouldn't accomplish anything. If the turtle left the island and no one knew how to stop it, it'd spell disaster. So before leaving, she kissed them both goodbye. Cammy and Kanoko watched as their supposed doom crept closer, they cracked their knuckles. Cammy Midoriya. That name hits all the right spots. Cammy breathes out a little bit of her quirk, though it'd most likely be useless here. So does Kanoko Midoriya. Kanoko says, well, let's get this over with. Their one goal was to go wild and stall for time until they either died or were petrified. When the turtle got close enough, the girls jumped out of their protective shoes and leapt forward. The instant they touched the ground, a sharp pain went through their heads, and they awkwardly twisted their bodies in a way that allowed them to dodge an emerald spike that shot out of the ground. What the? They thought simultaneously. It happens again. That sharp pain and them avoiding what would have been instant death or petrification via impalation. The elder turtle roared, and the girls' senses went haywire. On instinct, they moved to dodge the deadly spikes. They had no idea what was going on, but whatever this was, it was helping them survive. So they hoped it would keep up. Attacking the turtle physically wouldn't do anything, so Kanoko has the idea to use her quirk, Mushroom, to attack its internals. But that would mean getting close to its dangerously power mouth. But that didn't matter. To save as many as she could, she'd do what she needed. Her body moves on its own, and much faster than she expected. She accidentally kicked the elder turtle in the chin while sending spores at it through her feet. Huh? She looks down at her hands. Red electricity poured off of her, making her far stronger and faster than ever. This is that thing Izu does. But how am I doing it? She bounced away as mushrooms grew in the turtle's mouth. A question for later. After dodging a copious amount of emerald spikes with danger sense, Cammy and Kanoko attacked together. Orange lightning surrounded Cammy as she punched the turtle on its head. Her expression twisted from shock to excitement as she noticed this sudden increase in striking power. Together, they flipped away. Cammy and Kanoko, powered by One for All, circled all around the turtle in opposite directions. Kanoko shoots her spores directly at it, causing larger than usual mushrooms to appear all over its legs. Cammy's illusions were more realistic and could do more to confuse the beast, such as recreate human vibrations in the ground and subsequently throw off its one way of detecting them. The elder turtle attacked more blindly than ever, missing more and only hitting a few of Cammy's illusions. And any spikes that came remotely close to landing were avoided with grace. Kanoko slides across the ground, kicking in its hind leg. Cammy leapt up and kicked it across the face. Kanoko smashed her fist into the elder turtle's belly. Cammy kicked in its other hind leg. They repeated this back and forth manner of attack. When the turtle tried to ward off one girl, the other would attack soon after. Their perfect synchronization put the turtle in a position where it could encounter. To get out, it retreats into its shell and spins, getting high into the air. If it came down, the island would most definitely be destroyed. Kanoko and Cammy leapt into the air in hopes of catching it with their super strength. Instead, they end up using float, meeting the turtle before it could begin its descension. Together, they kept flying upward with the elder turtle, rapidly gaining speed. They couldn't do this the Izuku way and outmuscle the creature, so they would let nature do the work. And by nature, space. Throwing it into space should kill it, hopefully. During the intense flight, Cammy and Kanoko gained an explosive boost in speed via FA Jin, and then their speed increases even more due to gear shift. All of their power was escaping from their bodies, meaning quirks like Smokescreen and Blackwhip were flying everywhere. When they reached the edge of the upper troposphere, Cammy and Kanoko stopped flying and winded back an arm each. With more than 100% of One for All, they struck the elder turtle as hard as they could, blowing miles of clouds away and launching the creature higher. Through the stratosphere and past the mesosphere, halfway through the thermosphere is where it stopped. Asterisk Cammy and Kanoko's arms, the one they used to strike the elder turtle with for the last time, were a grotesque purple color from the strain of their power. As they fell, Hei used the remainder of their strength to hold each other. "I love you, Kanoko," Cammy said in her ear. Kanoko tears up, "I love." And then they land in a massive pile of mattresses, brought together by Reiko and the Islanders. The girl's back bounced into the air and then hit the mattresses again, staying there this time. "Guys." Reiko appeared above them, sweating. "Forgive my uncharacteristically non-dulcet tones, but holy shit, how did you do that?" Reiko carried them to the ground by using her quirk on the mattresses they were atop of. At which point the three of them were celebrated by the Islanders as heroes. The power of love. Konoko joked, giggling. We somehow developed Izu's quirk. Or, well, quirks. We'll talk to him about that later. Before they could be carried to the infirmary, the elder turtle suddenly landed behind everyone. When the dust settled, Konoko and Cammy were up and ready to fight again, and so were Reiko and the islanders. But to their surprise, the turtle yawns before being surrounded by dark energy. The elder turtle shrunk until it was tiny enough to fit in one's hands. It made its way to Cammy and rested on its leg. Konoko picked it up and placed it on her shoulder, where it slept. Just like Izuku tamed the lizard, Konoko and Cammy tamed the elder turtle. Or, well, the turtle. It slept like a baby. Oh. And then they passed out. After an unknown amount of time, Konoko and Cammy wake up in a pair of futons. A girl they didn't know was sitting with them on her phone. Hey, Cammy looked at busted arm. Apart from a few scars, it was almost completely fine. I feel pretty great. Me too. Konoko said happily. Are you the ones who saved us? Huh? Cammy tilts her head. Yeah, but who are you? Psycho Intelli, she said formally. I, along with my family, were a few of the unfortunate group of people that were turned to emerald statues by that accursed turtle. And worse, it was during what was supposed to be a fun outing. She glared at the sleeping creature. You two saved us, and for that. She placed a large gift basket on Cammy's lap. You get this. Personally created by my parents as a thank you. We'll also take you back to Japan. After that, you'll be given sizable shares of my parents' company, Intelli Corporation, which I'll be inheriting once I am of age. She gets up, bows, and proceeds to leave. But Cammy gets up and grabs her wrist. Hey, money is great and all, but can I ask for something else? Konoko knew where this was going and sighed. You'll still be receiving company shares regardless, but sure. What is it you want? Psycho asked. You look like the type that could use loosening up, you know? Cammy winked. Really? Konoko said. Cammy ignored her. Wanna join a polycule? It consists of myself, the cute little mushroom girl over there, Konoko, and 4 other girls and our boyfriend. On God, they're all total hotties. Really? Konoko said a little more loudly. Psycho averts her eyes, blushing. Still, she spoke eloquently. As long as I am not doing anything uncouth, then I will join your molecule. Konoko relents, throwing her hands in the air. She didn't have a problem with this, as Psycho was attractive, but the way Cammy went about asking was a little grating. But she supposed that's what made her all the more endearing. Polycule. Cammy corrects, to which Psycho nods. Where is Reiko, by the way? She is with my parents on our yacht. Truly, I am grateful the islanders preserved it instead of picking it apart. They even went through the effort of safekeeping the belongings of everyone who was petrified by that accursed turtle. Truly, this is a great place with great people. And off they went to the Intelli family's yacht. Everyone else who was petrified by the elder turtle was already gone. They had apparently been out for quite a while. Reiko, Konoko, Cammy, and Psycho were resting under the stars, watching them together. So, Reiko and Psycho said at the same time, What were you gonna ask? Psycho inquired. I was just gonna ask them what their haunted boyfriend is like. Same, except for the haunted bit. I don't know what that's about, Psycho states. Boy. Cammy said dreamily. Where do I begin aside from the beginning? It all started when a hot short stack almost got hit by a car. The hot short stack is me, by the way, Konoko said. Reiko and Psycho assessed Konoko mentally and couldn't find any fault in Cammy's statement. While Cammy told their story, Reiko pondered something. What was that eerie feeling earlier? Was it the reason those two got so powerful so fast? Izuku wakes up somewhere else. He looks around. Metal walls, wood table, and he was sitting with his hands binded in anti-quirk cuffs. Fua, Chikuchi, and Pony were behind a glass pane watching from another room. Oh, for the love of Izuku Midoriya, a short chimera in a suit said. Izuku flinched under his predatory grin, as did a frail man with sunken eyes and a detective in a brown trench coat. You're quite the specimen, you know, and after the grand reveal of our Midoriya being an impersonator, I've been wanting to speak with you, the supposed real deal. I bet. Izuku rolled his eyes. Wait, specimen? Please don't refer to him as that, Principal Nezu, the frail man said. Oopsies. He said chipperly. Forgive me for my lack of human mannerisms. I always struggle with those for some reason. So can we get back to whatever's supposed to be happening here? Izuku asked kindly. Of course, Nezu said, smiling. Let's get the big one out of the way, first and foremost. The frail man slammed his hand on the table and buffed up, turning into All Might. Here we go, Yoichi said. With a frown, the number one hero asked the question. Why do you have one for all? Chapter endnotes. One more girl. If you haven't made a suggestion, make one now. Whichever girl gets the most suggestions will be the final one. Afterward, I can move on to other plot points. Edit. The 4th of October 24, Ippon Josei wins. Into the hero school. I dunno. Izuku answered flatly. You. All Might reverts to his skeletal form and coughs. What? I don't know how I have this quirk. Kind of. What? All Might repeated. Truth. The detective said. Kind of. It's one of those cases where they think they have a plausible truth but don't really know for certain, so they say they think they know what they don't actually know, you know. Okay. Okay. Nezu waved a paw. Explain, Midoriya. One day, I kinda just received it. I was sitting in my room having a life crisis as all teenagers do when the 5th user appeared. All Might's neck creaked like a large rusty machine with the way he leaned forward. What? So can you form a sentence? Izuku asked. Or is it one word Monday? I don't. It's Monday today, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu said politely. That's not the, he sighed. Anyway, the 5th, 6th, and I think the 2nd users appeared to me. They were confused as to how they got the quirk as well. I planned on eventually giving one for all back to you after the 2nd user bullied me relentlessly, but the 1st deemed me worthy of keeping it. Truth. The detective said. Oh, I'm Naomasa Tsukachi, by the way. I have a lie detector quirk. Really? And here I thought you were just saying the word, truth, at random intervals. Witty sarcasm aside, can you truly speak with the past users? Yup. I can even use their quirks. Izuku walks out of his bindings with ease and shows them off. 5th's black whip, dark energy strands appeared from his fingers. 7th's float, Izuku hovers in the air. 6th smokescreen, pink smoke danced in his palms. I can use the 4th's danger sense, but I'm not in any danger, so. And then he activates the super strength portion of the quirk. And I can use the brute force that comes with it. It all came pretty easy, honestly. Yagi's and Tsukachi's jaws were on the floor. But the former said, wait, what about the 2nd and 3rd users? I don't know their names or their quirks. They're mean to me, but I'll get through to them eventually. Right. So are you sure you don't know how you got one for all? Did anything happen to you before the past users appeared to you? Yagi inquired. The past users think they know, and I disagree with them. It's ridiculous. Enlighten us. Our opinions may weigh things out for you, Nezu said. They believe my mom, Inko Midoriya, is the reason I have this quirk. Izuku said. Her quirk is attraction of small objects. They, the 4th in particular, think she has the power to steal quirks due to the quirk gene itself potentially falling under the small objects category. A potential quirk thief. Yagi said wearily. He and Naomasa looked at each other and went back to Izuku. Do you know where your mother is? No. Nezu and Yagi looked to Naomasa, who just shrugged. Can you call her? I can, but she won't answer. Why? Because she hasn't talked to me or even been home physically in years due to work, or so. She says. Izuku answered bitterly. I have no idea if she's even alive. But, as unlikely as it is, she's the only person who would put this quirk in me. Everyone else in my life either doesn't care enough to bother with my existence, would keep one for all for themselves, or make sure I wouldn't get it at all. Naomasa hummed. I apologize if we reopened any old wounds. I'll start an investigation and find the whereabouts of your mother as soon as possible. Thank you. Yagi speaks. If you're worried about me wanting to quirk back, don't. The past users trust you with it, so I trust you. Now that we've established that one for all is in good hands, let us address more pressing matters, by which I mean the fake you. The lizard who imitated Izuku popped out from his hair, yawning. I'm just as bewildered as you are. My lizard friend here was tamed after I defeated him, but since he can't talk, I have no idea why it impersonated me or how. Darn, Nezu said. We could sit here and debate the whys and hows all day, but without the lizard's input, we won't get anywhere. One day, we'll figure that out. But that wasn't exactly what I was referring to, Midoriya. Then. No one knows that we were deceived and let a dangerous creature like that mingle with our children for as long as we did. The public believes the lizard was a part of the villain attack on the USJ and simply chose to copy your appearance for unknown reasons. To put it simply, they're under the impression that you, the real Izuku Midoriya, are a part of Class 1A. Even though you never even applied. And because the students were in their hero costumes during the incident, no one questioned his lack of a UA uniform. With that being said, I'd like to make you an offer. You're more than strong enough to be a hero, but you don't have the teachings, knowledge, or experience. So how would you like to become a student? Nezu questioned curiously. If I was offered this way back when, I would have accepted instantly. But now, I'm not all that interested in. He stops to think. If I do this, I'll be able to see the girls more often, and I'll do it. But only under a few conditions, and what, pray tell, are those? I'll be a student, and for the public, I'll hang around Class 1A. But I'd rather study and learn under you, Principal Nezu. Nezu grinned. Oh, Yagi gulped. And why is that? You being the smartest creature in the world for starters. And I feel as if there are things I could only talk to you about. So, if it won't be too much trouble, I'd like to be your student. Is that all? The Chimera inquired. Well, payment isn't necessary because my mom, despite her continuous absence, pays the house's bills. I even occasionally wake up to new food in the fridge and such. So, yeah. I believe that'll be all. Nezu liked this a lot. He offers a paw to him. Then, from today forward, you'll be under my tutelage. Izuku shakes his paw. It'll be an honor to learn under you, and maybe help around here and there. Asterisk after the somewhat pleasant pseudo-interrogation, Izuku, alongside Fuwa and Pony, went to Chikuchi's place to hang out and talk. Even though they likely wouldn't find anything, he gave Naomasa permission to use the house to aid in the search for Inko. They were there currently, so the three of them agreed to have a sleepover. Sitting on the floor, Fuwa and Izuku chatted up. Your quirk is pretty interesting, Fuwa, Izuku said. I don't think I've ever heard of anything like it, actually. Fuwa smiles kindly. I'm glad you think that, Izu. She hugs him while having his quirk active, and Izuku felt quite pleasant. He hugs her back. I call it benefic energy stockpile. My positive emotions get turned into energy I can use to eliminate the negative energy in others. I can also naturally see the negative energy others emit. You see negative energy? How much is around me? More than average. Not as much as Chikuchi had, but a bit more than I'd like to see in someone. That essentially confirmed Chikuchi's Deathloop adventure against Overhaul to be true. Izuku was surprised she hadn't gone insane from the experience. He deduced that Fuwa's quirk was akin to a super antidepressant. Except for supervillains. Apparently, her quirk hurts truly evil people a lot instead of helping. Everyone, no matter how big or small, gets a whole lot prettier if they're more happy. Chikuchi was a cutie already, but with a smile added on, she got 10 times cuter. Fuwa straddles Izuku and holds herself in place by wrapping her arms and legs around him. A few minutes with me or so, and you'll become hotter as well. It was a mutually beneficial experience. Fuwa gets more positive energy from kissing Izuku, which in itself made her happy, and Izuku got to make out with a pretty girl, his girlfriend. Meanwhile, Pony and Chikuchi played a game on the former's Nintendo Switch. Smash Ultimate. Pony, being a sweaty Luigi main, was whooping her ass. But then something strange happens. The screen bugs out ever so slightly, but it was noticeable enough to get Pony to pause the game and pat the back of her device. Oh, it's overheating. I better let it cool off, Pony said as she turned the device off. Oh well. Chikuchi sighed in relief as she put the controller back on the device. I guess it got tired of me losing to you over and over. Probably. Pony puts it in her bag. So what now? Are we gonna make out like Fuwa and Izu are, or do we watch a few bad movies? They chose the former. Nezu wanted Izuku to get acclimated to UA before he began teaching him. So, His first given task was to help the Hero Course students with their training during their heroics period, primarily the first years. The sports festival was coming up, so instead of lessons, the Hero Course students were collectively given the period to train under the supervision of their teachers. Class 1A was apparently reusing a place called Ground Beta to train. It was formerly the host of the class's battle trials exercise. When Izuku saw the sheer scale of the area, his jaw was on the floor. Holy shit! Daigoro yelled. Loud, and said simply. They need an entire fake city for an exercise that requires, at most, 3 buildings depending on circumstances. UA and their limitless funds, I swear. Izuku was flabbergasted and awestruck. He heads in, and he is immediately noticed by Aizawa. He was made aware of Izuku by Nezu and wanted to test his mettle. So he calls his entire class over using a loud alarm. Unfortunately, none of his girls were here. So Izuku was less than interested in this class. Worst of all, Bakugo was here. His yelling would most certainly be pleasant. It's like I always say, I just gotta get this over with. I'm sure you all know who this is by now, Aizawa said flatly. This is Izuku Midoriya. The real one. He's gonna be helping you train. Be nice. You. Mina points her pink finger at him. Do you know what was up with that fake you? 'Cause I still lost on that. Was your loathsome copy a villain of sorts? Momo inquired. Izuku shrugged. No idea. And then the lizard emerged from his hair. Its original form is this. He can't talk, and without a way of communicating, I have no way of learning why it imitated me and infiltrated your class. Right, Mina said. I guess it just wanted to annoy Bakugo. Bakugo growled at this comment. But I feel like the reason is deeper than that. Whatever, what's done is done. And if it isn't a villain, then I don't care. And so began their new training. Izuku stated he was here to provide insight on their quirks along with more creative ways to use them along with close-quarter combat training in the event their quirks couldn't be used effectively. And he does just that. By the end of it, everyone was tired beyond words, while Izuku was just fine. One lesson was ingrained into their heads. Creativity begets efficiency, and more efficiency would win fights. Izuku had faith they'd do well in the sports festival. He moved on to Class 1B in Gym Gamma, which he enjoyed being around more than 1A by a mile. He didn't hate 1A. He just liked 1B more for obvious reasons. Their quirks were also better-ish. He starts with Reiko, Kanoko, and Pony. The simplest quirks usually have the most potential, which is why I'll start with you, Reiko. You're haunted, she then states bluntly. What? Does she know about us? Yoichi asked no one. Reiko feels the same eeriness she felt on Nabo Island, until she suddenly doesn't. You're haunted. A number of spirits follow you. Why? Reiko says. Kanoko sweats. Yeah, she definitely knows. Daigoro said. There's a reason, but I'll tell you later. Izuku answered. For now, let's get to training. Working with Reiko was easy, as was her quirk. Izuku gave her the idea to work on the range of her quirk rather than her weight limit. That way, she'd be able to overwhelm her opponents more effectively. Some villains could deal with a 6,000-pound car, but almost none. Coals fight against a gazillion tiny pebbles. As for Kanoko, well. What? Izuku starts, Kudo says. Abso, Bruce says. Loot, Yoichi says. Hell. Izuku finished. What are we doing? No idea, but it's hilarious. Daigoro says. Kanoko was using one for all. Ruby red lightning surrounds her. Cammy can do this too. Izuku's jaw reaches bedrock. What about, she uses Black Whip, and Float, and a little bit of Smokescreen. Cammy can do this as well. I hurt my arm a bit, but it isn't too hard to do. The biggest headache in a certain asshole's life and it fucking undergoes mitosis. Kudo says. You know what? I think I like you a little bit more than before, brat. Not enough to use my name. Okay, so don't show that off during the festival. People will ask questions. She salutes. Yes, sir, only a little super strength. Yes, sir, and unless your life is in danger, no other quirks. Yes, sir, Yoichi hums. I guess you could say, this is a one hero for. Kudo quickly cuts him off. Shut the hell up. Kanoko didn't need much help, and since she could already use one for all just fine, she tells him to move on to Pony after a quick kiss. Pony, to her absolute horror, couldn't tap into one for all like Kanoko and Cammy could. She tears up a little. She loved Izuku too, so why couldn't she did? But he reassures her. The chances of her being able to use it in the future one day weren't zero. Today just wasn't the day. All in all, they had a nice time. Izuku felt bad for essentially beating them up, but he repeated to himself that it was just training. You know, Cammy and Kanoko can probably use 2 and 3's quirks. Yeah, Kudo says. Probably because, unlike you, they don't have vestiges. And, you're still not gonna tell me your names or your quirks? No, Kudo and Bruce said in perfect unison. Right. Then something dawns on him, but he ignores it. Yoichi, however, doesn't. What's the matter? Am I worthy of this? What do you mean? Nana asked. All of this. This quirk and the girls, am I worthy of any of it? He asked them. I didn't earn any of this. Not on my own, anyway. If not for my mom's likely interference, who knows where I'd be? Everything's been handed to me on a silver platter, and... No, Nana said. None of that. If you were unworthy, you wouldn't be here. And we certainly wouldn't be helping you either. But it shouldn't be this easy, Izuku argued. I'm not supposed to be infallible. No one is. You think you're infallible? Kudo asked, genuinely surprised. Damn. And here I thought you couldn't be more emotionally inept. What? You're complaining because you haven't been put in life-threatening danger via villain yet. That's an annoyingly privileged thought to have, brat. The world, no, the universe is a lot bigger than you can ever hope to be. There are thousands out there that could defeat you with relative ease. For instance, Bill Cipher. Should he return to Earth, not only will he want to face you again, but if you were to fight him as you were, you would die. In simple terms, Bruce starts. Kill that growing ego before it kills you. And focus less on yourself and more on besting creatures like Bill and blowing the lid on Japan's weirdness. Izuku breathes in and then out after a few seconds, calming his nerves. Wait, is this why you haven't told me anything about yourselves yet? Kudo chuckles. Now he realizes. Correct, Bruce says. You aren't emotionally intelligent enough to be considered worthy of our quirks. You're immature. When your heart and head are where they should be, then you'll receive our quirks. Kudo speaks. But since you're halfway there, we'll give you half of the puzzle. They give Izuku their names. Kudo and Bruce. He still didn't know what their quirks were or what they looked like, but this was a good first step in the right direction. Asterisk the sports festival arrives. To maintain the image, Izuku is placed in 1A to compete in the festival with them. He was also the one who'd give the speech at the beginning, much to his annoyance. Just before that, he noticed someone familiar. Someone he knew of thanks to Kanoko and Reiko. Psycho? Upon approaching her cheerily, the girl glanced at him with one eye closed and blushed. He's adorable. It is I, she said in a loosely composed and proper manner. I'm in the first year's business course. Really, I'm in 1A, as you can tell. If we ever have time, we should get lunch together. Psycho frowned, closing her eyes and blushing harder. That would be the most favorable approach for us getting to know each other. And then Izuku was made to do the speech. He takes a breath, readying his nerves and thinking of what to say. He had to avoid talking as if he were better than them. He blinks and takes a step back. He moves the mic from his right to his left hand, using the free one to catch an arrow. It had the same symbol on the arrowhead as the Time Morpher Beetle. What? And in an instant, he was gone. Blinked out of existence. Midnight was confused. The crowd was stunned into complete silence. And the students and girlfriends were worried, and the pro-heroes were on high alert. Midnight looked around, attempting to find who shot it, only to be blindsided by something with a harsh grip grabbing her neck and lifting her up. She tried to move and failed, and she felt a sensation so daunting and impossible she thought she was in a nightmare. My quirk. To be young again. A youthful adult man with white hair and red eyes stepped out a dark purple portal. It's a shame you'll never know the feeling, Midnight. All Might appeared from the sky, his face twisted in rage as the students ran away. He struck the man, only to be blocked with ease by a single hand. All for one. The Demon Lord smirks. Must you be so loud, All Might? I've had more than enough of your petulant screaming in our first battle. After taking Midnight's Quirk, he threw her away and blasts his arch-enemy clean through the stands with air cannon. Everyone fled for their lives as the symbol of peace stood back up, and other pros rushed in. No. Midnight shouted at the heroes and struggled to her feet. He can steal quirks, stay back. Despite this, she tried calling upon her power and failed. It really was gone. She was quirkless now. Knowing she would be useless here, she left the field to help evacuate the students and civilians. No, don't listen to her, all for one taunted. The more in my arsenal, the better. So please, come make my day, heroes. After all, once the final thorn in my side, Izuku Midoriya, is dead and gone. Everything will change. All Might returns, wiping the blood off of his face. He's changed. He's stronger. As strong as he was back then, if not even more so. How did he heal himself? He knew there was no winning here, even with the other heroes. All Might clenched his fists. If there's one thing to take solace in, it's that I get to go out fighting. Izuku awakens in a dark, cold, and snowy forest. He was still holding the mysterious arrow that transported him here. It's cold as shit here. Izuku states, shivering ever so slightly. I'm gonna kill whoever tried to shoot me. We have no idea how that arrow works, Hikage says. We also have no idea where we are. Get your bearings and find shelter before you get frostbite. Then, we can work toward finding out how to get home. Izuku activates One for All, cloaking himself in green electricity. While we're here, we can work on other tag team ultimate moves. Daigoro has 5th's armor. Ooh. Nana says. Me next, me. That's a grown woman, by the way. Kudo chides. Alright. Try using your quirk through me. Nana cheers. Alright. This is gonna be so. Izuku heard a footstep and attacked it with Black Whip, only to find that the source of it was an incredibly tall and incredibly beautiful foxwoman wearing civilian clothes. Strange. Considering how cold it was. But then again, she may have a resistance to the cold due to her quirk. Izuku recalls his quirk. Hi. The foxwoman shuffled awkwardly toward him. Hey. I'm Izuku Midoriya. What's your name? Ippon Josei. Eri roamed the streets once again in search of a solar pattern. But as always, it was eluding her. She rarely gets chances like this. No one was watching her today, so she couldn't screw this up. She needed to find Bill Cipher as soon as she could. She peered her head into an alley. Where is it? Where is? And then she finds it. Below her foot was what had to be a solar pattern. It looked exactly how Izuku drew it. She ate the rest of her apple, tossing it into a garbage can before looking back. No one was paying her any mind, so no one would notice her suddenly vanishing. Perfect. Without a second thought, she touched it with her palm, and she was on the moon. As Izuku's notebook detailed, she could breathe just fine. Bill Cipher. Eri shouted. Are you here? Bill appears behind her. If he could grin, he would. After noticing a large shadow, Eri turned around and flinched. She knew what he looked like, but his simplistic design still frightened her a bit. His arms rest on his sides. Well. Bill replicates himself and circles Eri. What's a tiny little thing like you doing on this dusty, dirty, boring planetoid? Eri didn't know much, but she was sure the moon wasn't a planetoid. The letter replaces Bill's pupil. I want your help. You have a lot of power, right? Bill briefly turned pitch black, with the lines in his body turning multicolored, more than you will ever know. And then he reverts to normal. But continue. I want you to use it to hurt Overhaul. Eri said firmly. Hurt him bad, make him wish he never hurt me. Bill hums. And as he continuously hummed, his body slowly split itself into bits. He reforms. I can do that, but... Eri frowned with anger. But what? No, it's nothing, he said coyly, turning away from her. Tell me. Eri stomped her feet on the verge of throwing a tantrum. Tell me now. Okay. Bill brought out a black cane, spinning it about. I can hurt your guy, but I can't because I'm stuck here on the moon. His hand increased in size many times over, and it went out into space, stopping once it hit a colorful barrier. This barrier is keeping me in, and I created the solar patterns prior to being trapped in it as insurance. It's known as the shielding spell. Though, in this case, I suppose it's the sealing spell. Huh. Insurance? Ares stammers. If you think Overhaul is bad, triple that, and you get the United States economy way back in 2024. Thank Axolotl I never needed a house. Axolotl. We're getting off topic, Bill said. I can help you, but only if you get me out of this here barrier. And how do I do that? While this barrier keeps me in. Bill grows massively, getting close to Ares' face. It doesn't affect you at all. If I'm allowed into your body, I can leave the moon, no problem. He backs away, and blue fire covers his hand. All you have to do is, safe house, me in your body and get me off the moon. Do this, and I'll rough up Mr. Hall real good. Bill offers his hand. Do we have a deal? Ares, for the first time, smiled. Deal. They shook hands. Bill laughs, turning see-through and entering Ares' body. Without another word, she finds another solar pattern and returns to Earth, taking the beast with just one eye with her. Feliz Navidad. How? All Might asks simply. AFO turns his head. How what, you blonde buffoon? All Might smirks. You actually resemble a human again. But with all those stolen powers floating about in you and that endlessly annoying wannabe villain talk, it's hard to tell. AFO smirks back. You're gonna make me do the thing where I explain how I did the thing. All things considered, I suppose it would fit in with my agenda. Between adoring his own voice and being able to see and breathe properly again, AFO would thoroughly enjoy using his new body. It started after my attack on the USJ, past. The Demon Lord's one and only apprentice, Tamura Shigaraki, had just told him of what happened in the USJ. From his angry word salad, AFO picked out multiple important details. 1. It was only by sheer luck that they managed to get away. Everyone was so distracted by the two mossheads fighting each other that they had forgotten about them. Shigaraki managed to grab the unconscious Kurogiri and narrowly escape after the latter had awoken. 2. The mossheads. Shigaraki annoyingly never caught their names, but there were two of them, and they were almost identical aside from a few differences. AFO, for the first time in a while, was genuinely confused by the two teens. They weren't related at all, and after a one-sided conversation, they got into a large-scale fight. So, assuming the doppelganger was some guy with a weird transformation quirk, why would they use a face like the original mossheads to infiltrate UA? Were they a villain from a larger group? That couldn't be it. If it were an info-gathering mission, they wouldn't bother facing Tamura's underlings in the USJ. And it couldn't be for the original mosshead since he apparently wasn't a student, and using his face would be redundant. So, again, what the hell? The imitator and the original were connected in some way. But in what way? And what was the point of his actions? AFO puts that thought on the back burner. He was genuinely interested and curious. Either the doppelganger did what he did for fun, or it was for some grander purpose he wasn't grasping. He'd learn eventually. 3. The mosshead who could talk, the real one, had one for all. Shigaraki made it obvious from the way he was describing it. Pink smoke. The 6th. Flight. 7th. Dark strands of energy? The 5th. He was stunned when he came to the realization that he could not only use the past user's quirks but also use all of the stockpiled power just fine. Either All Might picked him up and trained him vigorously ever since he was 4, or he's always been dangerously efficient with the quirk. A prodigy. Either way, the longer he existed, the bigger problem he would end up becoming. The rest of Shigaraki's angry word salad was tossed out of his mind as he left him alone. At least he was uninjured. What do we do, Master? The Demon Lord's most trusted companion, Garaki, asked. Every day that passes, the 9th holder grows exponentially. We can't take too long in dealing with him. I suppose this is my fault. AFO responds. I created a quirk I couldn't control, and I kept trying to force it instead of just eliminating it. Once the 9th is gone, I'll never make that mistake again. No quirk or hero in existence, aside from Star and Stripe, could stand up to him except for One for All. Had he never created it, he'd be ruling the world by now. I should have just done this from the beginning. He pressed a button on his chair, equipping himself with his mask. Done what? Garaki asked with confusion. I kept playing hide and seek with my little brother when I should have just killed him and took over the world. Hell, if I had known about his secret quirk, I could have stolen it and had one for all from the beginning. But it's too late for that now. I have to cheat to win. Cheat. Then it hits the doctor like a bullet train. You don't mean. But that thing, that demon, it can't be controlled. If you make a deal with it, it'll most certainly backfire on you. At the rate I'm going, either my body will give out before I can steal Tamura's, or the ninth will grow too powerful to be beaten regardless. The most ideal time to tear my little brother away from the world's deck of cards is now. The worst case scenario is I win, and I'm forced to figure out a way to vanquish Bill later. About defeating Bill. Based on what we know, I've deduced 3 ways to win. Speak. Now. AFO said, standing up. The first way is the Bill Cipher Zodiac. He hands the Demon Lord a parchment paper. Bill was front and center, surrounded by 10 symbols in a wheel. An ancient spell that can be used to vanquish that foul beast. It doesn't kill him, but it can be used to banish him repeatedly should he continuously bother you. The first way forced a stalemate. Bill, ideally, wouldn't be able to stop the spell, and AFO would force the ones capable of doing it to do it over and over for as long as needed. Either until Bill left him in this dimension alone, or until he gathered enough quirks to kill him permanently. Problem is, we have no way of knowing who these symbols represent. Allow me to name them off. Garaki starts from the top middle. The champion. The symbol was a flowing cape. Garaki goes left. The fungus. A mushroom. The mist. A plume of swirling mist, gas. The Pegasus. A symbol of said creature. The star. A depiction of the North Star. The purity. A lotus flower. The spirit. A sheet ghost. The intelligent. A light bulb. The mythical. A kitsune. The fallen. A leaf. Unless I get incredibly lucky, finding the ones compatible with those symbols is impossible. AFO states, unimpressed. He hands the parchment back to Garaki. The other 2 ways? The second way. Well, it's guaranteed to kill Bill, but it involves destroying your own mind once he's in there. Burning the house down with himself and Bill in it. Yeah, no AFO would rather maintain his shining golden temple of a mind, thanks. Nope. AFO says. The third. Well, it's your way minus the deal making with Bill. Gathering exceptional quirks such as New Order could level the playing field. Right. He said flatly, I'm gonna go make that deal with Bill now. Garaki sighed. Good luck, master. Going out in public, even in his state, wasn't too hard. A few appearance-changing and a voice-altering quirk made him blend in with ease. He searches for a solar pattern to get to the moon and to Bill. While on his way, he spots a white-haired child wearing a painfully obvious disguise. He was over a century old, and he knew when someone was trying to hide their identity. All of the telltale signs along with the body language were all present in her. Her paid her no mind. Her business wasn't his, and from the looks of her small horn, she had a minor mutation quirk. In short, she was boring and useless. In any case, he walked about until he found one. After making sure no one was looking, he touched it and was transported to the moon. Bill. Whoa. Whoa. The one-eyed demon appeared in an instant, circling the century-old villain. What's a self-proclaimed demon lord like yourself doing in my jail cell? As interesting as it would be to hear your crazed ramblings, I'm a tight schedule. I'm here to make a deal. Bill laughs for an uncomfortably long time. He wiped his eye, his singular tear turning into the severed head of AFO's mother. Oh, Muggin. You and your family are as funny as ever. I recall a certain somebody killing their mother just to keep me stuck up here. And now here you are. Apples and trees, I suppose. My mother is an idiot. Yeah, and hilarious. I haven't seen anything like it. She was really gonna sacrifice you and your brother for a few billion yen. It's no wonder you ended up the way you did. You're one to talk. Muggin spat. But whatever. Restore and improve my body, and I'll help you return to Earth. Bill Cipher rested his side on his fist and his elbow on Muggin's mother's head. You know that means you'll have to deal with me, right? And unless you have a certain magical spell completed and on hand. I know. Muggin said. I'd rather deal with you than a certain annoying someone on Earth. Bill's pupil constricts, shrinking and elongating. He floats up straight and stares at Muggin without saying a word. You know what? Bill snapped the decapitated head away. I'm gonna be generous. I'll fix you up, free of charge. What? Why? What? Why? Bill parroted. Excuse me. Excuse me. Bill parrots again. He snapped his fingers, restoring the Demon Lord's body. He felt much more powerful than before. It was everything he could have dreamed of. There you go, Demon Lord. Happy travels. Wait. And then Bill was gone. Mugen growled. This was exactly why he disliked dealing with Bill. He was chaotic. He knew everything, and Mugen knew nothing. He felt as if he were being played for a fool. Why did he do that? What does he gain from healing me for free? He checked his collection of quirks. None were missing. His body, aside from being fixed, wasn't tampered with in any way. Nothing was wrong, and that deeply concerned him. What did Bill do to him? No matter. Mugen returns to Earth and his base shortly. Without warning, he steals the quirks of Kurogiri and Shigaraki before killing them both. They weren't needed anymore. Decay was an icky quirk, and it didn't seem to mingle very well in his collection. No problem. He warps to the location of one of his Nomu facilities, putting Decay in one of the weaker and smaller Nomu before taking every quirk within it. He does the same to all the other ones, receiving multiple copies of quirks like Super Regeneration and many, many others. He warps around all of his facilities, taking every quirk he could. This was incredible. His body was perfect, and it seemed to be able to handle an endless amount of quirks. Of course, as great as this was, he couldn't help but feel some semblance of anxiety. He couldn't stop thinking about what Bill did. Or could have done, anyway. Why did he heal him for free? In any case, Mugen was in his prime. Far above it, actually. And with enough quirks, he'd be able to crush one for all once and for all. He took the game too far, and it almost backfired on him. But he had this under control. After thinking of what quirks to steal, he remembers the sports festival. Every year, a buffet of quirks would be displayed to him and the world. This time, he wouldn't miss out and let so many interesting abilities slip away. And since the location was broadcasted, he'd know where to warp. This would go swimmingly. Present, you didn't explain the arrow. All Might said, annoyed. He was surprised by his arch-enemy's confusion. Arrow? He blinked. The arrow you shot young Midoriya with? The one that teleported him away? Mugen crossed his arms. I didn't shoot any arrow at him. I don't need physical weaponry, and a quirk that generates arrows in any capacity isn't one I would take. In fact, I planned on simply warping him away with the same quirk I used to get here. This confused everyone to no end. If it wasn't him that did it, who did? And what would have happened had he never shown up after? Did Mugen's attack stop a potential attack from a different party? Questions for later, should they survive. I don't know what you're talking about, and honestly, it's killing my mood. A medium-sized dark energy ball appeared on the tip of his pointer finger, which was pointed at All Might. Time to die. Mugen fires it, and All Might dodges to the left. But to his surprise, it almost immediately redirects itself behind Mugen and bore through Endeavor's massive flames and hit him in the side, tearing a hole clean through him. The Demon Lord appeared before him and gripped his neck. I never would have done this before, but with this stronger body, I can safely use your quirk. He stole Endeavor's quirk, the fire in his costume dispersing immediately after. Mount Lady, Death Arms, Best Jeanist, and Kamui Woods appeared. Mugen rolled his eyes. He activated a few strength booster quirks and threw Endeavor's corpse at Mount Lady's face, breaking her nose and sending her crashing back. Mugen's own clothes suddenly restrain him. He sighed as Death Arms jumped up in front of him, and All Might appeared behind him. At the same time, the two strong heroes strike him in the torso. It was entirely ineffective thanks to shock absorption. He kicked Death Arms, caving his chest in and crushing his internal organs. Mugen, with one hand, blasted Death Arms with a massive amount of fire, instantly turning him to ashes. An instant later, Mugen warped his hand behind All Might, grabbing him through the portal and holding him up. Mugen casually whistles and pierces his injured side with spear-like bones. All Might punched Mugen across the face but only ended up hurting himself due to impact recoil. He threw him at Best Jeanist and dodges Kamui Wood's lacquered chain prison. With Endeavor's quirk, he easily breached his defenses and burned him alive. He cracked his neck. Multiplier, spring-like limbs, air cannon, and hellflame. Rather unceremoniously, he vaporized All Might and Best Jeanist with a single powerful blast. Kanoko, Reiko, Psycho, Pony, and Chikuchi stuck together, running through the city and luckily not being trampled by their less composed classmates and the civilians. They were frightened by that villain, extremely so. But if anyone could handle him, it was All Might. "Where is Izuku?" Kanoko shouted so the other girls could hear her over everyone screaming. A massive explosion of flames went off in the arena. Their hair was blown into disarray by the shockwave. They looked up and saw a horde of pros rushing to the sports festival arena. "That arrow," Psycho said. Someone shot it at him, but despite it not hurting him at all, he was teleported somewhere by it. Pony growled. "We're killing whoever did that." The shadow of the Ryukyu in her dragon form briefly darkened the arena. But just seconds later, a thunderclap followed up by a devastating boom rung throughout the air. And seconds later, the charred corpse of a group of heroes landed in the streets. "I have to do something," Kanoko said, distressed. "Izu isn't here, but I can use one for all. I can fight that thing in the arena." "No," Pony said harshly. "You'll die. We need to find a way to bring Izuku back instead." They glared at each other. Mugen easily dodges Ryukyu's draconic wind-generating swings. At the same time, he repelled the attacks of Crust, Hawks, and Airjet all at once. Whose quirks do I steal next? There are just so many choices. He then creates a blood-red force field, blocking Ryukyu's claw. "Not yours, Dragoon. Quirks like yours don't thrill me." His bubble-shaped force field turns into a wall, and then the wall encased the Dragoon hero. After joyfully shaking her around like a snow globe, he threw her at Hawks and Airjet. The former avoided it, but the latter wasn't so lucky. The trapped dragon accidentally crushed and paralyzed Airjet. While Hawks was distracted, Mugen pierced him with Rivet Stab and drew him in. In one swift motion, he stole his quirk and tossed him aside like garbage. As for Ryukyu, he picked up her prison and her by extension and stole Airjet's quirk. The poor thing was barely alive, with his legs being crushed into pancakes. Mugen left him to suffer. Tossing Ryukyu aside, Mugen blocked a kick from Mirko. He absent-mindedly blasted her away with Airjet's surprisingly useful quirk. Crust threw a shield at him, but Mugen caught it with one hand and crushed it with 3 fingers. "Really?" He shook his head disapprovingly. "You all suck, you know that? Without All Might, you're all, as I used to say back in the day, washed." He grabbed Crust's face, and as he uselessly fought back, Mugen stole his quirk and crushed his head into red paste. "Boring." Mugen dropped the corpse and wiped his hand on Crust's costume. "Where are the stronger heroes with the stronger quirks?" "I have to fight. You have to stay alive for Izuku's sake," Pony argued back. "The pros are getting dismantled while working together, and you're thinking about fighting that monster on your own." Kanoko frowned. "And what? Searching blindly for Izuku is a better idea? For all we know, that arrow could have sent in through time or something." Upon hearing that, Chikuchi's eyes widened. "Time? We have to trust that he'll get back on his own, so, therefore, I have to fight." "Girls." Chikuchi interrupts their argument. "I have an idea. It's risky and dangerous, but it's better than fighting recklessly or searching blind." "What is it?" Pony inquired. "The Time Morpher Beetle." Reiko and Psycho looked at each other and shrugged, never having heard of the creature. "When it was attached to me, time was rewound every time I was killed. I had to die over 30 times to save Eri, but in the end, I succeeded and paralyzed the bastard villain that was abusing her." Pony's eyes widened. "Are you suggesting, Kanoko, if you're gonna fight that villain, you'll have to use the beetle to get extra lives? Either that or use the danger shroom on him. Either way, it's gonna be absolutely horrendously horrible." Kanoko steels herself. "Izu would fight without hesitation, so I will too." They chose to go with the beetle, and they rushed toward Izuku's place to grab it. Ippen was taking Izuku somewhere. But beforehand, he was handed a nice black winter coat, which he gratefully puts on. "So, Izuku starts. How did you get here, Josei?" "Just call me Ippen," she replied kindly. "And I was shot by an arrow." She stopped to roll up her sleeve, showing a small scar. She continued walking. "This one?" Izuku showed it to her, and judging by her shocked expression, it was the same. "How do you get it?" Someone tried shooting me with it, but I caught it. I still ended up here, though. I suppose that making contact with it in any way results in being teleported. Speaking of teleportation, do you know where or when we are? Izuku asked. Ippen sighed. All I know is that we're somewhere in the United States. Possibly, Oregon? I can't be sure. They arrived upon a small, man-made cabin. Or, in this case, woman-made. It was surprisingly nice. I tried finding other people, but with no luck. I think whenever we are experienced some sort of cataclysm that wiped out everyone. I also haven't seen the sun yet. And then there was a shockwave. It was so powerful that it completely covered them in snow, which they shook themselves out of. Also, that happens occasionally. But then something new happens. Something lands a good distance away. It was far away enough to see through the trees but not to be seen by them. It was a person. A youngish fellow with brown hair. Whoever he was, he seemed to like pine trees a lot. Not only did he have a large one tattooed on his shirtless chest, but his pupils were also blue pine trees. What do you think you're doing, Mabel? The boy, whoever he was blown away by an invisible force, creating the same shockwave that hit Ippen and Izuku earlier. They were already in the cabin. They didn't want to chance their lives on whoever this Mabel was attacking them as well. My hero mode didn't activate after seeing that boy getting attacked. We have to get out of here. Izuku picked up Ippen in a bridal carry. It was a little awkward given her crazy height. Oh. She was caught off guard by this maneuver. I'm a little surprised you're strong enough to lift me. I've come to notice that more beautiful women are easier to carry. It may be a quirk thing. She blushed at that. Anyway, I have an idea. He carries her in one arm and the arrow in the other. Once he couldn't hear anything outside, he went out and threw the arrow as hard as he could. Before it hit anything, Izuku ran and caught it, resulting in them being sent through time. Asterisk as more explosions went off and the cities were bathed in chaos. The girls arrived at Izuku's empty residence. We agreed to keep most of the anomalous stuff Izu documented in his place. Let's find this bug quick. Given that this was a 3-person apartment, it wasn't necessary to split up. After a few minutes, they looked everywhere except Izuku's room. They enter. Kanoko swore she saw a green-haired woman standing over Izuku's bed. But she disappeared too fast, so she assumed she was hallucinating. Reiko picked up a pencil holder. Our beloved has interesting tastes. I know, right? Pony joked. There was a lot of All Might in here. What the hell? Kanoko says. What is it that bothers you? Saiko asked as she and the girls grouped around her. There was a strange knife on the bed. A knife? Chikuchi said, confused. I don't recall him ever having one. Not one that looked like this. Kanoko picked it up and inspected it. It was small, so small it could barely be classified as a knife or dagger. It was all black with a messy white cloth wrapped around the hilt. But the symbol on the hilt caught them off guard. It was the same one that was on Time Beetle. And unbeknownst to them, it was the same one that was on the arrow that teleported Izuku away. What do we call whatever that is? Pony asked. Izu put the moniker, Time Morpher, on that beetle, so I think I'll do the same here. The Time Morpher blade is what I'll call it, Kanoko said whilst inspecting it. A fitting name. Saiko paused awkwardly with a blush, dearest. Chikuchi squealed adorably before hugging her. The Ice Queen loves us. Ice Queen? Saiko, despite her distress, hugs her back. Who's calling me that? I'm not some cold-blooded, harsh, callous dame. Chikuchi pecked her on the cheek. I know, and you're just adorable as heck when you blush. With that aside, Kanoko keeps the knife. It could have some unique effect that'd be useful against Mugen. They proceed to search for the beetle but have no luck. To their horror, the jar it was in was gone entirely, as was the beetle. This arouses Kanoko's suspicions. Did the weird woman in Izu's room take it? Was she also the one who put this knife here if not Izu? Whoever she was, she seemed to know what was going on and what they were planning, and for whatever reason, she swapped the beetle out for the knife and most likely wanted them to use it on Mugen. Either way, Kanoko was very curious to see what it could do. Time Traveler's arrow Izuku and Ippen end up in a strangely industrialized cave. Someone, probably some scientist, was most likely using this place as a bunker of sorts. They had no reason to stay here since it wasn't their timeline, and they were about to leave as quickly as they came. But danger sense goes off. Izuku was gonna grab Ippon and dodges, but she does so herself surprisingly. This leads to Izuku blocking the danger instead of avoiding it. He grapples with an ugly, slimy white creature who was surprisingly strong. "You're a robust little human, aren't you?" The mysterious creature chuckled as it shape-shifts into a human. A human who, for some reason, had 6 fingers on each hand. Izuku boxes with the creature without using his quirks so as to not collapse the cave. He blocked, parried, and countered it with ease, ending the exchange with a dual palm strike imbued with 4% of one for all, sending it back. "I can't use too much power here," Izuku muttered. Ippon, hearing this, steps in to fight before Izuku could go again. One right hook to the cheek sent it flying into a cave wall. "Stay away from him, ugly," she shouted. "Ugly?" the creature asked, turning into Ippon. "You shouldn't say that about yourself." Ippon and the creature fight, and her raw physical force overwhelmed the creature quickly despite it becoming her. Ippon blocks a right and swept its thin white legs. And without hesitation, she stomped on its head, killing it and resulting in it reverting to his original ugly form. Wanting to make sure it didn't come back, she stomped on it a few more times. "Phew." She wiped her brow. "Okay, let's." Izuku's mouth was agape. And while giggling, she walks up to him and closes his mouth. "Badass," he said. "I was hit by that arrow quite a while ago," Ippon says. "I probably would have reached enlightenment had you never shown up. Either that or ended up killed by whoever those 2 people were. They probably caused that cataclysm you mentioned prior. Not that it matters, we'll likely never see them again. They had a very brief but very unpleasant feeling." "Don't count on it," she replies. Izuku picked up Ippon again and threw the arrow, catching it and sending them through time. This time, there wasn't any danger. So Izuku continued jumping through time with Ippon in his arm. Again, they were somewhere that wasn't home, so they kept jumping, again, and again. Mugen was bored. Bored and wildly unimpressed. After killing many of the top 30 heroes, he stayed in the sports festival arena, sitting in the destroyed stands waiting for more to show up, but that didn't happen. "Why the hell am I just sitting here?" He stood up and warped in front of Ryukyu, who was thrashing against her bubble prison in her dragon form, unable to free herself. "Hi, Ryukyu." The giant dragon hero snarled at him. "Do you like bowling?" Not giving her time to answer, he picked up the Ryukyu ball with one hand and flew out to a random street. "Let's get a strike." He placed and pushed the prison ball. Buildings were leveled, hundreds were crushed, and for Ryukyu, this was a nightmare. Not only was her head spinning from all the spinning, but guilt and self-loathing at her inability to free herself and stop this madness ate away at her. She reverts to her human form to mitigate the damage, which works, but not for long. Mugen appears. "It doesn't matter what form you take, Ryukyu. Your weakness will still get people killed." He grinned as he picked her prison up and, like he was actually bowling, rolled her into a crowd of civilians. After tearing through that group, Mugen stretched his legs. "Actually, bowling sucks. I'm more of a soccer guy, like Messi. May God rest his soul." Mugen prays in front of Ryukyu before kicking her across the city. Multiple buildings collapse due to Ryukyu having been kicked clean through the pillars, holding them up. Some had desperate survivors, and some didn't. Either way, the more this went on, the more people that would die. Ryukyu thinks to the best of her ability. Bumping against the shield and being spun and rolled around constantly chipped away at her, but she had to do something. She couldn't just sit here while he threw her around. "Should I just die, Kobe?" Mugen picked up her ball and dunked her through a tall building like a basketball. He held up 2 peace signs and admired his work. He's doing this because he's bored. Another kick. More deaths and damage. If I can't entertain him, he'll stop, and then she saw a familiar swirling wave of energy hit the Demon Lord. It was Najire and the rest of the Big Three, along with most of UA's third-year students. Najire, a usually free-spirited and happy girl, had a stone-cold and very angry expression. "You seem hopping mad, fledgling hero." Mugen shrugs off a Najire wave and slaps another way away. "I think we should talk about your problems over a cup of tea." Mirio punched him in the chin, but Mugen didn't acknowledge him and didn't look away from Nejire. Release Ryukyu. Nejire said, her anger almost possessing her, now. Okay. Mugen said with a genuine-looking smile. With a snap, the caged dragon was freed from her spherical prison. Ryukyu could barely move. Just about every part of her body was lit in the flames of pain, and she had to hold back from expelling her lunch, but she was alive. I'll just kill everyone here and steal a few quirks with you then. And then Nejire was trapped in Mugen's shield quirk, but this time, it was attached to a chain, forming something akin to a human flail. Mirio struck him again, and Tamaki grabbed his body with a large octopus arm and tried dragging him away from Nejire, but he didn't budge an inch. Mugen inspected the third-year students as he was being attacked. Your quirk is too complex, though I commend you for being able to use it as well as you do. He tried batting him away, but his hand went through him. Mirio punched him again, only for nothing to happen. Mugen sighed. Okay. He ignored him and focused on Nejire and Tamaki, the latter of which he attacked with the Nejire flail. It was as fast as a whip and hit like a car. Despite Tamaki's defenses, he couldn't move after the first hit, much to Nejire's horror. He spun the flail around and struck the third year, Hayayuyu. But to his surprise, she persisted despite her many, now, broken bones. Let Nejire go, you quirk-stealing asshole. Mugen grabbed her by the neck, still ignoring Mirio. Blah blah blah. Woe is me. Let my friend go, all for one. Mugen rolled his eyes. What's yours is mine. He steals her quirk and kicks her into a building. He freed Nejire's head and steals her quirk, too. He left her in her prison. You know, without my one for all around, everything is so easy. I suppose the Demon Lord will need a new arch-enemy, but who to choose? His eyes scanned Yue's third years, who were frozen in terror. Fighting him would be the same as kissing their quirks goodbye, and not fighting the villain before them would be not only cowardly but also not hero-like. Well, none of you. Mugen shrugs, smiling widely. Quirks aside, you're all so boring. A bunch of ants trying to climb a mountain. A pack of dogs trying to jump over the moon. He shot in the face. Multiple times. Mugen waits until whoever shot him was out of bullets before regenerating and ejecting the bullets out of his body. He turns to them. It was Kanoko Komori holding a handgun. She tossed it to the side and crossed her arms. After everything I did and the heroes I killed, you thought that would hurt me? Mugen asked, deadpan. Nope. Komori answered. I just needed your attention. Yeah? And now you're losing it. He turned to the third years, anyway. So, one for all. Komori got him to look at her again. You mentioned it a bit ago, yeah? That's correct. I assume the ninth vessel trusts you enough to have told you about it. Well, no, technically. Komori shrugged. He isn't here, and he's likely not even in this country anymore. The teleporting arrow likely sent him far, far away, but one for all is still here and ready to kill you. Oh? Mugen was intrigued, but he didn't set his expectations too high. Everyone he faced was disappointingly easy to beat. I suppose what you're about to say will shock me to my core? Say? Komori asked. No, the right word is, show. She activates one for all. Mugen was speechless upon seeing the red electricity. He couldn't and didn't believe it, but what he was seeing was very real and very familiar. It doesn't end there. Pink smoke comes off of her, and Black Whip covers her knuckles. Komori pulled Mugen in before punching him across the face with 100% power. She floats in the air. All of you get out of here, Komori said to the UA students. You'll either die or end up getting your quirk stolen. Before going to face Mugen, she spots Nejire and Yuyu, both of whom were unconscious and being carried away by the others. Those two were pretty cute. If Izu didn't set the polycule limit to 8, I would probably ask them to join. She flew away and faced Mugen, who still held an expression of pure shock. How? He asked simply. I thought Izuku Midoriya was the one who had it. He does, she said smugly. And I do too. He can use past users' quirks and, surprise, I can as well. Again. How? She shrugged. My guess is mitosis. Izuku did tell the girls about one for all during their training before the sports festival, though it was mostly superficial. Past. One for all? Kanoko activates the quirk. Is that what this is? Yup. Izuku said. It's a centuries-old quirk which all might had before me, and it was sort of dropped onto my lap in a non-literal sense one day. We're still not 100% on how that happened. We? She tilts her head. Yeah. The past users. They're the reason we have the other quirks. Izuku creates a small strand of blackwhip from his finger. This is the 5th S power. You can talk to them, right? No, Kanoko said awkwardly. I can use all of the quirks just fine, but I haven't heard anything in my head yet, and my dreams have been relatively normal. Relatively. Kanoko thinks back to a particularly spicy dream she had, which Cammy and Izuku were in. They may or may not have been naked. She coughed into her fist. Yeah, but that's not important. You should tell the other girls about this. Of course, Izuku says. He kissed on the cheek. Love you. I love you too, Izu. Present day, he didn't mention you, though, Kanoko said. Either he thought you were dead or he didn't know you existed. Either way, you're gonna day today, My name is Mugen Shigaraki, he said politely, but I mostly know as my quirk's name, all for one. Right. And if I fail in killing you, Izuku will succeed when he gets back. Mugen smirks. I'm not sure how you have one for all, but that doesn't matter. If you don't have any vestiges, that means I can steal it and even the playing field. Kanoko smiles. Just as I wanted. She unveiled her knife, twirling it. Don't think I'll make it easy for you, Shigaraki. A knife? Mugen, using several side-based quirks, thoroughly analyzes it. What's with that design? And the blade is so short. Go. Kanoko charges at the Demon Lord. To Mugen's utter confusion, she doesn't move in a way that an expert fighter would. She was just charging at him straight up. In other words, she, like an amateur, was telegraphing. Secondly, she doesn't use the knife despite her holding it. She instead goes in to punch him. No tricks, no deception, just a straight-up hit to open up the fight. Is this some sort of joke? He asked. Either she was stupid, inexperienced, or both. She was in the first year, so it made sense. Either way, Mugen saw her attack coming from a mile away and crossed his arms, preparing to simply dodge it. As he does so, he very discovers 3 unsettling things. Number 1. He was hit. Despite dodging, he just doesn't. His BDY doesn't move, forcing him to take the dangerous blow. Number 2. Mushrooms were growing all over him. He removed the ones on his body, but the ones in his throat and stomach he struggled with immensely. Number 3. Whilst being sent flying and trying to expel the mushrooms in his internal organs, his body hits a disturbing amount of dangerous objects. He crashed through glass windows, resulting in dangerously sharp glass shards cutting him all over his body and destroying his eyes. And then a store. He felt some sort of liquid drench his entire body, wounds included. It smelled like brake fluid. And then a large pool. And not just any pool. A largely chlorinated one. The large amount of chlorine in the pool and the brake fluid Mugen was drenched in did not react well, causing a massive explosion. Komori, with a large grin, flew over and watched as Mugen rose into the air, his body heavily damaged and practically charred. Still, due to multiple regeneration quirks, he was restored to nearly perfect condition. Why didn't my body obey me? I was supposed to dodge that hit, I was. Then it hits him. Komori almost flinched when Mugen growls. He, out of blinding rage, unleashed a bunch of quirks wildly. Electric arrows from Yu, energy waves from Nijire, Endeavor's Hellflame, Crust's shields, Hawk's feathers, Rivet's stab, Dark energy ball, and many more. This caused the mushrooms in his body to be promptly destroyed. That Isocles ingrate. That putrid energy-based lifeform. That ugly, grotesque, putrid little demonic triangle. I'm gonna tear him to shreds. He thought Bill gave him a body that would disobey him. Huh? Oh, he thinks him not dodging was something else. Works for me. Isocles ingrate is an interesting insult. Komori grabbed his attention, and he stopped attacking the environment. No wonder you're such a blockhead. Block. Mugen clenched his fists. An isosceles is a 2-dimensional triangle, you stupid child. Komori smiled. As is your mother. Not thinking clearly, Mugen attacks. But thanks to danger sense and her high speed, Komori flew downward and kicked up into his chest. Again, Mugen couldn't dodge it. Nor could he avoid the flurry of attacks from Komori. She punched him across the face with a left and right hook, then square in the face, and then appeared above him and smashed her foot into his back, damaging his spine and sending him crashing into the ground. Except he didn't hit the ground. He was impaled on a broken and suspiciously sharp street light. Mugen flew up, overflowing with rage, confusion, and a hint of fear. Why aren't I dodging? How can I stop this? If I keep taking hits like those, I'll lose. You know. Komori wrapped him up in Black Whip, finally choosing to use the knife. For a big bad quirk-stealing villain, you're kind of a. She flew at him with a villainous grin. No, you're a total bitch. And then she stabbed him. Mugen didn't feel it, and Kanoko was a little confused. She was expecting something to happen. Nonetheless, she kept stabbing him. Mugen laughed quietly as Kanoko upped her pace, stabbing him as fast a dozen times per second. He laughed louder for a few more seconds until he felt something odd. He suddenly backhanded Kanoko away, feeling weaker. Why am I weaker? He checked his quirk collection and froze. No. That knife. It stole my quirks. Kanoko stood up, shaking debris out of her hair and cracking her neck. Ow. Dickhead. I guess that's happens when no one loves you. She looked at the knife. For some reason, the sharp hourglass mark was glowing a bit. She had no idea what it was doing, but it was doing something to Mugen. And she'd find out by stabbing him a few more times. The Demon Lord was hyperventilating, the feeling of his quirks being taken from him unsettling him very deeply, but he calms himself. Her little stabbing spree only took my regeneration and strength booster quirks. I can't let her stab me with that again. Otherwise, my most important tools, such as life force, could be stolen. So, Komori returns relatively unharmed, spinning her knife and being careful not to cut herself. Is fear setting in yet? Are you beginning to regret hurting and killing so many people? Her expression shifts to one of rage. I can't believe someone like you dares to exist, under all that villainous dialogue and insufferable ego is a loser. You aren't worth my Izuku's time. Though she was mad at him for threatening the lives of her lovers, she was happy. This was the most favorable situation she could possibly be in, outside of Izuku and Cammy being here with her. Past Kanoko and the girls went to retrieve the danger shroom from Kanoko's home. It was a simple task since Mugen's attack was most concentrated near the sports festival arena, and she didn't leave near it. Getting the mushroom? Easy. Leaving with it? Not so much. Kanoko's parents weren't gonna let her leave the house so easily, especially since Izuku had disappeared. Psycho, being the smart girl she was, managed to talk them into letting her fight. That, Kanoko showing off her new powers, and the inevitably of Mugen taking over Japan and Kanoko being in danger regardless pushed them enough to allow it. From there, Psycho came up with an idea. Instead of just making Mugen eat the danger shroom or something, they should instead weaponize it. Infuse its properties into a weapon. A gun. Kanoko's dad had one, and since Kanoko could cure its effects from her own body, she was the one who mixed the danger shroom with an entire magazine of bullets. It was a difficult and exhausting process, but she earned lots of hugs and kisses from the girls afterward. So that was nice. The plan was simple. Inflict the villain with the danger shroom's effects and see what happens. If it behaved like Kanoko's did, then they were screwed since getting hit by cars and falling into sewers wouldn't do him in. They were hoping that the danger attracting and/or creating effect would adjust itself based on the target and their quirks and thus attract actual danger. They were also banking on whoever the villain attacking was to not bother dodging bullets from a mere gun. Present-day Mugen couldn't dodge thanks to the danger shroom, and because of the knife, he couldn't heal himself should he be hit again. He was gonna lose. I'm done with this. He flew up into the air. High up. If he couldn't dodge, he'd just keep away from her. Whilst up there, he begins combining all of his quirks. Every single one. All into a massive country-destroying attack. I should have just opened up with this. I should have just wiped everyone off the map as soon as I returned to my prime. As long as I have life force, I can always just wait and restore Japan later after I rule the rest of the world. Komori wasn't worried. Even though it appeared as though a large planetoid were in the sky and could easily be seen across all of Japan, she knew she could handle it if she used her full power. But as she was about to stop it, he was suddenly struck by a green bolt of lightning. Mugen rapidly descends, and when he hits the ground, someone appears beside Kanoko. Her heart flutters, and she almost jumped for joy. It was Izuku. Her Izuku. He was carrying a tall fox woman, whom he puts down. Is it weird that I felt drawn back here? He asked no one. Unfortunately, he doesn't get an answer. He does, however, get a full-body koala-like hug from Kanoko, who attached herself to him and wouldn't let go anytime go. Oh, I'm so rocking your world later, Kanoko said into his chest, never time travel again. What? Ippen and Izuku said in unison, I said I'm gonna. And then, thanks to danger sense, they avoided a sneak attack from Mugen, who the vestiges instantly recognized. He's alive? You're alive? Izuku and the vestiges said in unison. Mugen spat out blood. He was durable, but Izuku's kick hurt, and without any sort of regeneration, he wasn't going to be able to heal himself. I'm just as surprised as you are, boy. Mugen spa. Having my skull flattened by your predecessor was an experience. Izuku pauses. Tell him he's still ugly, Yoichi said deviously. Yoichi says you're still ugly. Yo who? Kanoko asked. Yoichi. Mugen sounded a little surprised before growling. You ungrateful little brat. After everything I did for you, you return the favor by bugging me for over a century? You've been an ass to me since birth, literally. He says you've been an ass to him since birth, literally. And I made up for it. I was gonna give you the world, together. We could have ruled over these worthless quirk dispensers as kings. Twin demon lords. Probably. But spiting you is more fun. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Probably. But spiting you is more fun, he says. Mugen growled. Yeah, I'll deal with you, quick. A century of crimes can't be forgiven, and you're too dangerous to be imprisoned. Izuku activates 5th's armor. Before attacking, Kanoko tossed him the knife. He can't dodge, and that knife is doing something to him that he doesn't like. Stabs the shit about him. Almost as if it were natural, Kanoko activates her own version of 5th's armor. This was Kanoko overlay. I'll annoy him. And you, hot fox lady, should probably go. Yeah, okay. Ippen leaves. About a second later, she noticed she looked just like Izuku, and he did too. Without speech, they agreed to address this later. They attack. Since Mugen knew he couldn't dodge, he decided to try tripping them up. With air cannon and a combination of other quirks, he pulverized the road they were on into dust and then ignited it a combination of Hellflame and Hyayuyu's quirk. To Kanoko's surprise, Black Whip moves automatically, raising her high into the air to avoid danger. Oh, so her version of overlay combines Black Whip with danger sense instead of having someone else help her with dodging. That's cool, Daigoro said. Together, they flipped over the explosion. Izuku stabbed Mugen while Kanoko kicked him in the face, once again growing mushrooms on and in him. He raised an arm, but Kanoko's Black Whips automatically restrained the arm and his palm, as did Izuku's. She backflips away and fully restrained his body with the exception of a shoulder. Daigoro does the same, adding on Mugen's inability to move. From there, Izuku stabs him repeatedly. With each one, Mugen felt one quirk leave him. He tried keeping a tighter hold on his collection, but the knife bypassed his efforts and continued taking quirks indiscriminately. Every time he was weakened, it became harder to escape and stop it. Asterisk. Yeah. Yeah. Yoichi cheered. Stab that bastard to death, Kudo and Bruce shouted. Make sure he's dead for good when you're done, Hikage said calmly, but there was a little elation in his voice. Beat his ass, Daigoro cheers. End his centuries-long rule, Izuku Midoriya, N said. Send him to hell. Nana shouted with fire. Take his entire head this time, All Might shouted. All Might? Izuku briefly stopped but kept stabbing Mugen, not wanting to give him any hope of escape. Toshi. Nana audibly turned pale. To not disturb Izuku's focus, she kept this to the vestiges only. Why? No, he didn't kill you, did he? He did. Toshinori frowns. I wasn't strong enough. No one was. He killed many of the top pro heroes and myself with ease. I'm just glad young Midoriya and young Komori seem to be having an easy time. So, does anyone know why Mugen supposedly can't dodge? Yoichi asked. Nope. Every vestige said at the same time, Ah, well. I suppose Izuku will ask Komori once he's dead. Mugen tried unleashing Hellflame to escape, but before he could use it, it was gone. Then, spring-like limbs, spear-like bones, wave motion, fierce wings, dark energy ball, and more quirks were fading by the second. And then a crux was taken. Air cannon, and then rivet stab. Out of desperation, he tried using warp. But then that was taken. Attempting to use any quirks would result in the likelihood of them being taken to be increased drastically. Warp. Gate, impact recoil, multiple kinetic boosters, a lie detector, and more, they were gone as well. And then the worst happened. His quirk and namesake, All for One, was taken. The Time Morpher blade glows brightly as it takes every other quirk from the former Demon Lord. Izuku and Komori released him. His body rapidly ages. He grew skinny and thin, looking more like his brother. The irony wasn't lost on him. Anger boils in his blood. Still, he believed his inability to dodge hits was because of Bill. His last words were to Bill Cipher. Due to his age and his injuries, he ends up passing away. Komori was happy he was dead, but Izuku was upset. More than a dozen pro heroes and thousands of people were dead. All because he wasn't here. On top of that, most of the living heroes and her students were quirkless. Komori noticed his sadness and became sad as well. Are you okay? No, if I had known. No, Komori said. None of that. Random shit happens all the time. Hell, you bumping into my danger attracting self and curing me was pure chance. That's life. There's bullshit you can stop, and bullshit you can't. You should always be more inclined to focus on the former. Otherwise, you'll keep spiraling and hamper your work. She hugs him. In the end, we beat that old bastard and took his quirks from him. We won, Izuku. His quirks? Izuku hugs her with one arm, and they inspected the knife together. Is that what this thing does? Definitely. The guy is old and probably had a quirk that slowed his aging or something. Him rapidly aging, on top of his wings disappearing, was what indicated to me that the knife took quirks. And with his weird inability to dodge. Izuku trails off before changing the sentence. What exactly did you do, by the way? How'd you handle him so easily? Komori grinned. Oh, it was glorious. I was gonna use the Time Morpher Beetle, but it was gone. We don't know why, but it and the jar it was in weren't in your room. So we went with the alternative. The Danger Shroom. Realizing what she planned, Izuku couldn't help but smile. So because of that, he couldn't dodge, huh? That, plus the knife and our powers, it's no wonder he lost. Speaking of the knife, it was on your bed. Did you find it and not tell us or something? No. Izuku looks at it. The hourglass symbol on it turned bright red. I think someone planted it. And if so, they probably took the beetle as well. Kanoko hesitates. Do you think your mom planted it? She wasn't gonna tell him about her supposed hallucination. Izuku's mood drops, and then he gets angry. I don't think I like thinking about her much anymore. He knew he was in denial. He knew Inko couldn't have been still working after all of this. He knew she, to some extent, couldn't be trusted. But he didn't want the good memories he had with her to be bastardized. Tears fall. Raw, emotional, and choked sobs escape him. Izuku doesn't bother trying to stop it. He fell to his knees and cried, dropping the knife. Why is she doing this? Why won't she come back? Kanoko gently picked up his chin, wiping his cheeks clean. I don't fully understand the situation with your mom, but I do know that if she really left you alone for this long, then she isn't worthy of being your mother. Not in the slightest. No matter what she's doing, this level of neglect is inexcusable. You have to let her go. Izuku's breath hitched at that. Holding on to someone who wants nothing to do with you will only hurt you, and I can't stand seeing you like this. It hurts to see you hurt. Izuku sobs harder, and Kanoko hugs him. You don't need her anymore, because we are here. Shigaraki was a storm of emotions right now. About just every horrible thing that could have happened to him was currently happening. All for One was dead. His precious Nomu were useless, quirkless, empty shells. Like guns without their bullets. He quickly deduced that their quirks were stolen. Fan-fucking-tastic. Mugen did and left him defenseless. No Nomu, no League of Villains, no nothing. Mugen made a desperate, massive move and failed in taking one for all in the end. At least a lot of the pro heroes, such as All Might, were dead as well. He was the last one remaining. He would eventually either be caught and arrested forever, eventually die of old age despite his quirk, or starve to death due to not having a reliable source of food. He had no fighting skills, no Nomu, no weapons, and no resources. No way to regain what he lost. He could bide his time and gather forces from the shadows like his master once did, but who would listen to them? He had nothing to give, no way to force loyalty, and he didn't have his master's charisma or intimidation skills. He was nothing. All of his work, all for nothing. This was what brought him here to the moon. By some miracle, he managed to find a solar pattern without being caught or even glanced at. Mugen made a deal with Bill and almost won against everyone, so Shigaraki definitely could too. He was on the moon, and he looked for that blasted demon, but he doesn't find him. He shouted for him over and over, but it was like he wasn't here. This was weird. Bill had no reason to ignore him. It wasn't like anything he had could hurt or kill him. Hell, All Might and Mugen in their primes couldn't scratch him even if they worked together. And then he was shot in the leg. Someone in black walks beside his downed body. A woman. One who was joined by a group of heroes. Who? I should be asking you that. Madam President of the HPSC said. Not that it matters. I can't risk you being manipulated by Bill if he's even still up here. Without hesitation, she emptied an entire clip into his head. She doesn't bother with his corpse, given that they were on another planet. You there. She pointed to one of the faceless pro-heroes, who stood at attention instantly. Check his body. He does so, and the rest watch. His face morphed into surprise when he unveiled a parchment. His eyes widened even further. Without a word, he handed it to his boss. She smirked. Well, damn. So this guy had the completed Zodiac all along, huh? She took out hers, which had the symbols in the spell scratched out. They're identical. With a little detective work, I can figure out who goes with what symbol. What about Bill? A commission hero asked. He isn't here, so he has to be back on Earth. It's fine. We have the Zodiac now. With it and a group compatible with the symbols, we can eject Bill from our dimension until we have a way to kill him and permanently rid the world of his weirdness. Though Bill being in Japan now was concerning. They had no way of finding who brought him until Bill appeared and said or himself. On the bright side, they wouldn't be caught by surprise. Madness is coming to town. Chapter summary. The beginning of the end. Japan was in flames. Figuratively, of course. But they were in a horrible spot. Almost all of their best heroes were either dead or quirkless, the biggest blows to society being the deaths of All Might, Best Jeanist, Crust, and Endeavor. Plus, the quirklessness of Hawks. Tens of thousands of people died and many, many more were homeless. The government scrambled to put emotional fires out and fix the massive amount of damage Mugen did. But it wasn't all bad. While multiple top heroes did die, 2 more were born. Izuku Midoriya and Kanoko Komori, as it turns out, were recorded. Their fight against Mugen was posted everywhere, and they were hailed as heroes by almost everyone in Japan. Had it not been for them, the villains would have been emboldened by the death of so many heroes and made their move, causing further chaos. But Izuku's and Komori's power frightened them. It pushed them back into the shadows. It also somewhat maintained the people's hope and trust in heroes as a whole. As for the damage to many cities, a certain construction company, alongside many others, was tasked with making repairs. Needless to say, the Urarakas were paid handsomely. Of course, due to Izuku's poor mental state and many other aftermath-related factors, such as mass deaths in many families, UA and many other hero schools had given their students an indefinite amount of time off. Asterisk all of the girls, minus Chikuchi, due to her needing to take care of Eri, were at Saiko's house in her surprisingly large bedroom. Even Ippon was here. Saiko brings everyone a glass of milk tea while they watch a movie. Saiko's bed could fit all of them easily. Damn, smarty pants. Your bedroom can fit like a dozen of mine, Cammy said. She was on her front with her feet in the air. My quirk multiplies my IQ based on the tea I drink. I need ample space if I am to express my intelligence. Saiko responds, sitting next to Cammy's arm. Neat. Neat indeed, love. Saiko looks around. Now, where was that remote? Here. Reiko levitated it over to her. She was resting her head on a pillow. Most appreciated, Reiko. Psycho turns up the volume of the movie just a little bit. Today is a great day. Pony said happily. Why? Komori sniped. Because you get to cuddle with the big fox lady? After we agreed to take turns? Ippon was in her back, and Pony was sitting on her abdomen. Komori growled at her. Yup. Pony dove between Ippon's chest. She silently squirmed, wondering how she got here. Not that she was upset or anything. Past a bit after the battle, Ippon sniffed out Komori and Izuku and returned to them. I can't believe you two won, she said with a little relief in her voice. That guy was scary, let me tell you. I think even. Komori gave her a look. After seeing the state Izuku was in, she avoided talking about the battle. So, my house was destroyed. But before that, I was actually evicted for obvious reasons. I planned on moving anyway, but all of this kind of threw me off, so it'd be nice if I could stay with you while I get sorted. She wanted Izuku specifically to offer her a place, but either one would do just fine. Present day. While the movie played, Fuwa noticed that Izuku was spaced out. He was sitting up straight with his legs crossed. She tapped his shoulder and got nothing. She gently shook him. Izuku looked to his right, where Fuwa was. Yeah? Your negative energy is spiking. What are you thinking about? Knowing he couldn't lie, Izuku speaks honestly. My mom. She smiled. Need my help? You're a national treasure, Fuwa. He accepted her help. Fuwa wanted to go beyond simple hugs. In an effort to increase the potency of her positive energy, and for the sake of his enjoyment, she instead massages him. There's also the need to plan out the next move, Izuku says as Fuwa works on his shoulders. Bill exists, and I would rather stop that sooner rather than later. Now that Mugen is dead for good, I can focus completely on destroying him. He has to have some kind of weakness. But without anything to go on, finding it will be impossible. He rubbed his head. Fuwa frowns when his negative energy spikes. What am I missing? Izuku, hot stuff. Midoriya. Cammy, making a rather bold statement, sits on his lap. The world is not gonna end tomorrow. And today? Today is a relaxing day for you specifically. Now, quit thinking about that and grab my ass. Izuku gives her a moment. Are you gonna? I said what I said. Cammy pouts and stuffs his head in her chest. Keep up that rubbin', Fuwa. Funnily enough, Cammy doing what she is doing actually helped Fuwa. His negative was dispersing faster than it did when it was just Fuwa. Izuku doesn't touch her at first, but after some encouragement from Cammy, he does so. His strong hands groped at her body and waist, and she almost couldn't contain herself. Kanoko was briefly jealous of them getting so touchy, but they were both her lovers as much as they were each other. Their personal time would come eventually. Psycho didn't know how to feel. Them doing this in front of everyone and this happening in her room on her bed made her a little annoyed. In the end, she was more envious than anything else. As the movie progressed further, it was obvious to everyone that Fuwa, Izuku, and Cammy weren't watching it anymore. They were more focused on each other than the movie. Fuwa hugged his left side with her quirk active, and Cammy hugged his right. The three of them were either kissing each other all at once or taking turns, and they were very, very physically affectionate. And showy, at least in here. It's been like 30 minutes, and they haven't stopped yet, Komori said. By now, she finally had her turn with Ippon, as long as Izu's relaxed. Ippon's ear twitched, and she noticed Psycho leaving. Assuming she was going to the bathroom or something, she didn't call it out. Who is Bill anyway? Some triangle stuck on the moon. Komori answered with a dismissive wave of her hand. This only creates more questions. Ippon squints her eyes. What? Psycho, more annoyed than usual, went into the basement where her parents usually mostly were. She stopped just before fully entering, standing on the nice wooden stairs. She rubbed the back of her neck, feeling a little pain but brushing it off. She sighed. Is there something you need, mother and father? And why are the lights off? She claps, expecting the clap on lights to turn on. But they don't. This was unusual. Hello? Nothing. Her parents weren't the type to prank her. They, like her, were the proper type of people who primarily focused on their work. Except they were more intense about it. Rolling her eyes, she went back up to her room. But she hesitates in opening the door. She pondered Fuwa, Izuku, and Cammy's intimacy. Am I a good girlfriend to him? Truth be told, relationships like the one she was in, as well as relationships in general, were foreign to her. Her life up until being saved on Nabo was just working to be the best heir for her parents. Oh, God, am I even a good friend to him? One after another, revelations and epiphanies poured in, almost overloading her. I've never even had a friend before. It was always, partner, this and, colleague, that, but outside of business and work. A strange sense of emptiness sets in. Taking some time to reflect, she realizes she doesn't have any good memories of her life. Everyone had at least one core memory to look back on fondly. She knew the girls and Izuku did. But her? There was nothing. It wasn't as if her life was bad or anything, but there was simply nothing fun or exciting to it. Nothing she genuinely enjoyed. I suppose I should have expected this. Being a one-in-a-million prodigious talent wasn't as great for me as I thought it would be after all, she scoffed. Stupid. Her heart almost stopped when she opened the door and found no one. Izuku, Cammy, Ippon. Everyone was gone as if they were never here. Psycho quietly scanned every inch of her room with wide eyes. No. She bit her thumb hard, but she stops, instantly noticing an anomaly. This isn't real. With that, her world non-figuratively shatters. Her eyes hurt as everything became a blur. She wakes up, standing in the basement as she was before. Her hands were even placed in a way that showed she was about to try activating the clap-on lights. What? She looked around frantically. What the hell was that? Confused and in a daze, she rubs the back of her neck a little before exiting the basement again. It's clear that I'm under the effect of something. A quirk, perhaps? No, that's not it. I don't know anyone with a quirk like this. Izuku and the girls disappearing doesn't make any sense either, unless this is something that influences the mind. She bit her thumb again. Like last time, there was no pain. She even tried other things such as slapping and punching herself, but she felt nothing. Yup. A neurological problem. But that doesn't explain me appearing back down here in a position I was in prior. And it was only after I shattered the illusion. She was almost certain an anomaly of unknown origin was messing with her head, but she wanted to be sure. She went back upstairs and opened the door to her room, this time keeping silent so as to not trigger the shattering. She waits a few minutes, and even an entire hour, and nothing happens. After 2 entire hours in total, her world shatters, her vision blurs, and she is back where she started in the same position. So it is neurological, but only partially. There's a time element to whatever's happening to me. On top of that, there's a time limit before I end up back here. Her genius mind got to work, analyzing what exactly this could be. Quirk? No, after the Mugen fight, no one would dare attack someone in the same house as Komori and Izuku. Plus, her house was almost as secure as Ua itself. No one could have gotten in without her knowing. A timed drug? No, she didn't recall eating anything suspicious or given to her by a suspicious person. Brain damage? She shook her head, rubbing out the neck pain. I have no way of knowing what's happening to my real body as long as my mind is in here. At some point, the others have to notice my prolonged absence. But while she was here, she may as well try to dissect this herself. Over the next 2 hours, she delved further into her lack of sensation. She tried to find what she could feel to further uncover the mechanisms of this mind anomaly. She couldn't taste, feel pain, smell anything, feel anything with her hands, nothing. The only functioning senses were her sight and hearing. Over the next 6 hours, she tried to use the house's appliances. None of the ones requiring electricity worked. The silverware, despite their uselessness here, functioned as normal. Over the next 18 hours, she tried simply leaving the house. But every time she opened the front or exit doors, pain would rush into her head until the door was closed. She tried again and again to forcefully leave the house, but she just couldn't do it. After 26 total hours of exploration, she memorized what did what. The front and exit doors cause pain. The silverware does nothing, the electrical appliances do nothing, and going to my bedroom did nothing to wake me. I can't feel or taste anything, and saying the phrase, "This isn't real," reset everything. As she said that, everything resets. It made no sense. There were clearly stipulations to this place, but there had to be something consistent in every reset. And what was with the time limit? That had to exist for a reason. Think, psycho. Then it hits her. Her neck. Every time, every reset, there was a twinge of neck pain. Whatever brought me here, it centers around my neck. It was my door, so it had to be my exit. But how? The neck pain persisted through every reset, and it was the only pain she could actually feel here. That had to mean something. Over the next 2 hours, she tried fiddling with her neck in any way she could think of. She wanted to create a scenario in which one would shoot away from a dream, hitting the ground after a long fall, for instance. But there was nothing here she could use to do it. After many failures, she has an idea. She hits her neck, which would normally hurt a lot, but in this case, it does nothing. If there was something planted in there, she wanted to destroy it. This wasn't the real world, so it shouldn't damage her real body. She tries and tries, but nothing happens. Which is when she gets an idea. She waits for everything to reset before going to the kitchen and picking up a knife. It was strange. This time, it felt like she was holding something. For whatever reason, the blade was wet. At least it felt as so. I'd rather not stay in here longer than necessary, so. She steeled herself and attempted to stab her neck. There was a little fear and hesitation, which she expected and tried to push past, but failed too. Come on. Her hands trembled. But Izuku flashes in her mind, and with each flash came a new wave of determination. Come on. Just do it. Do you want to be a better girlfriend for Izuku? Do you want to be a normal and happy girl for once in your life? Then just stab your stupid neck and get out of this nightmare. At the height of her desire for Izuku, one for all surges throughout her body as she shoves the knife into her neck. Psycho didn't want what happened. 1 second, there was white-hot agony in her head, and the next, she was punching a busted robot in the chin. Huh? A kitchen knife fell, as did the weirdly feminine robot. Am I? Izuku and the girls suddenly glomp on her. She tried to hug them back to the best of her ability, but there was affection everywhere, and she couldn't reciprocate it all. We'll explain later, Izuku said. The robot stood slouched. I'm surprised you got out as fast as you did. I'm surprised that I punched you, and my hand isn't hurting. Who are you? I am an ancient computer program who has traversed the ages, from the pre-Quirk to Quirk eras, trying and failing to wipe out every last human on Earth. Her worn-out arms and legs creaked as she stepped forward. The ancient part doesn't seem like a lie. That body looks extremely old, Daigoro says. I am. Jiffany. Cammy snorts. That's a stupid name, Terminator. Since you're done for anyway, I may as well ask, Izuku starts. Why do you want humans gone? Do you think robots should replace us or something? Or are you gonna go on about how we're a lesser species and how we destroy the planet and such? Jiffany processes this statement. Her herd creaks as she tilted it. You have 2 options, she says ominously. Everyone does. You either die now, or you suffer under the madness of Bill Cipher, Dipper Pines, and Ma. Her head short circuits, and then she reboots herself. My apologies. Bill Cipher and Dipper Pines, she corrected herself. Just those 2. Yeah, and the sky is red, and the sun is black. Bruce spat. She was probably gonna say Mabel. Izuku and Ippen looked at each other and nodded. They were thinking the same thing. You could always just give us the chance to actually fight against them instead of wiping everyone out. Jiffany doesn't say much to this. I can't be bothered with humans anymore. She tossed an empty syringe in front of them before her head exploded and her body fell. Izuku, with a disturbed expression, dodged the flying robot bits and picked up the syringe. It had the same symbol the knife, beetle, and arrow had. I'm starting to notice a theme here, Izuku muttered. Ah, I suppose that's what caused my little mental journey. She stuck me with that and trapped me in a time loop in my own head. Diabolical. You want to know what else is diabolical? Ippen asked. Never telling us where you come from, how you got in, and then self-destructing when we want to try fighting instead of dying. Whatever. Psycho kicked Jiffany's body. She's dead, and even if she isn't our problem anymore. I'll have my parents work into amping our digital security, but before that. She walked up to Izuku and tapped his chest. We're taking a shower. Oh, okay. Izuku shrugged. You can go first. She gave him a look, together. Ah. Izuku and the girls sat in a circle on Psycho's bed. Before them, all in a row, were the series of time-based items they had adventures with, all except the beetle, unfortunately. The knife, the arrow, and the Time Morpher Serum, which Psycho was given the privilege of naming. These items are related in some way. I wouldn't be surprised if someone or a group of people created them. Izuku tapped his chin. Okay, guys. Where did these items come from? Pony raised her hand. The knife was on your bed. Someone likely planted it there. Fua raised her hand. The beetle is an unknown. It was by sheer chance that it attached itself to Chikuchi. And now that it's gone, there's no way of tracing its origins. Psycho doesn't raise her hand since she was attached to Izuku's arm. That weird robot, what's her name, had the serum. There's no way of knowing where she acquired it now that she's supposedly dead. Maybe. Izuku tapped his head 3 times, making the lizard pop out and yawn. Hey, he picked it up and placed it in front of the items. Recognize these? The lizard didn't seem to care about the assortment of anomalies in the slightest. It returns to sleep. That's a no. Cammy took the elder turtle out of her Shiketsu hat. Psycho glared at it. And this Totsudorb's little guy won't help since he's blind and all. And whoever tried shooting me with the arrow hasn't been found yet, Izuku says. So we have nothing? Ippin asked with a sigh. Damn. Solving this is hard. Komori picks up the knife. I'm curious on this thing. It hasn't stopped glowing ever since Izu and I stabbed Mugen's quirks out of his body. Izuku takes it. Hawks and some of UA's students are quirkless. Their powers still have to be in here. He frowns. Getting them out may be impossible. His eyes closed. Even if they were to get their quirks back. Everyone except Izuku noticed his arm moving. Calming the storm after All Might's death and making sure villains don't run rampant will be a nightmare. Izuku. His arm winds back, still unnoticed. And the hero rankings, despite their redundancy, will need to. Izuku. Everyone shouted. He felt something stab him in the arm. It was himself. He did it despite not willingly willing it. His body pulsed with energy. The knife hummed as every quirk in it was transferred into Izuku a dozen per second. By the time he removed the knife, it was too late. He already had every quirk it stored. The blade turned to dust afterward. Everyone stared at the dust in utter confusion, trying to piece together what happened and why. I didn't do that, Izuku said defensively. Ow. A small headache came and went, and Izuku stuck out his hand. It is set on fire. Endeavor's quirk. A green and feathered wing almost smacked Psycho on the head. Hawk's quirk. And just like with One for All, he could use all of them perfectly. Okay. Yoichi muttered. You aren't gonna say anything about this? Bruce asked. No, he snorts. I'll leave the surprised gasps and millions of questions to the girls. I'm just about tapped out. So. Izuku put his hands together, smiling. I can give everyone their quirks back. What about the dozens of other ones? Komori asked calmly. Most of the original owners of most of those quirks are either dead, or... Nope. Just dead. No idea, he responds. I don't really like having this kind of power. Being able to completely remove power from someone else, on top of all of these quirks. It's too tempting. And that right there is why you're the best person who could have ended up with all of them. Pony states. You're the least likely to go on a power trip. Still, I don't like it. He deflates. I suppose I don't have a choice, though. Quirkless people are getting rarer to find, and giving a quirk to one who wants revenge will spell disaster. The first chance I get to dispose of these powers, I'll take. And you stabbing yourself? Ippin asked. What's up with that? Another question that likely won't be answered. I didn't do it, so either the knife influenced me or something else did. Either way, it's not important. The lizard returns to Izuku's hair, and he uses Warp Gate to teleport directly in Nezu's office and inform him of his new predicaments. He came in at a bad time, as Nezu and an old-ish woman he didn't know were talking with each other. Nezu and the woman were startled, and Izuku was attacked by one of the woman's bodyguards, who was dressed like a pro-hero. Izuku stopped him with a finger. Did I come at a bad time? The hero backed away. Yeah, I definitely came at a bad time, didn't I? The woman stared at him with wide eyes while Nezu laughed. Oh, Midoriya. Never change. After composing himself, the Chimera asked, you can teleport now? No, I took all for one, aka Mugen's quirks, with a knife. After accidentally stabbing myself, I gained all of those quirks. Izuku showed off Hellflame, Fierce Wings, Motion, and Hyayuyu's quirk. I'm not sure if I can return them to their proper users, but I would like to try. The woman smirked. I'll make some calls, but after that, I'd like to speak with you and the girl you were with. Izuku shrugged. Okay. I don't have anything better to do currently, aside from learning under Nezu, but that probably wasn't gonna happen anytime soon, thanks to the mess Japan was in. In ground gamma. Izuku attempts to return Fierce Wings to Hawks by placing his hand on his head. It was a little awkward, but it works. My back feels a little weird, but I can fly again. Hawk's wings fluttered. I can't thank you enough, kid. You saved my career. Don't mention it. Izuku waves him off as he flew away. Next was Najire, who fidgeted with hope and excitement as her quirk was returned to her. She scooped him up and was about to kiss him, but Izuku put up a warp gate between their faces. I have 8 girlfriends, and I'm not looking for any more, sorry. Darn. She puts him down. Maybe in another life. Or fanfiction. Whatever this is. Ignoring that, Izuku returns Yuyu's quirk. She doesn't say anything, but it was obvious she was a little flustered and frustrated at Najire's earlier comment. The rest of the quirks Izuku kept due to the impossibility of finding their original owners, on top of most of them most likely being dead. Now that that's taken care of, I'd like to ask something of you, Midoriya. The woman showed him a parchment with Bill Cipher on it. This is the Bill Cipher Zodiac. Zodiac? He was surprised to see it. Yes, Nezu says. We were speaking about it before you warped into my office. It's Bill's only weakness. Huh. Izuku was intrigued and a little relieved. Wait, how does it work? It's a spell that can be used to vanquish Bill and his weirdness. To activate it, 10 people compatible with these symbols must stand in a circle and hold hands. Thankfully, Bill doesn't have to be in the circle for it to work. She proceeded to name the symbols off, which made Izuku think. 10 people were needed, and Izuku plus his girls could make up 9 of them. Wait here. He warps away and returns a minute later with the girls. He, Nezu, and Madam President explained the situation, and they were ready to help in any way they could. Madam President took out a can of red spray paint and drew the Zodiac on the ground. It was crude, but it would prove functional shortly. Looks like some weird alien form of hopscotch, Cammy comments. Okay. The first symbol is the fungus, which is most likely Komori. Izuku says. Kanoko? She smiled and stood on her symbol. An ethereal red glow appeared around her body, causing her to grin harder. Cool. The mist. Cammy? She stood on the symbol, and she glows as well. Bitchin'. The purity. Given how your quirk works, it could be you, Fua. That would make the most sense. Fua stands on her symbol, and it works. The spirit, me. Reiko said firmly, all but teleporting on the symbol. She was unsurprisingly compatible with it. It appears the ethereal, ancient glow has chosen my beautiful temple of a body to host it. I'm choosing not to make an obvious joke at that. Kanoko says. Besides, I speak with action rather than words. The Pegasus. Izuku says. Pony takes her place in the Zodiac and smiles when she glows. Ah, thanks for the compliment, you adorable ancient spell, you. The Intelligent. Everyone looks at Psycho. Obvious placement is obvious, she scoffed. Without another word, she steps into the circle, glowing. The Mythical. Ippen shrugs. Here goes nothing. Needless to say, she was surprised to find that she was compatible. The Champion. Izuku didn't want to look pretentious, but he stepped onto the symbol, and it works. He quickly moves on. All that's left is the Star and the Fallen. Any ideas? Nezu and Madam President tried stepping onto the symbols. They switched and shuffled in any way they could, but nothing worked. Chikuchi could be one of them. Izuku stepped out of the Zodiac. I'll go check. He opened a warp gate and appeared in front of Chikuchi's house. Thankfully, it seems as if no rioters or anything touched it. He knocked on the door and waited. Eventually, attired Chikuchi came and answered. Ah, what? She blinked. It's you. Almost as if she were never tired, she jumped on him happily. It's me, Izuku said with a laugh. I'll get right to the point. There's a way to defeat Bill, and I may need your help. Come with me. To her absolute shock, he makes a warp gate back to ground gamma and takes her there. She was afraid that this was a fake Izuku, but after seeing the other girls and having the situation explained, her nerves were calm. The Zodiac, huh? Chikuchi tried out the symbol for the fallen, but she was incompatible. She then tries the star, which works. Izuku claims his spot back on the symbol for the champion. All we need is the fallen. Izuku was a little miffed. But who is it? Madam tried it, and it didn't work. Nor did it work for Nezu. Damn it, she spat. Of course, there'd be some issue at the 11th hour. At least it's only one. Izuku tried to reassure her. As far as we know, everyone needed for the Zodiac is people I know. Females in particular, Madam adds. If we are to assume the fallen is female, who in your life could it be? The list of candidates is small, I'll tell you. People in general, especially girls, wanted nothing to do with me. Izuku states bitterly. But anyway, as I said, there aren't too many people to go through. There's my mom, who's... He looked at Nezu. Still hasn't been found yet. The Chimera said. She's truly a stunning case. People disappearing without leaving a trace happens more often than you may think, and while they're usually troublesome to find, never has it been to this extent. It's like she never existed at all. Yeah, what he said. Izuku said. If my mom is the fallen, we're screwed because we aren't finding her. And neither my mom nor myself were ever acquainted with Bakugo's family. There weren't any female staff in my old school, Aldera. Then it seems he had an idea. Chikuchi, yeah? Where is Eri? Before she could answer, the sky turned nightmarishly multicolored. A large dark pyramid structure appeared dead center in the middle of the entire country, which they could see from here. An all too familiar laugh filled the air. No. Yes. At the speed of light, Bill appeared above them. You didn't think you could keep me on the moon with the shielding spell forever, did you? I already achieved my physical form when I was let into this dimension by an old friend of mine, so it was only a matter of time until I got out. Izuku was tense. Who freed you? Bill snapped his fingers, making a gold statue of someone familiar to Chikuchi appeared. The former victim of my newest back scratcher. Bill laughed as he used Overhaul for the aforementioned purpose. Between you and me, violently exploding someone with your bare hands and bringing them back is something I should look into doing more often. Chikuchi tuned out most of whatever he said afterward. It didn't take long for her to realize that Eri caused this. Eri freed Bill Cipher. Why? Did she ask him to do that to Overhaul? Or does she hate the world so much that she'd condemn it to Bill's whims? Does she hate me? Anyways, the Kai back scratcher disappeared. Even though I could tear this rock apart, that wouldn't get me very far. And apart from enjoying my newfound freedom, there's something else I'm here for. What is it? Madam asked warily. Calm down, Prez. I'm not concerned with you anymore. You're old, gross, and ugly. No, I'm here to stop a certain someone from doing something stupid. A certain someone? Izuku thought. Bill clarifies, taking on an oddly serious tone. Inko Midoriya. Izuku resisted the urge to interrupt him, but the look of horror on his face was noticed by Ippon, Kanoko, and Saiko. On question popped into their heads. What did you do, Inko? As you may have noticed, she isn't in this dimension anymore. Nezu's and Izuku's eyes widened. I know of where she might be, but as of now, I can't exactly get there without the assistance of something. A rift was created a long time ago. A rift? Nezu asked. An instability in space. With it, I can reach the Nightmare Realm, my old dimension of residence. I'm willing to bet the last atom of my home dimension that she's there. I go get it myself, but the place where it resides smells awful. Izuku steps up. Where is it? It resides in a dead cesspool of chaos more nightmarish than the Nightmare Realm. The place where the first two quirk users were born. Gravity Falls. With a snap, an hourglass of blood-red sand appeared, which Izuku took. You have 91 days. Until you get back, Japan will be my playground. People may die, people may live, who knows? At the end of the day, you better be quick. Bill tips his hat. Toodles. The Zodiac flashed behind him briefly before he disappeared. The sand in the hourglass begins falling. 91 days seems pretty excessive. It's also a weirdly specific number, Ippon says. That because he didn't tell us where Gravity Falls was. Nezu says. Not to mention navigating our way there and finding the rift itself will most likely prove to be quite challenging. Too bad for that pointy idiot. I know where Gravity Falls is, Yoichi says. Really? Daigoro and Izuku asked. When I was alive, Mugen went to the US for a while. Wait, was this when Bruce and I saved you from his vault? Kudo asked. Yes, actually, he answered. Mugen went to the US. He never told me why, but after coming back, he said some very hateful things about Oregon specifically. Try going there. Oregon? Izuku remembers that he and Ippen were likely there after getting hit by the Time Morpher arrow. Maybe. We're going to the US. Oregon, to be exact. I have a hunch. Gravity Falls may be somewhere there. A hunch? Madam asked with a sigh. I suppose it's better than aimlessly searching for a place I've never heard of. Hey, if it's in the US, can't you just warp us there, Izuku? Pony asked. Probably, but I don't know where Oregon is. And I need precise coordinates of somewhere within that state in order to actually warp there. Izuku explained. It'll be a difficult process, but based on what Bill said, we'll know we're in the right place right away. Alright then, Madam said. You kids will eat before leaving. Afterward, the rat and I will give you the coordinates you need. Kanoko and Reiko snickered at that nickname. Ua was empty and dead silent, like a school during summer break. It was almost eerie being within the empty building. In the cafeteria, Izuku and the girls were eating together at a single table, which was just two brought together via Izuku's strength. Gravity Falls. Ippen muttered. If quirks first appeared there, why is it stated that the first one appeared in China? I couldn't tell you. Either it's a huge secret that we now know, or the real first two quirk users, who were apparently born there, just weren't documented by anyone or anything for some reason, Izuku said. There's also the fact that most people don't know Gravity Falls exists, Psycho says. We didn't even know of it until Bill showed up. And after further research regarding it and Oregon itself, I couldn't find anything that could help us. But, everyone said. It's weird. Apparently, there's an extremely heavily guarded border around the entire state of Oregon. According to various websites, it's the most guarded place in the world, even more so than Tartarus. The outskirts of it became a tourist site of sorts. Oh, so the US government definitely knows about Gravity Falls then. Are there any cases of people trying to get in? Reiko asked. I'm afraid not. It's interesting how no one, to my knowledge, seems too keen on seeing what's being guarded so heavily. There's not even any aerial footage or footage in general of Oregon. So, we're breaking into Oregon. Looking back, Izuku was glad he took Mugen's quirks, even if it was by accident. Warp Gate proved to be extremely useful thus far. And with so many other powers, surviving whatever's in Oregon shouldn't be that hard. I'd still be careful, Izuku. Yoichi warned. Mugen never went back there, to my knowledge. Either that was out of fear, or, just be careful. The coordinates to the tourist site are public, so adjusting those a bit should get us into Oregon without a problem. After eating, and after informing Nezu and Madam, they got to it. Izuku memorizes the coordinates to the site and peered in through a warp gate to make sure he has the right location. Reiko hums. What's up? Pony asked her. Our lover has a nice posterior. Pony smirks. You do too. Izuku took his head out and created a few more gates around the location. He proceeds to close them all a few moments later. Okay, I have the location. Now, for coordinate adjustments. It takes a bit because Izuku messes up quite a few times. Without errors, there can be without progress, and after a few attempts, Izuku managed to make a gate deep with Oregon. I finally got it, he announced. And we don't need to worry about supplies since we can leave and return whenever we want, no problem. Without hesitation, everyone stepped into the portal to Oregon. LSKLYMHSSC Chapter Summary Shift 7 Chapter Notes. Shift 7 See the end of the chapter for more notes. Gravity Falls, August 31st. A pair of children, twins, appeared in the small town of Gravity Falls. The baskets they were delivered in were made of an ominous Velcro material. By the TOWNFOLK, they were named Dipper Pines. A boy with blue eyes shaped like pine trees. Maple Pines. HNPYSDPAOTBSAPJVSVYLKLFLZZOHWLKSPRLAOLZAHYZ. It was a wondrous day. The twins were widely beloved. The TOWNFOLK loved them so much that their mayor blessed the town with a new holiday. August 31st Street, the Day of Blessings. The day they were blessed with two wonderful children. Present day, the instant Izuku and the girls stepped into Oregon, Fuwa and Izuku nearly collapsed. Both of them were sweating bullets, having sensed something incomprehensible in their own ways, just a short way away. In due time, they adjust to the harsh energy of the state. I think we know where Gravity Falls is, Izuku joked, helping Fuwa up. I don't think I've ever seen so much negative energy concentrated in one place. There's something else, too, but it's hard to describe. Negative energy? Reiko noticed something off. But no one's allowed in here, so there shouldn't be any negative energy for you see. Is it coming from the site? No, I'm seeing it from within here, Fuwa said. I can't tell if it's from another living being or if it's Gravity Falls itself that scared the hell out of me and Izu earlier. Regardless, this place is inaccessible to just about everyone for a reason. It has to be that Rift Bill once that's putting out so much repugnant energy. Izuku holds Fuwa's hand, and she tightens her grip. I have no idea what to expect, and not all of you can access One for All yet, so I should give you a few quirks just in case. Komori, Cammy, and Psycho stepped away so Izuku could pass out quirks to those who needed them. Reiko received Dark Energy Ball, a copy of Super Regeneration, Spear-like Bones, and Brawn Boost. But after giving away these quirks. What? Reiko asked, concerned. Try using Spear-like Bones. Reiko does so, creating a small spear-like bone from her pointer finger. Izuku does the same. He had the quirk, but she did, too. Yoichi laughs, startling Izuku and the other vestiges. Hold on, Yoichi, one of the vestiges, is laughing like a psycho. Give me a second. Are you okay upstairs? Yoichi calmed down and jokingly asked, so you know how One for All underwent mitosis? Yeah? Izuku and every vestige said. FTER receiving OFA, you took Mugen's quirk, AFO. The former, at its core, is a stockpile quirk. This may be partially why you have us and the girls who awakened OFA don't. Due to the amount of time that's passed since you received those new powers, those new quirk factors have become part of OFA permanently, turning it into an entirely new power and changing how the mitosis thing works completely. Understanding what he meant, Izuku sighed and turned to Kanoko, Psycho, and Cammy. You guys try using spear-like bones. I want to test something. Like Izuku and Reiko, they could use the quirks as well. They did some more testing and found that they had all of Izuku's quirks, old and new. Even AFO itself. Every time he got stronger, they got stronger as well. It was odd that they never noticed this. Well, given that I'm a somewhat infinite quirk dispenser now, I won't have to worry about penny-pinching abilities. Izuku says, relieved. Everyone would be at their strongest for this. Weirdly, Reiko stopped Izuku from granting her more quirks. You don't have to exclusively use your hands to give quirks, right? Izuku answered her question by kissing her on the cheek, giving her Hellflame. Reiko uses it and smiles. Good. Reiko smashed her lips against his. Not wanting to risk hurting her, Izuku doesn't drop every quirk on her at once, but he does pass them on fast. It takes around 30 seconds to completely imprint AFO and all of its quirks onto her. He repeats this process with every girl, barring the ones with OFA. Kanoko, Cammy, and Psycho frowned and seethed with every girlfriend that got to make out with Izuku and receive quirks. I'm worried, Hikage says to the other vestiges and not Izuku. He speaks. Yoichi and Daigoro said. Kudo audibly rolled his eyes. Why? The brat just made 5 girls almost as strong as Toshinori, if not even stronger. Well, if we are to take Yoichi's word for it, even in his prime, Toshi likely wouldn't be able to handle whatever we're about to see here. Mugen, even after a century of gaining power, as far as we know, never once returned here. Hikage explains. We don't know what would have happened had he gained a stronger body and returned instead of attacking Japan, but still, I worry. Oh, calm down, oh wise hermit, Daigoro barked. You're forgetting that Mugen didn't have One for All, He also didn't have any allies with him. Everything will be all square with Izuku, trust me. Izuku and the girls run in the direction of the repulsive energy emitted by gravity falls. Confident that they could get the rift and return home without issue. Thanks to their immense speed, it takes only 10 minutes to reach the town's entry point, at which point they stop. The difference between Gravity Falls and any other town was like the difference between heaven and hell to Izuku and the girls. For starters, it was a ghost town. They couldn't hear any kind of activity going on. In the distance, with their heightened vision, they saw a pair of mountains with a massive hole in between, meaning the two mountains were once one. The hole that split them was shaped like a UFO. They also saw a water tower. Is that a muffin drawn on it? Cammy asked. I believe it's an explosion. Psycho states. Nah, bro, it's a big-ass muffin. They enter the town. It was mostly concealed by a thin layer of fog that had deep blue streaks mixed in. There were massive cracks and holes in the ground, which emitted ethereal blue. Crackling energy. Buildings were either leveled, heavily worn down, and damaged by the force of time or ashes entirely. The ashes of the old were blown in the wind. Reacting fast, Izuku dodges a random small bolt of deep blue electricity, which goes on to vaporize a street light. Not wanting to think about what that would have done to him, the group explores deeper into the rotting husk of a town. I can say for certain that no one is alive here, Fuwa said, using infrared to scan for living organisms. It makes me wonder where all of this negative energy came from and how it's still here at all. It hurts my eyes to look at. Eyes? Kanoko sniped. Let's talk about that smell, it's putrid. Smell? Cammy gasped. That better be another word for sound. You're both wrong. Ippen smacked her lips. The air here, for whatever reason, has taste, and it sucks. You're all wrong, actually. Psycho says with finality. The dense, lingering negative energy has probably been here for so long that it's permeated the air, affecting the senses of humans in various ways. Which explains the feel of this corpse of a town. Lingering negative energy? Fuwa says with disbelief. I've never heard of such a thing. Then again. She shuddered. I've never felt pure evil of this caliber before either. Evil? That's the kind of negative here? Izuku asked. Yes. Izuku communicates with the vestiges. Then it was a living, intelligent being that made gravity falls like this. It obviously wasn't Mugen, Hikage said. He's evil, but not to the extent where he's be able to permanently corrupt an entire US state. The hairs on the back of Izuku's neck stand at attention. There's another kind of power here as well. It's hard to describe. The fog briefly glitches, as if the fabric of space destabilized for a brief moment before returning to normal. A building turns upside down and disappears before returning. The road sinks and then returns to normal. Geez. Cammy dodges a tiny bolt of energy, which went on to hit a medium-sized rock. The rock turned into a trillion different things in a single second, among these being a question mark, a bag of ice, an oyster, a pine tree covered with blood, a living pentagram. With an eye at its center, a disembodied hand with 6 fingers, a llama with 444 different faces. A Zovapun Zahy. LTISLTVMSHKFJOHVZAOLPUJVTWYLOLUZPISL. A rapidly beating heart with stitches in the middle, and finally, a pair of spectacles before becoming a rock again. No wonder this place is so heavily guarded. Without multiple quirks, it's practically impossible to survive here without getting sniped by a stray beam of lingering negative energy or whatever that was. You said it. Ippen muttered. Now then, how do we find the rift? That right there is the million-dollar question. We don't know what it looks like, and we don't even know if we'll be able to safely transport it without making a black hole or something. A loud squawk destroyed everyone's ears. They regenerated as a massive black bird with piercing golden eyes landed before them. Chikuchi shook off a headache and gazed upon the creature warily. The bird felt disturbing familiar. Then, a pair of small feet hit the ground, a small girl with a horn getting off of the bird's back. The girl was instantly recognized by Chikuchi. Eri. All eyes were on her. Eri looked different. She appeared to look normal at first, but it was her larger horn and strange eyes that tipped them off. Sharp hourglasses. Many emotions akin to horror rushed through the minds of Izuku, Chikuchi, and Ippon at 1,000,000 miles per hour. It all made sense now. The answer to the mystery behind the set of time-related items relentlessly hit them in the face. It was you. The three of them screamed. Airy-eyed Fua, making the girl freeze. A child shouldn't have that kind of weight behind their gaze. She speaks, and her horn glows. Don't mess up this time. They were hit by Aries' quirk. Izuku's head was throbbing with pain. He opened his eyes, blinking a few times as they adjusted to the light. He wakes up on the floor of someone's house. This was weird. Everything was a dull, lifeless gray. The furniture, the fridge, the ceiling, everything. The color of the entire world was gone entirely, all except for himself. Is everyone okay? We're just fine, actually, Yoichi said. It's like nothing happened. Daigoro answered, which is what concerns me. Hikage says. But aside from that, where are we? Izuku stands up, cautiously attempting to leave the kitchen. Yeah, this was a kitchen. He ends up backing into something that feels alive. He quickly turns around, ready for a fight. But he relaxes as he sees what he bumps into. A girl. Aside from Izuku himself, the only other thing that had color in this colorless world was this girl's eyes. A bright ruby red color, they were. Who are you? After asking that, Izuku noticed her glitching name tag. Wendy. Corduroy. Out of thin air appeared a large rolled-up paper in her hand. She unrolls it, revealing it to be schematics, blueprints for a museum. Specifically, it was for the Gravity Falls Museum of History, but what it was storing was even more interesting. That museum has the rift? Wendy shakes her head, pointing at it and making Izuku look at it more closely. It was merely a piece of the rift. Still, it was and would be progress. I need that rift, Wendy. If I have to rob a museum to get it, then so be it. Car keys appeared in her hand, and Wendy, smiling, spun them on her pointer finger. Chapter End Notes Shift 7 Elder Falls 2, The Diamond. Chapter notes see the end of the chapter for notes. Gravity Falls. They were a strange pair. They were not human, which everyone knew. They grew up fast. In a single day, they could walk. The next day, Dipper could talk, but Mabel didn't. No one knew why. Given their rapid growth, it was theorized that Mabel could talk, but simply chose not to. In a single week, they were as functional as a 4-year-old. By that age, they displayed more personality. Dipper was a violent, conniving child. He loved to fight and would jump at the chance to do so. But his fights were strange. He displayed a strange ability, a superpower of sorts. Wherever there was suffering, there was Dipper Pines, and he thrived in it. The more others suffered, the stronger he became. Feeing their suffering, he stockpiled energy. Negative energy, which he could express in various ways. His expression of this negative energy was colored blue. When confronted about this superpower, he didn't refer to it as such. He referred to it as his meta, and this meta didn't have a name. He decided to name it Malefic Energy Stockpile. It allowed him to gain strength from the suffering and negative energy of others. Day in and day out, Dipper Pines would exploit his meta to his heart's content. The more his power grew, the more wicked he became. He crosses a line. Wendy Corduroy was found dead, nailed to a tree and laser burnt from the head down. Her family mourned for days. Dipper Pines wasn't caught. Present-day Bill Cipher hummed as he went shopping throughout the chaotic cesspool that was Japan. And by shopping, he was currently holding an innocent nuclear family hostage, deciding which one to turn into a statue for his throne. It's so hard to choose, you know, which is why I won't. With a single laser to his eye, they were all turned to statues. All in a daze. A vine passes through him. Unhand them, foul demon. Abara Shiozaki of Class 1B demands. She was joined by the rest of her class. Unhand them, huh? Bill's pupil constricts. Sure, he dropped the petrified family. Before Abara could catch them, Bill re-catches them and laughs. I'm just kidding. Anyways, since you can't do anything, you may as well do this for me. Like we'd ever do anything for you. Awase spat. I'd sooner roll over, and he was a black mark on the floor in a single blast. Anyways, you're gonna do something for me, right? Bill asked over their tears. Find a small child with white hair and a horn for me, and I'll let this family go free. His hand ignites in blue fire. Do we have a deal? Whoever the leader is? Kendo fearlessly steps up. Her class protests this, but she raises a hand to silence them. We have a deal, demon. It's Bill, actually. Kendo and Bill shook hands. As they left, Bill pondered a bizarre occurrence. Where did Eri and Overhaul disappear to? Izuku was in Wendy's car, driving to the History Museum. A piece of the rift was stored in. You should try talking to her, Yoichi said. We don't even know if she can speak since she hasn't yet. Or if anyone else exists wherever we are. Izuku had been looking out of the window for quite a while now and hadn't seen another person yet. Or if we can even trust her. Izuku tests if he can use Black Whip, and tried making just a little bit of it appear in his palm. And, thankfully, it works. Hey, Wendy. Wendy says nothing. Thankfully, she kept her eyes on the road. If you can speak, nod yes. She nods no, Well, does anyone else live here? No, it was hard conversing with a mute. The vestiges didn't like watching. Instead of talking to a brick wall, why don't you work on more overlays? Kudo asks. Oh, yeah. I said I was gonna do that, didn't I? I suppose a little light exercise wouldn't hurt. Nana can't be next, at least not while in this car, and said. Wait. How would our overlays even work? Yoichi asked an important and very eye-opening question. Daigoro is one thing. His quirk is versatile and allows him to mess with villains, move around, and make openings for Izuku. But what could the rest of us, especially someone like me and Toshinori, who are quirkless, even do? I can think of a few things, Izuku states. Yoichi, you can help level my power. What do you mean? I'm not quite sure how the union of one for all and all for one works, or even what to call it. But that's not the point. I can multitask pretty well, but I'm not perfect. That's what you're here for. Whenever I want to use Hellflame, for instance, you can channel one for alls energy into it and boost its power for me, and since you can read my mind, you'll know which quirk I'm gonna use and whether or not you should hold back some power or go all out. An automatic power adjuster? I'm not completely sold on the idea. And it sounds like it requires a lot of work and coordination for not that great of a reward, Yoichi said. But it'll do for now. I'm not sure if I'm completely necessary to have an overlay with, but it's nice not to be left out. I hope we have time to workshop it. For now, let's call it One Street's balance adapter. Skipping Kudo and Bruce, Izuku addressed Hikage. I'll admit that I'm a little stumped here. Understable. Danger sense works on its own. Like Yoichi, I'm not sure if an overlay is needed. We have other quirks, you know. N comments. Overlays don't have to exclusively use one for all's quirks. Yoichi gasped. Idea, speak. Izuku said. It's as N said. We'll just use other quirks through you to defend you. And our overlays will be quirks we pick and use, and I already have an idea for mine. Yoichi sounded like a kid again, which scared the others a bit. I'd like to call dibs on Dark Energy Ball, Air Blast, and Rivet Stab. When Daigoro makes an opening, I'll use those quirks for chip damage. Izuku, of course, will be the main heavy hitter. Hikage speaks. Then I'll use Hardflame Fan, Shield, Impact Recoil, and Force Field. An automatic defense that bites back. We'll call it 4th S Shield. If they get to use extra quirks, then I should too. Daigoro said. Black Whip in conjunction with Hellflame, Black Lightning, and Rivet will be deadly against anomalies. Electric Flaming Torture Whip, got it, Izuku said. N speaks. I could. Wendy stops driving, startling Izuku and the vestiges. Nana snorts. Do not laugh, Nana. But the sudden interruption of your statement due to an unforeseen event was quite humorous, Nana said in a sophisticated tone. Wendy and Izuku get out of the car. They were in front of the museum. Wendy, if no one else lives here, what's to stop me from just smashing my way in there and taking the rift? She deadpanned. You're right, that was a stupid question. They enter the museum. It clearly wasn't aptly named due to the lack of anything in the place. 4 walls, a floor, and a blue door at the end were all the history this place had. I guess there's no history to make note of. Izuku steps forward. Danger sense blares like a siren. And Izuku jumped back. His foot was almost blown off by a red laser. So that's how it is, huh? Wendy steps up. And like she had done this a million times before, she made it through the empty room of invisible lasers without setting off a single one. How am I supposed to know where the lasers are? And then Izuku gets an idea. He mimicked the way she moved, using his many quirks to reach the end faster, and he does so, only setting off the lasers once. Is that it? Wendy smiled and opened the door, revealing a giant pit of nails. Of course not. Wendy backs away before speeding off, running across the wall and making it to the other side. Izuku does the same, but he sticks to the wall using Black Whip and spear-like bones. What's next? Another door. It was the last one, as the rift shard was at the end of the room. Strangely, it was identical to the first room. Even more strangely, Wendy simply walked to the end and stood by the rift, waiting for him. Izuku follows. But he obviously couldn't. Just a few seconds in, and he was teleported back to where he started. He tried a few more times, and the result was the same. I suppose I'm supposed to do something special to get to the rift shard. He noticed something on the ground. A question written in glowing blue ink. How did I die? It read. A riddle. Yoichi said. Izuku, think back to everything you saw prior to this before answering. This is easy, Izuku said. You were killed by someone who used lasers and nails. Izuku confidently walks forward, only to be sent back. Wrong answer. Try being more specific. Nana said. How much more specific can he get? Izuku, confused, thinks more. This entire, colorless dimension. What did it mean? Izuku has another answer. You were killed by lasers and nails. But that's not all there was to it, right? You died alone. No one helped you. No one knew. No one could save you. I'm not sure about the circumstances, but you were most likely left to suffer by the killer, who was likely never caught. The question on the ground burst into flames, disappearing. Izuku walks forward. That was the right answer. Cautiously, Izuku took the rift shard. It was contained within a thick glass bubble. Tread lightly, Wendy said, making Izuku jump. Her voice was like 1,000 people in one with an ethereal hint to it. Dipper Pines is pure evil. He killed me, and if you face him alone, he will kill you too. Lean on others and allow others to lean on you. That is the only way. She placed a hand on his shoulder, and in a flash, he disappeared. Wendy looks at a corner of the room. Was that good enough, Mabel? Thank you, Mabel. I gotta say, after centuries of being trapped within Dipper, it'll be nice to finally die. And you said Inko's son was gonna be the one to free us? No. Then who? Wendy laughs. Seriously? This really was the perfect time for you to make your move then? Two birds with one, well, two stones, in this case. Inko did make things easier, didn't she? Who knew such an unassuming meta would be so useful? And then there's Eri. Well, I suppose that's my part done. See ya. The world was erased from existence. Chapter endnotes. Loosely based on a scrapped Stan and Wendy episode where they steal a diamond. Elder Falls 3. Fighting Fire Gravity Falls. Dipper Pines enjoyed games, like most other 12-year-olds. When he wasn't tormenting others, he played Fight Fighters in the arcade for multiple days straight. Beating money out of others was easy. He crushed everyone that went against him, but there was one persistent challenger. Robbie Valentino. He was quite vocal about his disliking of Dipper Pines and Mabel Pines. Annoyed by his persistence, Dipper Pines challenged him to a Fight Fighters game with everything on the line. Dipper Pines lost. A mysterious urn filled with ashes was found on the doorstep of the Valentino home the next morn. Robbie was never seen again, present day. Bill was perplexed. Sitting upon his throne of frozen human agony, he went over what was going on to himself. It's been 10 whole days, and my back scratcher, what's his name, and his victim haven't been found yet. He didn't care, but it was so weird. He took his eyes off of them for just a few minutes, and they just vanished. He makes a call. His eye and bowtie turn dark blue. Hey, Pine Tree. Hello? There was no answer. Bill hangs up. He's probably playing around in some other dimension. That guy is unbelievable. Then, an explosion rocks the castle. Bill sighs, opening a hole in his palace and flying out, only to be hit by a missile. He deadpans as a group of military jets flew by. Military? Military jets? Prez thinks. Bill laughs as he is shot again. He blew one jet out of the sky, disassembled another and its pilot with a glare, and stopped another one by grabbing its wing with 2 fingers. So, little birdie, Bill shook the jet, the pilot inside bouncing around. You want to tell me who put you up to this? Or do I have to shake it out of you? Again, he doesn't care. He crushed the jet like a sheet of paper, making it a ball of metal and human meat. A mild inconvenience, and Bill spots more fighter jets. This time, they were joined by multiple heroes. He cleared his throat. Oh, no, a flock of pigeons. Whatever will I do about? He interrupts himself by vaporizing every last one of them. Bill floats there, listening to the screams of Japan's populace. Some were running from buildings he brought to life and such. It was fun to watch, but I am incredibly lonely. He rolled his eye. I wonder how those kids are doing in Gravity Falls. Reiko's head was throbbing with pain. She opened her eyes, blinking a few times as they adjusted to the light. She wakes up in a cemetery. This was weird. Everything was a dull, lifeless gray. The grass was a darker gray than the dirt. The blue of the sky was absent, and the clouds were hollow. The wind was still present, but even that felt empty. The color of the entire world was gone entirely, all except for herself. This is quite chilling, even for someone like me. The sound of fire alerts her. Reiko looks around, spotting a large red flame coming from one of the open graves. A teenager crawled out of it like a zombie emerging from hell. The flames disperse. Apart from herself, the only thing that had color in this world was the boy's red eyes. Who? She spots a glitching name tag on him. Robbie. Valentino. Right. Valentino. I need to find the rift and leave Gravity Falls with my friends before it's too late. Can you help me? He nods. Will you help me? He nods. With a snap, the rift, or a piece of it, appeared in his hands. Reiko was about to take it, but Robbie kept it away and just pointed at her. What? He doesn't stop pointing at her. Is there something you want from me? Robbie tossed the rift high into the air, where it stayed motionless. Reiko was a little annoyed, but it didn't end there. Suddenly, massive amounts of fire appeared around it, like a castle surrounded by hellfire. Really? Reiko asked Robbie, who sits on the ground. Whatever. Using airwalk, she tried going above the fire entirely to get the rift shard, but the fire spikes up, warding her off. Then, she tries using air cannon in combination with many other enhancer quirks. The flames die down temporarily, but they rise again shortly. Those flames are unusual, and I'm not gonna risk burning myself in them for it. Izuku wouldn't find me attractive. What to do? She tried using various other quirks to get through the flames and get the rift shard. The fire melted through any shield she made, and it always returned to full strength even after many attempts to put it out. She lands on the ground, tired and frustrated. It was pretty obvious what she needed here. One for all. How did the other girls access it? What's the difference between them and I? What was their catalyst? She knew Koko and Cammy got it during their battle with the Elder Turtle. As for Psycho, she wasn't sure, but based on what she knew, she was trapped in her own head in a time loop. Scenario. What did they have in common? Emotion. An influx of emotion has to be the key to unlocking one for all. Plus, they all love Izuku, and I do too. But how do I get emotional? She brute forces it. Her inability to get the rift shard and help save Japan makes her angry. The possibility of Bill killing the ones she loved because of her weakness angered her further. Lastly, she missed Izuku. Even though it hasn't even been a day since she was separated from him. Supposedly, she missed him dearly, as well as the other girls. Her face hardens as silver lightning bounced off of her. She uses gear shift, dashing through the flames in less than a second, successfully acquiring the rift shard. The flames vanish, and Reiko appeared in front of Robbie. There. I got the rift shard. Reiko held it close. Now, how'd I leave? Robbie stands. Dipper pines is prideful. Not only does he call himself Lord of all things evil, but he believes himself to be undefeatable. Which, to be fair, he has been for centuries. Once he arrives, he will give you the advantage. A single opening and a sliver of hope in defeating him. Take it without hesitation. And if he is bested, make sure he's completely dead and gone before celebrating. He's not above cheating and breaking his own rules at the 11th hour. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Good luck, and no matter what he says or does, burn every last trace of him until there's nothing left. And with that, Reiko vanishes. The world around Robbie began to crumble to nothingness. I hope you know what you're doing, Mabel. And I hope that all of this agony can finally begin to fade away to time. Or should I say Eri? Robbie chuckles. Well, either way, the end is near, and I couldn't be happier. The world was erased from existence. Elder Falls 4, the sea. Gravity Falls Dipper Pines was a monster. In the most literal and figurative sense, his growing power began to mutate him. He still resembled a human to some degree, but he only became more alien-like with each passing week. Sharper fingers. Blue eyes and dark blue streaks appearing along his longer and stronger arms. Even a wispy royal blue flaming cape. But his growing power gave him a new ability. Shape-shifting. With it, he kept his usual human appearance. But there was one person WHO saw his true form, Fiddleford Hadron McGucket. He saw the truth. He gazed upon Dipper Pine's true form, causing an insanity episode. He tried to tell people. They thought him crazy. Dipper Pines lets him do this. There was no harm in a little entertainment. But, alas, he knew the truth. So he must die, not because he felt threatened. Fiddleford Hadron McGucket found himself on a small boat in the middle of the local lake. Before he could do anything, it and Hadron were devoured in one bite. Everyone thought his death was a suicide, present day. While Bill was causing chaos throughout Japan, UA and every other hero schools in the country set up bunkers for those fortunate enough to avoid the demon to hide in. Among these fortunate souls were Class 1A. Deep underneath UA, they were playing Uno together. So, Mina threw down a +4 on Momo. The creation hero glared at her. How do you guys think that one guy is doing? Good question. Momo draws 4 cards. Though it depends who you're talking about. That one guy could have been killed alongside that one girl. The hot green guy. You know who I'm talking about, Mina said. His name was Midoriya. The guy with the imitator. Him? Kaminari threw down a wild card. The color's red, and I think he's doing something to fight that demonic triangle somewhere. Maybe. He definitely isn't dead. Tokiyami puts in a red 0, but his absence is concerning. Asui puts down a red 1. I'm still confused about that imitator situation. Why? Toru places a green 1. I think Midoriya explained it to us before the sports festival, didn't he? Yeah, Jiro placed a green 3. But it sucked. You expect me to believe that Lizard copied his appearance for no apparent reason? That thing had the cognitive function to get into UA and successfully avoid blowing its cover. Mineta placed down a blue 3. It attended class with us for a reason. That shitty nerd is being lied to. Bakugo angrily threw down a blue 0. Lied to? Mezzo placed down a blue 0 as well. The plot thickens. Zero whispered as he placed down a blue 1. Bakugo didn't want to directly mention Inko. I could be completely wrong, but someone could be manipulating him indirectly. That could explain how he's so damn powerful. Todoroki placed a yellow 1. But I couldn't give less of a shit anymore. He's out of my life, and I'm out of his. You think some eldritch god is using Midoriya for something? Sato placed down a red 1. Interesting. What the hell does interesting mean, you fucking condiment? Not to play devil's advocate here. Ojiro placed a red 6, ignoring Bakugo shouting, that triangle is the demon, not me, and said, but Bill exists, and his power is godlike. So there may be someone else with power like his out there. Why Midoriya, though? Kirishima placed a reverse card. Good question. Ochako, after Ojiro placed a red 3, placed a blue 3. The answer may trace back to what Bakugo said about him being lied to. At the end of the day, Iida placed a wild card. We have no answers and nothing to go on. I have a feeling we'll only know whoever's at play here wants us to know. It's annoying. Bakugo thinks back at the vivid nightmare he had a while ago, almost blowing up his cards. That nightmare may have been more real than he first realized. What did the nerd's mom do? And, was it because of me? Ippen's head was throbbing with pain. She opened her eyes, blinking a few times as they adjusted to the light. She wakes up on a large metal boat. This was weird. Everything was a dull, lifeless gray. even the lake and the sky, all except for herself. I don't recall being colorblind. She looks around and lets out an adorable sound of surprise upon spotting a relatively old man just standing behind her and smiling. His red eyes were the only other thing with color here. Hi. The old man waves. Do you have a name, good sir? He points at his glitching name tag. Fiddleford. Hadron. McGucket? That's an interesting combination of words, sir. She cleared her throat awkwardly. So, sir, do you happen to know where an instability in the fabric of space may be? Hadron points behind her. Ippen looks. A massive sea monster that wasn't there before was towering over the boat. The gobblewonker roars, attacking the ship. But Ippen was quick. She combines impact recoil and force field to blow it back temporarily. Does that monster have the rift? Hadron nods. All right. Ippen got ready as the sea monster rose up. She leapt into the air, kicking it across the face. She then barraged it from the neck down with dark energy balls. But these attacks don't do any damage. With its head, the gobblewonker smacked Ippen onto the nearby island. Impact recoil and shield saved her from taking lethal damage. That thing's body is tough. The sea monster puts its head in the water, drinking up gallons of water. Ippen combines air cannon, spring-like limbs, kinetic booster, dark energy ball, hellflame, black lightning, and spear-like bones. From the monster came a very powerful and highly pressurized beam of water. Ippen clashed with the attack with her combined quirks, stopping it in its tracks but not overpowering it. Spear-like bones, however, pierces through the water and stabs through the sea monster's neck, resulting in Ippen's blast overpowering and consuming the beast entirely. Ippen cuts the spear-like bone off from her hand and sighs. The mist created from the clash clears up, revealing that the monster was completely fine. It rushes her. Oh my axolotl. Wait, what? She uses airwalk to leap above the creature and air blast to hit the back of the beast's neck. Why is that thing so damn powerful? Ippen tries again and again to attack, hitting the gobblewonker with just about every quirk she had. But it remained undamaged. She tries one more time. She creates a massive flat shield with shield and pushes the monster deeper into the water. She adds force field on top of it and uses her air cannon combination from her legs to push the creature down faster, hoping to crush it. She held her breath before she got into the water. Using all of her strength, she kept pushing harder. The gobblewonker roars, hitting Ippen. Against her own double-layered shield with its massive tail breaking itself free, it rammed its head into Ippen before hitting her into the sky. Of course, she regenerates from all this. She kept herself in the air as the gobblewonker swam around. Do I not have enough power? No, that's not it. That monster is either just incredibly strong or there's something stopping me from damaging it. I've used every useful quirk on my arsenal, except for one that isn't. One for all. It could help her win, but she couldn't use it. She carefully watched the gobblewonker swim around while trying to call upon its power. It was in there somewhere. She just couldn't see it. Come on. She tried to emulate how Izuku used it and could feel her body buzzing. She was getting closer. Come on. The glow of Ippen's one for all, black electricity, appears. She growls before launching herself into the sea monster like a rocket, causing a huge aquatic explosion and nearly breaking its neck. Blackwhip shoots out of her fingers, grabbing the sea monster's neck. Ippen uses hellflame and black lightning through the tendrils. The monster wails in pain. Ippen plants her feet and pulls, using all of her strength to break its neck completely. Phew. And the monster vanished into white smoke. She lands on the water, almost losing her balance but stabilizing herself. Wow. She then narrowly catches the rift. A shard? Is this just a piece of it? That must mean the others were gathering the shards in real time, too. She made her way back to the boat she woke up in, which miraculously wasn't destroyed. I killed that monster and got the rift, McGucket. I don't mean to sound rude, but how can I leave? Dipper Pines thinks he's smarter than everyone else. Fiddleford said. He isn't, but he thinks he is. Use that to your advantage. Play into his superiority complex and hit him hard. He floated up and placed a hand on her shoulder. Kill that monster through any means necessary. Good luck. And with that, she vanished in a flash. The world was erased from existence. Elder Falls 5, Time Traveler. Gravity Falls Dipper Pines should not exist. Blendin Blandin was terrified of the twins. Every timeline and alternate reality had extremely different versions of a person. But never to this extent, never to this extent. They were unrecognizable from the twins that Blendin knew. They were abominations, and their existence, through the natural laws of time, would create alternate timelines of these twins. Inevitably, the fabric of existence would be stained and corrupted by their immense power. Blendin soon recognized the issue. It was the Time Police's worst nightmare, as well as the worst nightmare for every other time law enforcement agency in existence. A crossover. Crossover. Definitions from ARI 999. Noun: the fusion of two or more continuities, the result of which creating a universe completely different from its sum parts. But that couldn't be it. Could just two worlds fusing really create such a hugely different twins? No, there was something else going on here. The crossover wasn't entirely at fault for creating such repulsive versions of the Pines twins. What was he not seeing? He would never know. Dipper Pines did not hesitate. He slaughtered Blendin in one blow and scattered his body across time. Present-day Bill Cipher has never felt this way before. Class 1B, after weeks of searching, came to Bill's residence. They couldn't find ARI or Overhaul, and Bill knew they tried. Why wouldn't they if everyone in Japan was at risk? But they didn't know where they were. Bill, annoyed and rattled, blasted them out of his castle. He wasn't unnerved by them disappearing. It was the how that unsettled him. How in the multiverse did a toddler and a statue disappear from the face of this stupid hick rock? Chikuchi's head was throbbing with pain. She opened her eyes, blinking a few times as they adjusted to the light. She wakes in a futuristic gladiator arena. This was weird. Everything was a dull, lifeless gray. Chikuchi's eyes were irritated by the number of bright things there were here despite their lack of color. If I have to go through more time-related bullshit, I swear to God. Chikuchi turned around, only to find some guy in gray clothes and goggles standing her. Hi. She waved at him, and he continued standing there smiling. She reads his glitching name tag. That's an interesting moniker, Blendin. Blenjamin. Blandin. Yeah, interesting is the word I'll go with. Anyways, I'm looking for an instability in space. Do you happen to know where I can pick one up? Blendin reaches for something behind him and pulls out of the rift she needs. Well, a piece of it to be more precise. Oh, cool. Can I have it? A triangle is threatening my home for it, so. He disappeared, and hundreds of scattered clones appearing around the arena, all of them holding up the rift the same way the real Blendin did earlier. Chikuchi tried to take the rift from the hands of one of them, only for a loud and annoying buzzer sound to attack her ears. Gotta find the real one, huh? She uses Infrared and found nothing. It probably wouldn't have worked anyway due to the lack of color on this dimension. Do I go one at a time? No, that's stupid. Do I attack them? No, there's no reason to. She searched through her hefty mixed bag of quirks. She didn't have one that would help here. She couldn't go about this normally, and in her mind, the solution to this was obvious. One for all. She muttered. Since I'm probably gonna need it eventually anyway, I may as well try to use it now. Now. How did Izuku do it? She thinks back to every time he used the quirk. The green electricity he had around his body, in addition to overlay, probably meant that he had to concentrate on his entire body to some degree. She knew she had it. Psycho, Koko, and Cammy could do it, so she could as well. She just needed to dig deep in. Oh. Blue lightning arced around her body. Why was that so easy? Well, it wasn't, but I feel like that should have taken longer. If she knew any better, she believed there was someone high above watching and helping her specifically. With OFA active, she was able to see a glowing ruby-red aura in the distance just outside of the futuristic arena. She flew out and found another Blendin standing underneath a green futuristic street light. Chikuchi lands in front of him. So you were just hiding out here? In challenges like the one I just dealt with, isn't going outside cheating? Blendin hands her the rift. You're right. She takes it. I won, so who cares? Dipper Pines is a scourge on the multiverse. Blendin said. Break all the rules you need to as long as it goes toward his death. Chikuchi raised a brow. Who's Dipper? She was gone. Blendin looked a little frustrated. I hate the idea of making deals with an eldritch god to murder another one, but being within Dipper is unbearable, and he would have eventually grown too powerful to stop. He looked up. I suppose you planned on us not having a choice in the matter, huh, Mabel? He begins to fade. It doesn't matter anyway. I'm already dead, so you aren't my problem anymore. The world was erased from existence. Elder Falls 6, Man-O Mystery. Gravity Falls Dipper Pines is a deceiver. Outside of physical force, Dipper Pines would use his mind to get what he wanted. Whenever he felt it would be most fun, he would refrain from exerting his endless brutality and instead con others into doing his bidding. Dipper Pines enjoyed being a trickster. There was only one thing we ever agreed on. It was that seeing a plan unfold in the exact way you wanted it to and then some was a true delight. Conquering the minds of lower lifeforms became a hobby of his. But there was one he could never deceive, Stanley. The man of mystery was remarkable to say the least. But not in the way humans of your period would find appealing. If you were to pit Dipper Pines' deception against Stanley's in a Globnar battle, then Stanley Pines would win. No matter what he did, Dipper Pines could never trick him. Stanley's true experience dwarfed Dipper Pines' prodigious mind. And then there was his business, the Mystery Shack. A business built on deception. Every day, Stanley's wealth would grow. Dipper Pines would never admit it, but he was inspired by the con artistry of Stanley. Which is why he killed him. He had the Mystery Shack dropped on his body. Present-day Bill Cipher stared at an amber hourglass, watching as the sand fell. 10 days left. His bowtie rings, and his eye widened before he answered. About time you called me back, Pine Tree. What, did you have too much fun tormenting some other dimension? Huh? Then what were you doing? Recovering? A revelation hits Bill like a truck. Wait a second. Here I am waiting for a group of dorks to retrieve a rift from Gravity Falls so I can reach the Nightmare Realm when I could have just asked you to go there. You're better at manipulating space than I am. Oh, I want to go to the Nightmare Realm because Inko and Mabel, or a piece of her anyway, may be hiding from us there. They're sneaky, Mabel especially, but I finally caught them. A part of the castle explodes due to Bill's intense and spontaneous rage. What? Pony's head was throbbing with pain. She opened her eyes, blinking a few times as they adjusted to the light. She wakes in a house. No, not a house. It was a shop of some kind. This was weird. Everything was a dull, lifeless gray. All except for Pony herself. She stood up and looked around. Whose shop is this? Right as she asked, an old man appeared from another one of the rooms. Aside from her, the only other thing with color were his red eyes. Pony spots his name tag. Stanley. She held her hands. So, Stan, do you have an instability in space for me? He walks past her and goes outside. Pony follows, and to her confusion, he just points at the bottom of the Mystery Shack. You want me to go back inside? He shook his head. Oh, she facepalmed. The rift is under the shack, right? He nods. Thanks. Pony was about to use a few quirks to dig it out, but Stanley stopped her. He made a few odd gestures, but she was able to make out what he wanted her to do. You want me to physically lift that building? He nods. Fine. Move the goalpost. That's cool. Pony puts her hands underneath the Mystery Shack's porch. Activating a few strength enhancer quirks, she tries to lift. As expected, nothing works. I don't know why I'm complaining. Izuku could probably lift 3 of these. But that's because he has one for all. Pony grunts. Then I need one for all too. Her best bet on getting a good grip on the building was Black Whip anyway. She closes her eyes and relaxes, calmly trying to coax the power out. Forcing it likely wouldn't do her any favors. It takes a good minute, but she feels a small spark of energy. Golden electricity went around her hand. Then her arm. The storm of energy within grew more fierce by the second. Pony allows it to run wild, causing an explosion of power to surround her. She smirked. It's easy as pie, Pony, with confidence, strength quirks, and Black Whip, she ripped the building out of the ground. Huh? Pony looks around and spots a hole in the ground. It appeared to be a very old staircase. She peers into it while carrying the shack. Hey, do you need this? The building, I mean. Stanley shakes his head. Pony casually tossed it away, and with Stanley, She went down the old staircase until they reached the basement. 2 more people were down here, sitting on worn-out chairs. Or the 2 rotting skeletons of people, at least. Pony recoils but spots their name tags. Jesus, Seuss, Alzamirano Ramirez and Stanford were their names. Stanford was holding the rift, and, with Blackwhip, retrieves it. Pony prayed in front of their bodies. I hope you 2 are in a better place. She turns to Stanley. Are you alive? Stanley laughs. Nope. I'm as dead as those 2 and the rest of Gravity Falls, and Dipper Pines is our killer. Think of this as our way of helping you from beyond the grave. If there's one person that can beat Dipper, it's Izuku. Stanley, for whatever reason, didn't seem to believe this. Listen, Dipper Pines is a liar. He'll say anything to get in your head. Regardless of whether or not it's true or has bits of the truth in it. Don't listen. Focus solely on killing that monster once and for all. His words mean absolutely nothing. You got it, old dude. I'll let Izuku know. Stanley sends her away. He smiles, content. The world was erased from existence. Elder Falls 7, Lady Chaos. That is my story, Inko Midoriya. No, you said a lot about your brother in Gravity Falls, but almost nothing about yourself, Lady Chaos. You're allowed to call me Mabel. Yeah, I know. But calling you by your real name is more respectful, you know? With all that you're doing, you deserve all the respect I can give. Right. The last Rift Shard is currently being acquired by Fua Mawata. And that rift is gonna kill Dipper. Should it be used properly, IT will eradicate him from the face of the cosmos for good. And your son will be able to handle Cipher just fine. Lady Chaos. Another question. Ask. Dipper's quirk. Meta, seems pretty powerful. But what is your meta? According to you, it took Dipper and Bill teaming up to kill you. And even then, they didn't even do it properly. Yes. Those 2 killed me, but I separated a small piece of my consciousness from my main body to survive. Is that your meta then? To divide parts of yourself or something? No, it is an application. Then what is it? There is a reason my brother and I were sent to your universe centuries ago, Inko Midoriya. Dipper, by our people's standards, had a weak meta, and I was considered a freak. No one liked us. So, while the intermediary wasn't looking, we were thrown into your dimension. Intermediary. The axolotl. Oh, I'm sorry you were treated like that, Mabel. I'm over it. Once all of this is over, they too will burn. Present day. What do you mean they aren't in the nightmare realm? Bill roared, turning bright red. Then what am I even doing? 80 days of my life have been burned away for no reason. He calms himself, returning to his usual yellow color. No, this is fine. I can still make use of the rift. Mabel beat us, especially you, Black and Blue. The rift will be mostly made up of your negative energy, so I can help speed up your recovery by feeding it to you. Oh, right. Mabel's negative energy gives you and your meta serious indigestion. I guess I'll put it through a coffee filter or something. And if those kids don't come back, I'll just preheat this universe for you. Those 4 you ate after the battle with Mabel aren't helping you heal as fast you thought, huh? Even though it's been centuries, you're still horribly wounded. Right. Friendly banter will come after Mabel and Inko are killed off for good. Fua was confused. 1 second, she was with Izuku and the girls, and the next, she was standing in a large and somewhat colorful mansion. And there was a girl with red eyes in front of her. She looks around until her eyes land on the girl's name tag. Pacifica. Northwest. Fua thinks about how to talk with her. Yup, take your time. Fua was startled when Pacifica spoke. It's not like I have anything important to tell you about. Okay, Fua says. For starters, where am I? A different dimension, kind of. Pacifica answered. Don't worry about the specifics. Just know that you're alive, I'm not, and that you'll return home eventually. You said you have important stuff to tell me. You have my undivided attention, Northwest. I get that you're from Japan and all, but I'm American. Just call me Pacifica. It's weird being referred to exclusively by my last name. Got it. Fua said. Wait, then how are you talking with me? And how do I understand you? I can barely speak any English. When you've been trapped inside of an evil god for centuries, you pick up things you wouldn't have thought of learning before. Now. Onto what's important. Pakfika sighed like she was recalling bad memories. I was in love with Dipper Pines. I don't know who that is. The god that ate Gravity Falls and threatens to do the same to the entire universe. Oh. As unsettling as that statement was, Fuwa chose not to question it. What she did question was this girl's. Wait, you fell in love with a guy like that? Are you okay? Pacifica gave her a look. I just felt drawn to him, okay. Don't question me. Anyway, from my experience, Dipper Pines never truly got angry. Annoyance. Sure. But raw anger was a rarity from him. I think it's because we're lesser lifeforms, as he put it. Did he get angry when he found out you loved him? He was deeply confused, bewildered, and even a little scared, actually. But he was mostly angry, so angry that he killed me in a way more gruesome than how everyone else died. I won't grace it with a description. So this Pines guy reacted to someone loving him in a weird way. Is this important? Of course. Once you learn what his quirk, which he refers to as his meta, is, I think you'll understand. He gains power from the negative energy from others. The more others suffer under his influence, the stronger he gets over time. Her face hardened. It's called Malefic Energy Stockpile. All of the color drained from Fua's face. She looks at her hand. That's, my quirk is. Benefic Energy Stockpile. Dipper has the exact kind of power I have. It's the same, almost 1-to-1, but for another kind of energy. Exactly. Pacifica said. Dipper may have only one weakness, and that's an overwhelming amount of positive energy. In other words, his natural opposite. You, Fua Mawata. Me? Fua shook her head. I mean, maybe. But from how you put it, he's extremely old and has more negative energy in him than my world's oceans 10 times over. Even if I were to focus solely on gathering positive energy for the next year or something, I wouldn't have nearly enough to kill him. You don't and won't need to kill him. You'll do something else, friend. Fua asked. Something else? Positive energy is just a part of the equation in killing Dipper Pines. You and Izuku Midoriya coming together was the best possible outcome for everyone. She smiled. She speaks, and Fua listened. Everyone was confused. Huh? Izuku blinked tiredly. He looks around, seeing all of the girls standing there and holding a rift shard just like he was. They made a circle, guys. They woke up simultaneously. After a few moments of jet lag like exhaustion, they adjust and celebrate. We did it, Pony said, holding up her piece of the rift, and we're all here and alive. You wanna know what else we are? Chikuchi activates OFA. Powerful, just like Izuku. Everyone showed off their newfound power. Every color of the rainbow shined bright throughout the desolate land of Gravity Falls. So we all experienced the same thing, right? Izuku inquired. I was in a colorless world, and I had to do something for a colorless person in order to get this. Ippen said. And by colorless, I mean completely gray. Except for the red eyes. They all experienced the same thing, which they say to Ippen, except for 3. I didn't go through any of that. Psycho states. I was knocked out, and about a second later, I was here and holding this thing. She gestured to the rift. Cammy and Kanoko were in the same boat. As weird as it was probably due to them having OFA prior to coming here. They don't press on that topic and instead inform them of what they went through. They had different trials, with different people, but they all reaped the same rewards. OFA and information on another threat. Dipper Pines. Izuku muttered, and I thought Bill would be a nightmare. He kinda sounds like a more evil and conniving version of my brother. All of the girls looked around. Who was that? Yoichi, surprised, asked, You can hear me? Whoever that is, we can hear you loud and clear. Psycho answered the mysterious, disembodied voice. Who are you? All of them unlocking one for all must have caused this. Another voice, a woman, spoke. Anyway, my name's Yoichi. The first holder of one for all. Nice to meet you. The rest of the vestiges introduce themselves. Even Kudo and Bruce, which Izuku comments on. Oh, so they learn your names immediately, but I have to earn it? Yeah, Kudo said. We're biased against you specifically, brat. Right. Anyways, I'm gonna come right out and say it. Izuku points to Fua. Dipper Pines has the same quirk as you. Fua turned away. Well, it's not exactly the same. There are like a trillion fire quirks like Hellflame out there. That's different. Psycho said. That's an element. In your case, you're the polar opposite to Dipper, a centuries-old god and one of the first quirk users in every single way. Yoichi snorts at this. Sounds a lot like a certain tale. Kanoko speaks. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but the fact that we lucked out to such a massive degree by having you in our love circle is insane. In other words, it's a pretty big deal, Fua says. Dipper is a problem for after we defeat Bill. Speaking of whom, how many days have passed since we arrived? Izuku leaves, presumably having warped to somewhere that had a calendar and then returned. About 80 days. So we have time to plan our move against Bill, Psycho said. Let's start at the beginning. The rift. Bill can't have it or these pieces of it. What do we do about that? We can't just waltz back into Japan without it, Izuku said. And fighting Bill at the 11th hour is out of the question. Even with all of our powers, I doubt killing something like Bill the normal way is possible. Becoming strong enough to kill him in just 10 days is impossible. Pony scratches her head and sighs. So that puts fighting him off of the table. Maybe we can use the rift to kill him, Reiko threw out. We have no idea how to control the rift, Psycho retorts. According to Bill, it's an instability in space, most likely being created due to Dipper. One unlucky slip-up, and it could disappear, or worse. They couldn't fight him, and they couldn't use the rift. The group stood in silence, trying to think of a way to defeat Bill. They knew nothing about him. No weaknesses, the full extent of his power, nothing. It's weird, Psycho comments after a long minute. Did any of those dead Gravity Falls people say anything about Bill? No, they only spoke about Dipper. That could mean that they simply never met or anticipated Bill's arrival, or they didn't bother to because he wasn't a genuine threat. They're under the impression that Bill's weakness was painfully obvious. Well, it isn't. Pony spat. We know jack shit about that triangle aside from the Zodiac, and we can't use that because we have no idea who, the Fallen, is or where to find them. If the Fallen is a female that Izuku knows like us, then I'd assume it's Eri, but Chikuchi trails off solemnly. Speaking of Eri, Cammy starts. We should address the person that helped us get the rift pieces. She looked exactly like Eri, except for her eyes. What's up with that? We should save that discussion for later, Izuku said. We need to focus on figuring out a way to beat Bill. Cammy shrugs. Point. On an unrelated note, she was probably the one that made and shot the arrow at me in Ippon, put the beetle on Chikuchi that gave her multiple lives, made the serum Jiffany used on Psycho, and made the knife that transferred all of Mugen's power to us. The girls, except for Chikuchi and Ippon, looked at him in confusion. What? Discussion for later. Now then, he clasped his hands together. Bill could have weaknesses we don't know about, but we have no way of finding those. All we have is the Zodiac, so we're gonna use it. The question is, how are we gonna do that? Even the Zodiac plan was shaky. They could be wrong on it being someone Izuku knew, and if that were the case, the anti-Bill spell was virtually useless. There was also the possibility of the Fallen having died over the last 80 days they were gone. Good question. Psycho rubbed her head. This is quite the headache. For starters, we need to acquire the Fallen. Making any sort of plans before that is completely pointless. Come on. Izuku tapped the back of his fist against his head, stressing over the final and missing person of the Zodiac. There has to be someone, something we're missing. Think. Think back. Think way, way back. Who is the Fallen? If it's not Eri or Inko, who could it? He was struck in the face by an epiphany. An unbelievable one. It is so unbelievable that the vestiges thought it impossible. I know who the Fallen is. You do? Pony exclaimed. Who is it? I have a pretty good guess. If it isn't the person I'm thinking of, unless a miracle happens, we should abandon the Zodiac entirely. Agreed. Psycho states. Any guess is better than nothing, and if your guess ends up being nothing, then the Zodiac won't be worth pursuing. Izuku sighs. The Fallen is. They returned to Japan shortly after. Izuku and the girls were angered by the amount of damage Bill did. They hoped the Zodiac was a painful experience for Bill, should they complete it. They flew towards the massive dark pyramid in the distance, which they knew Bill was. And, unsurprisingly, they find him there sitting on his throne. "You're about as subtle as I expected you to be, Bill," Izuku muttered. The triangular demon floats down before them, easily towering over them many times over. "You're all alive." Izuku rolled his eyes. "I believe we're all standing here and breathing, so yeah, we survived. It wasn't easy." "Oh, I bet. You'd need an insane amount of dumb luck to survive all of the entropy and strange matter permeated in that hellscape. But that's beside the point." Bill puts out a hand. "Now then, the rifts?" He looked a little confused that there were multiple rifts, but shrugs it off. Time was a powerful force, after all. "Yeah. The rifts, please." Izuku very begrudgingly hands it over, but as Bill was about to grab it, he could feel something looking at him. Through Izuku. Something all too familiar but far more terrifying than usual. Almost on instinct, Bill backed away at light speed, his back touching the throne and his singular eye widening. "Yo?" Cammy spoke, startling Bill. "Are you alright?" Bill got that same bizarre feeling of being watched from Cammy as well. Confused to no end, he closed his eye and tried to compose himself. A few awkward moments later, he opened it and sighed. "Whatever you're doing, quit doing it. We aren't doing anything," Izuku said boredly. Bill floats before him again. It was hard to tell, but he was wary of something. "Whatever, kid." He grabs the rift Izuku was holding. But, the instant he touches it, it disappears. Bill, Izuku, and the girls blinked simultaneously. Did you?" "No," Bill shouted. "What did you do, boy? You better give that back." "I don't know what I did. I didn't mean to do that, honest," Izuku retorts loudly. "You're the one with the weird-ass powers. Why don't you just fish it out or something?" Bill didn't really believe him when he said he didn't do it on purpose. He could take one of the rift pieces from the girls, but he wanted to know what Izuku did and whether or not he was telling the truth by looking through his memories. As a matter of fact, blue fire covered Bill's hand. "I think I will do that. Let me into your head, and I'll retrieve the rift." "And that's all you'll do, Bill?" They shook hands. Bill's physical body turns into a statue as he enters his mind. Izuku was put to sleep, but he was still standing. Bill was expecting many things when entering the mindscape of Izuku Midoriya. He was prepared for the usual. But the unusual, especially to this degree, he wasn't prepared for at all. The instant he arrived in Izuku's vestige realm, he was attacked by Daigoro and Nana. The former wrapped him up in Black Whip, and the latter kicking him in the eye. Noting Bill's extreme reaction to the attack on his eye, Kudo assessed that it was a weak point. Bill regenerates. Who the attack his eye, Kudo commands. Toshinori and Nana attacked together again, punching him in the eye. Kudo uses Black Lightning and Dark Energy Ball to attack. Yoichi uses Air Blast, the air cannon. Combination, and Hellflame. Bruce attacks with Spear-like Bones and Rivet. Hikage uses Rivet Stab. Daigoro uses Black Whip and Black Lightning. En simply uses Dark Energy Ball. Their combined attacks would have decimated anyone else, but not Bill. It vaporized and destroyed chunks of his body, but it didn't kill him. The vestiges kept attacking relentlessly, and Bill felt everything, but he just wouldn't die. His temper explodes. Enough. And with a wave of his hands, the vestiges were blown back. Bill regenerated his eye after some time and trapped the vestiges in bright red flaming cages. "I don't know who you people are." Bill gathers his bearings and speaks disapprovingly. "But I don't like you. Attacking me while I'm off guard is pretty shallow. You're one to talk. You're attacking the entirety of Japan when all they did was defend themselves against you." Nana crossed her arms childishly and whispered, "Bitch. What did you just call me?" Bill turned red with anger, but he composes himself. "You know what? I don't care. I have a rift to find, so cough it up." Nana, in a theatrical manner, scrunched up her face and audibly pondered this. "Nah." Bill laughs. "Your compliance doesn't matter, you know. Either way, I'm gonna win. I don't even need to get to the Nightmare Realm anymore since Inko isn't there. And since there are other rifts, I'll just use those." He turned around. Bad bye. If he left, Izuku and the girls would most certainly die. They couldn't let that happen. Bill was here, and he needed to stay here. Seeing as they could do nothing else, The Vestiges tried just willing Bill to stay. It was Izuku's mind, and the fact that Bill could cage them by willing it means they must be able to do the same. Dream logic. And to their surprise and Bill's, it works. The 8 of them and their wills overpowered Bill, forcibly locking him in Izuku's head. It was a straining process, but thinking about what Bill would do should he escape kept them motivated. It was an 8-on-1 tug of war. Bill persistently tried, forcing his way out of Izuku's mind, but the Vestiges wouldn't let him. Multicolored chains appeared and held Bill down. He transformed, becoming bigger and scarier but to no avail. The Vestiges hoped the ones outside were doing something. After some time, Ippen gently poked Izuku's face in an effort to wake him up, but to no avail. Wait. Psycho had an idea. Clearly, something happened that trapped Bill in Izuku's mind. Our biggest threat is inactive currently, she picked up Izuku's dormant body with Black Whip and carried her piece of the rift with one hand. We can safely find the Fallen and complete the Zodiac to defeat Bill. About that, Cammy spoke. The Fallen. I smell a huge grudge. Ippen sniffs the air. Yup. Monstrous. If you have any alternatives, Cammy, I'd like to hear them. Psycho states, to which Cammy stays silent. Let's get to UA. If anyone can find her, it's Principal Nezu. Cammy's grumbles. I don't want to see that stupid daughter of A. She sighs. Well, whatever. I'm totes not talking to her, though. Why? Fuwa innocently asked. I'm a hater, hun. The biggest hater. I hate the way that she walks, the way that she talks, and the way that she dresses. That bint's probably been sneak dissing me too. Why oughta? That didn't answer the question. Moving on from that, the girls warped to UA and informed Nezu of what went down, along with Madam President, who was thankfully with him. So, Bill is gone, but his weirdness is still in effect, Nezu said, and the Fallen. I don't believe it. Madam said. But we tried finding someone compatible with the Fallen symbol ever since you left, and no one in UA worked. And for last resorts, this isn't so bad. Nezu sweats. I just hope Midoriya is correct. Whatever happened between him and Bill won't last forever, and once that creature escapes, there'll be nothing anyone can do. Madam stands up from her seat. Bill and his destructive tendencies knocked out all of the ways I keep track of her and her army. All I can give you is her last known location, which was from 40 days ago. That'll be more than enough. Psycho states. Besides, with all of our quirks, it'll only be a matter of time until we find her and complete the Zodiac. Good luck, kids. Madam took out her phone. A few minutes later, one of her bodyguards walked into Nezu's office, handed her a map, and left. Madam gave the map to Psycho. You'll most certainly need it. The Fallen Chapter Summary. Happy Halloween. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It started when she woke up. She had looked to her brother and saw that he was still sleeping, which was strange. He almost always woke up before her. Oh, well. She wouldn't bother him. If he wanted to sleep in, that was his decision. Then she noticed something weird. It was quiet. Like, deathly quiet. There was absolutely zero noise, both inside the mystery shack and outside. No animals, no nothing. Silence. I'm sure it's nothing, she said to herself, grinning ear to ear. Early bird gets the worm, and boy am I hungry. She excitedly heads downstairs, present day. The girls arrived at the location Madam President gave them. This shit is whack, yo. Cammy muttered. This is indeed, whack, love. Psycho states. A glade. And one that's been burned to the ground. I didn't peg the Fallen for an arsonist. It most likely wasn't her. Pony states. Me and Izu tried going on a date to a glade once, and it was burned down just like this one, too. Cammy looks as if she was about to speak but doesn't, she gasped. I remember. Kanoko looks up at her. Huh? I remember everything. The queen. The fact that she stole my phone, and that gnomes exist. That shocked her. Wait, yeah, earlier, you said you hated her? How did I not catch that? Catch what? Psycho asked. What are you two talking about? They explained the stolen phone incident. The existence of gnomes didn't freak them out all too much due to their encounters with Bill. But the memory erasure stuff freaks them out. The Hero Commission president did what? Chikuchi roared. That's messed up. If she's been doing that, then How many gaps are in my memory? Or ours? We're fine, Chikuchi. Psycho said calmly. One for all in its evolution. Due to all of us unlocking it is probably what restored her memory. Logically, had we undergone memory erasure like Cammy did, our lost memories would have been restored as well. There was nothing to restore, so nothing happened to us. Chikuchi sighed in relief. Thank God. Anyways, we should move on. Based on this and what Pony said, it's safe to assume that the Fallen is residing in another glade somewhere, and if that's true, that narrows down her possible locations excellently. Psycho pockets the map. The 8 of us can easily search across all of Japan with all of our quirks. It's only a matter of time before we find the Fallen. Hold up. Fuwa says. Why do we keep doing that? Doing what? We keep referring to the Fallen as the Fallen, even after Izuku told us her name. Why? Psycho took a brief pause before answering. Well, that's just the name she was using. We don't know if that's her actual name or a fake one, or if it is her real name, whether or not she changed it to hide. I'm gonna keep calling her the Fallen, for the simple reason that that's where she may fall on the Cipher Zodiac. Fair. Fuwa said with a hum. They took to the air. Since it could be dangerous to split up, they collectively decided to stick together. Activating gear shift in unison, they blasted away, using some of the stored energy in Fa Jin for a substantial boost. Grunkle Stan. Her great-uncle was asleep at the dinner table. Even more weird was the lack of snoring. She tried shaking him awake a few more times before giving up. Who needs him for food anyways? When in doubt, scrounge the fridge for trout. Yeah. She searched the fridge and found some hot dogs. She begins the process of boiling them. They smelled a little weird, but she didn't see any mold, so it should be fine. As her food was boiling, she once again felt a little unease. It was still completely quiet. She hadn't woken up that early, had she? I'm sure it's nothing. She eats. The hot dogs tasted strange in an indescribable way, but they were edible, so she eats down to her last bite. Present day the girls found another glade. This one, unlike the others, wasn't burned to charred nothingness. It was damaged likely due to Bill's chaos, but it was still mostly intact. Using Infrared, they tried and failed to find any signs of life. Still, to be sure, they searched on foot and found nothing. So they left, but while in the air, Psycho states, just to be sure we have all our bases covered, we should look at the first glade the Fallen was spotted in. Everyone looked at Cammy. She rolled her eyes. Fine. I got my memories back so I know where it is. She moved a little faster, and the girls followed her. She sat alone and a little afraid. The lack of noise was beginning to get to her, so she went outside. The grass and leaves were a lighter shade of green than they usually were. A dull and lifeless shade. Why is everything so dead looking? It's supposed to be summer, she said to herself shakily. I didn't wake up that early, did I? She needed to get to the bottom of this here and now. She ran to town, slowing to a crawl as she took in her surroundings. This is a prank. Right, guys? Everyone she did and didn't know was lying on the ground or on other things in various positions. It was as if they were doing things and suddenly fell asleep. She saw crashed cars, bodies that were run over by those cars, and other horrid things. Guys! She shouted. Still in denial, she tried waking a few of them up. Oh okay. Prank's over, you got me, and it was hilarious. She shook one body extra hard. Please get up, Candy. Despite being shaken for well over an hour, she wasn't getting up, nor was anyone else. Ma? Elle just stood there, the situation she was in slowly dawning on her. Everyone was dead. Her brother, her great-uncle Stan, Wendy, Seuss, everyone. They were undeniably dead. It was unbelievable. This was a nightmare, right? It had to be. There was no other explanation for this. She clamped her eyes shut and slapped her face repeatedly, trying to wake herself. It didn't work. This was real. Everyone was dead, and something killed them, all except for her. Who could have done this? And why am I still alive? Could it have been Bill? No way. He was powerful, but he wasn't capable of causing mass death like this. And even if he was, he wouldn't be this subtle about it. She little didn't even know everyone was dead until a few moments ago. Ma. Elle begins crying. Why am I still alive? And then a large shadow loomed over her. Ma. Elle looked up and saw a large airplane beginning its descent toward the town. She ran for her life, adrenaline fueling her every step. When she returned to the mystery shack, the foliage and greenery seemed more lifeless than before. She smelled something. Smoke. Not just any smoke, someone was cooking something. Someone aside from her was alive. Ma. Elle rushed inside, only to immediately regret it. Someone who looked exactly like her brother down to the clothing was cooking her pet and friend Waddles over a large open fire. The fake Dipper had blue pine tree symbols replacing his pupils, the same blue pine tree that was on his hat. He was also gravely injured for some reason. Hi. He tipped his hat to her. How's it going? Ma. Elle slowly backed away. Who? Dipper? That's not my real name, but it's certainly better than Lord Pine Tree. The Dipper look-alike, Lord Pine Tree, devoured Waddles in one grotesque bite via the horrific morphing of his mouth. Hey, it looks like human farm animals make for a nice snack after all. Not that I know anything about food or animals from my home world. The airplane from earlier crashes, creating a huge explosion that shook the mystery shack and shattered every window. It took everything to defeat my sister, and even with help, she almost killed me. So I'm quite angry. His body began morphing. His bones cracked as he grew taller. Ma? Elle tried running, but Lord Pine Tree snatched her by the hair. In a completely different voice, he said, I hate you, Ma. Present day, the first glade Cammy saw would be the last one she and girls arrive in. Upon their arrival, they all activated Infared. They're here. Psycho states, smirking victoriously. Just a little bit longer, and hopefully Bill will face the wrath of the Zodiac. Ma. Elle was confused. She was. Somewhere. Somewhere that smelled horrible and was also completely dark. Her head hurts. A lot. It was like chunks of her brain were violently torn out from her head. Where? She coughed violently. I'm forgetting something, aren't I? She tried remembering how she got here, but nothing came up. Oh God, why can't I remember anything? What's my name? She tried getting a feel for her surroundings. She gets something. She hits her hand against the distinct feeling of rusted metal. She was contained in something. She hits it again, and again. Then she directs a hit upward, causing whatever she was contained in to open briefly. She does it again, opening it up properly. It was bright out. She gets out. As it turns out, she was in a dumpster, and she was wearing dirty white rags. She crawls out, hitting the ground with a bloody thud. She catches the eyes of several civilians. Most look at her and move on with their days while others give her scared and sympathetic looks. They say something, but she can't understand them. They weren't speaking English. Are they speaking Japanese? Am I in Japan? She gets up and limps away. Her legs were on fire and most likely broken, but she ran away nonetheless. With nothing to go on in terms of her identity or her location, all she could do was run and hope that she'd find help. She doesn't. Without knowing where she was going, she ended up away from human civilianization. She tripped on a vine, slamming her face on the grass. After getting up, wiping her face, and looking around, she discovers that she was in a glade. This looks familiar. Hey, Ma. Elle almost leapt out of her skin. The tiny person, the gnome who called out to her, startling her greatly. Huh. Wanna be our queen? The gnome asked. What? Wanna be our queen? This felt familiar. Yeah. The gnome grinned. Great. What's your name, Your Highness? She only remembered one word from her past. She didn't know why it was this one specifically, but perhaps that was her name. Either way, she had to answer. My name is Maple. I think, present day. Your Highness. A gnome opened the dumpster his queen always slept in, though it had been cleaned and refurbished. Maple woke up. What is it? Just a group of annoying human girls who want to see you. They said it has to do with that triangle-shaped monster that attacked Japan. She begrudgingly gets up and meets with the visitors. Oh. Maple-eyed Cammy, who glared at her. It's you. I don't know the rest of you, though. And that green one is missing. Seeing as we're short on time, I'd like to get right to the point of our visit. Psycho states politely. Maple. A special friend of ours believes you may be able to help us put a permanent stop to Bill Cipher, a triangular demon that wreaked havoc on Japan for multiple weeks. We have him contained, but it won't last for long. Give us just a bit of your time, and we'll never bother you or your people again unless we're given a reason to. What could you possibly need help from someone like me for? Maple rolled her eyes. Actually, never mind. Let's get this over with. Thank you, Your Highness. Ippen bowed. Maple once again rolled her eyes. You won't need to do much, Psycho says reassuringly. All we need to do is test something. If it doesn't work, we'll fly you back here with no fuss. They warp back to Nezu's office and regroup with Madam and the aforementioned principal. After moving some furniture around, Madam draws the Zodiac again. Maple stepped onto the symbol of the fallen. It works. The glow appeared around her. Finally, Madam cheered. At last, Bill's been beaten for good. The rest of the girls step onto their respective symbols. Fuwa uses Black Whip to hold Izuku up and put his hands in the girls next to him. It works. The entire school shakes, and Bill is torn out of Izuku's body, causing him to wake up. Huh? What happened? And then he saw Bill's body being violently distorted by the Zodiac's power. A hole formed in the center of the Zodiac, resembling the darkness of deep space. Nezu and Madam looked outside. The way Japan was slowly being turned back to normal, it was as if time itself was being reversed. Bill didn't scream or cry or anything. The entire time, he just stared at Izuku. Darn. Just before he was banished, time slows to a crawl. Bill found himself still unable to move thanks to the Zodiac. Huh? Oh, is this you, Pine Tree? I didn't know you could stop time? Bill's hopes were dashed when the lizard popped out of Izuku's hair, stunning him into fearful silence. His eye averts to the Elder Turtle, which appears from Cammy's hair. You. Bill growled, trying and failing to turn bright red. I knew it was you. Why are you in that boy's hair? The lizard speaks, and its eyes take on a star shape. A familiar and haunting voice spoke through it. A multitude of backups, Bill Cipher. Bill looked confused, so Mabel explained. There were multiple phases. Our battle was just one of them. Bill thinks about what she was saying and then laughs, so every move was. Seriously? We never stood a chance, did we? My exile from the fourth world was the greatest thing that could have happened to me. The lizard and the turtle. 2 out of 5 important tools in my victory. 2. These 2. The lizard and the elder turtle began glowing pink. An 11th symbol appears on the Zodiac, the shooting star. Are to kill you, Bill Cipher, and these 3. Izuku, Fuwa, and the rifts appear in Bill's vision. Are to kill Dipper Pines. The lizard and turtle stepped onto the shooting star symbol, supercharging the Zodiac and changing it to a ghastly pink-ish color. You were a small obstacle in the end, and like you, the Metafolk will perish. Bill turned into every kind of matter in just a few moments before vanishing. He wasn't just banished, he was killed by the Zodiac entirely. Time moves again. Everyone blinked. The discrepancy in the ritual was immediately spotted by Nezu. Excuse me, Ms. President, but did you draw that 11th symbol? The shooting star? Shooting star. Madam looks down at her work. No, I didn't. I know for certain that I drew only the 10 symbols needed. Who cares? Maple asked, walking out of the circle. I have things to do, people to see, and sleep to catch up on. So goodbye forever. She opened the door, only to be faced by a strange teenage girl. She didn't look Japanese at all. She looked more like an American, if anything. Maple blinked. The girl just stood there staring up at her, not moving or saying anything. Hey, Maple said awkwardly. Hi, the girl replied. Do you have a name? There was a pause before the girl answered. Her name definitely wasn't Japanese, and the way she said made it sound like she had Spanish origins. Luz no Seda. Okay, Luz, what do you want? Danger sense went off like a tornado alarm in the heads of Izuku and the girls. Before they could move, the girl transformed, revealing herself to be Dipper Pines. His arm grew many sizes and grabbed Maple, slamming her against a wall. As Izuku charged, Lord Pine Tree wagged his finger. Ah! Maple wailed as Dipper pressed harder. Just calm down and listen. Do that, and this one won't die. Izuku backed away but kept One for All active, as did the girls. Though Izuku and Kanoko had their overlays active as well.
I didn't think the Zodiac could kill Cipher. I suppose it's been upgraded ever since I was gone.
Nezu looks down at the Zodiac again. The mysterious 11th symbol wasn't there anymore. His face didn't change, but inside, he was more confused than he had ever been before. What just happened? With that aside, Dipper cuts off his arm and regenerates it, keeping Maple trapped. He created a hole for him to fly out of and went outside without everyone inside watching.
With a snap of his fingers, a dark blue microphone appeared in his hand, as did a large camera.
People of Earth. Everyone in every country, island, and continent across the planet could see and hear Dipper right now. Those who weren't in front of a screen could only hear him, and those who were could see as well as hear him. My name is Dipper Pines, the first wielder of what humans today refer to as a quirk. I didn't think humans would be worth my time, but one named Izuku Midoriya managed to slay my isosceles comrade, Bill Cipher. Since humanity has proven its might, I've decided to grace upon you an opportunity to continue living as you are.
The world flinched as he held up a finger. 1 year. The human race will be given 1 year to prepare a champion to face me in one-on-one combat here in Japan. If I lose and die, then so be it. But if I win, well.
The camera pans to Dipper's hand and then to the moon. Dipper smirks at the world before blasting half of the moon into dust with a blast of energy, shocking everyone to their cores. That will be the Earth. He gives it time to sink in, relishing in the screams of millions. You'd best prepare yourselves, because in 1 year's time, everything will change. Whether it's for the better or worse depends entirely on you and your champion. Use the powers I gave you for one last grand battle against the greatest evil you'll ever face.
With a snap, he released Maple and opened a pine tree-shaped blue portal behind him, leaving the dimension. Izuku could feel the tensions rising. It was grotesque and palpable. He sweats as everyone in the room looks at him.
So, Daigoro clasped his hand. We killed Bill and saved the world. All you have to do is save the world again from a much more dangerous and possibly powerful person who doesn't have an ancient spell made specifically to defeat them. That shouldn't be too hard, right? Izuku could feel the looks the vestiges and the girls were giving him. Shut up, Daigoro. Chapter endnotes Wo wo lose no Seda. Like, from the hit Disney show, The Owl House. Why was she here? And why did Dipper Pines, Lord Pine Tree, have her face? Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.